decides. Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze. Barbados decides. Election night coverage is brought to you by...
Tonight, Barbados pauses. After weeks of debate, dialogue and campaigning, the ballots have been cast. Across parishes and communities, Barbadians step forward, young and old, first-time voters and lifelong participants, unified by one simple act, the vote. The Barbados Labour Party dominated the last election cycles, winning all 30 seats in the House of Parliament in 2018 and again in 2022. The Democratic Labour Party is challenging that dominance. A diverse field of political parties and independent candidates, including Friends of Democracy, the People's Coalition for Progress, and a number of smaller movements also enter the race. Among the issues dominating the campaign, the cost of living, crime, climate, and youth. Tonight is no longer about the rallies or speeches. It's about the vote, transparency, trust. Counting of ballots now begins. A careful, deliberate process that reflects the will of the people, no matter the outcome. Democracy speaks as Barbados decides.
And good evening, Barbados. Indeed, the polls have closed. The ballots are about to begin to be counted, and the fate of our nation is now in the hands of you, the people. This is the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation's Election Night Special, Barbados Decides. From our studios to the communities all across Barbados, the region, and the diaspora, we bring you real-time results, razor-sharp analysis. I am Pearson Bowen, and tonight we're tracking every result, every seat, every trend, every reaction, and starting with an esteemed lineup of experts in our studio. Joining me is our co-anchor this evening, Stetson Babb.
Well, thank you, Pearson. That's right. The stakes are indeed high, and our panel is ready to break it all down. We have or expect to have join us throughout this evening Ambassador, the Most Honorable Elizabeth Thompson here tonight as the representative of the Barbados Labour Party. The representative of the Friends of Democracy is John Delaney, a freelance marketing consultant. We are also joined by Dr. Ronnie Yearwood. He's, of course, senior law lecturer at the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus, and political analyst Peter Wickham, director of Cadres. We also expect to have from the People's Coalition for Progress, Lynette Eastman. We also have reporters fanning out across every constituency, bringing you live updates as the results pour in. Pearson.
Thank you, Stetson. Indeed, we do, and we like to check in with some of those announcers right now, those who are out reporting for us. Let's first check in at the Darrell Jordan Secondary School, where Anmar Goodrich Boyce is watching that marginal constituency, St. Lucie. Anmar.
Yeah, good night to you, Pearson, and good night to all of our viewers and listeners on CBC TV8. Yes, I'm just outside of the auditorium here at the Darrell Jordan Secondary School in St. Lucie. It is the counting center for the constituency of St. Lucie. I can tell you that the atmosphere here, relatively quiet. Just about 20 to 25 minutes ago, the first set of boxes arrived here. A bit earlier today, the voting process has been a bit steady. I can tell you that this is a constituency that will be contested by 4 candidates. The incumbent, Peter Phillips of the Barbados Labour Party, Ian Griffith of the Democratic Labour Party, Wayne Griffith of the People's Coalition Party, and Sherlyn Davis of the Friends of Democracy. Now, this is a seat that has been a Democratic Labour Party stronghold. Roy Braffett was the first Barbados Labour Party candidate to win the seat back in 1981. He held the seat for 1 term, and then Dennis Kelman of the Democratic Labour Party, he is actually the longest serving member of Parliament for this constituency. The incumbent, Phillips, has held the seat since 2018. He did retain it in 2022, and of course he's going for a 3rd term. But like I mentioned, Pearson, we expect the counting process rather to begin in just about half an hour's time.
And Martha, thank you so much. Of course, we'll be checking back in with you as those numbers begin to come in. Another one of those constituencies which we're keeping a very close eye on, being known as a marginal constituency, is that of St. Philip West, where Dale Ford is standing by to bring us the very latest. Dale, good evening to you.
Good evening, Pearson. It's kind of quiet here now at the Princess Margaret Secondary School. Just a few minutes ago, the ballot boxes arrived by charter bus under the watchful eye, of course, of the Barbados Police Service. The counting has not started as yet. If you see behind me, the officers and those who are going to be doing the counting have assembled in the Reginald Lewis Auditorium here at Princess Margaret Secondary School, making the final preparations before they get those boxes and that counting underway. So we're just here waiting, aside from election officials and maybe some few party supporters, maybe of the management teams of the different candidates and the police. It's relatively quiet here at Princess Margaret Secondary School, where the counting will be done for the constituency of St. Philip West.
Dale, thank you so much for your reporting. We are obviously having people at our party headquarters. Let's go to the Democratic Labour Party's headquarters in George Street, where Lisa Broom is. Lisa, good evening.
Good evening, Pearson. Good evening to our viewers all over. So yes, I'm here at the DLP's headquarters in George Street, where things are relatively quiet right now. People are moving in and out. Some of them are actually here still querying their inability to vote. I know that as you've been following the developments of the day, some people were unable to vote because they went to their polling station, but their names were not on the list. And the DLP's leader, Ralph Thorne, had put out a call, I'm told around 3 o'clock, for people to come here, where the assistance would be offered to those who could not find their names on the list. So as I was here, I did see some people. The people who were in the office taking the names, they have since left, but I'm told that, other people are coming and are still querying that situation. I was told that there was a legal team in the courts. They were actively arguing the situation, and I'm following up to see what the outcome is. Also earlier, I spoke with the DLP's campaign manager, Andrew Campbell, and outside of commenting on that particular situation, he was also concerned, his words, about campaign financing here in Barbados. He commented on how much money is spent, and he was also concerned that the DLP had not had a subvention for many years. So those were some of the concerns of the campaign manager. Also here right now, though, is the DLP candidate for St. Michael's South East, Pedro Shepherd. He is here setting up a screen where they expect supporters to come and watch as the ballots are counted to see what the outcome will be. Walking around and talking to the few people who are here and hearing from them, they're all upbeat at this stage, looking forward to the outcome of today's election. Pearson?
Thank you so much. I see behind you on your live shot, there are people already gathering there for election watch. Thank you. We'll be checking back in with you as soon as you know more about the court action to get an update. Ryan Broom is also watching for us what's happening in St. John at the Lodge School. That's another one of those constituencies which we're keeping a very keen eye on. But Ryan, what can you tell us this evening? Good evening.
Good evening, Pearson. Well, I'm right here in the parish of St. John at the Lodge School, where it's a little nippy on the outside. I was speaking to the returning officer, Ms. Gracia Bolden Thompson, a little earlier, and she was telling me about the turnout today. She was saying there was a rush in the early morning, then a tapering off during the day, and then close to 6 o'clock this evening, then another little rush, as she said, which is what usually happens on most general election situations. Now, I also spoke earlier this evening or a short while ago to the PCP candidate, Kimar Stewart. He's the only candidate who I've seen so far. Of course, the other two candidates being Mr. Ralph Thorne of the DLP and Mr. Charles Griffith of the BLP. I can also tell you that just moments ago, just before I came live, actually, the boxes just arrived here. If you see some activity behind me, it's the officials here now just getting ready to start the counting process. But yes, we're locked and loaded, as they say. Ms. Golden Thompson is hoping for an early night, as am I. So we are ready up here in St. John. So it's back over to you.
soon as that information by way of the total votes tallied, we'll be reporting them to you as well. But there's a lot to discuss tonight as we bring you Barbados Decides 2026. And for those discussions, we return to Stetson Babb.
Thanks, Pearson. Indeed, let's now turn to the man who has all the numbers. Peter Wickham, you've crunched the data, you've studied the trends. Give us your early prediction.
Early predictions. Okay, well, I guess, the election is over, the voting has been completed, so we can speak realistically to the likely outcome. I'm comfortable that there's a possibility that the Democratic Labour Party can win 3 or 4 seats, a possibility. As to the probability, that's really the question that we have to discuss. The reality of the situation is that the majority of seats that we have in Barbados currently carry a level of popular support for the Barbados Labour Party that is above normal. There is a reality in terms of electoral swing that once it gets to a level of support that's above 65%, the level of effort or lift that is required to shift that seat away, it just does not materialize historically. I compiled a list for you, which could be available on the screen shortly, of some historic swings. And I think the largest would have been when Griffith took the seat from George Pilgrim, or he challenged George Pilgrim in St. John in 2018. That was a 38% swing. But the reality is that is, one could say, the equivalent of a political hurricane, which is not likely to happen tonight. So I think that we're really looking at possibilities for the Democratic Labour Party in St. Philip West, St. Philip North, St. John and St. Lucie. Possibly we could see a conversation about St. Philip South or St. Michael South Central, but I think that's highly unlikely. Well, I shouldn't say highly unlikely, I think that's unlikely. So I think ultimately the conversation will be about whether those seats are moving. As far as the level of swing that is likely is concerned, I'm comfortable that we may see a loss of support for the Barbados Labour Party. However, my sense is that it will be contained within single digits, and I would say the low single digits. So I saw another agency projected a swing of 8%. That, in my view, is extreme and unlikely. I think that we're going to see a negative swing that is going to be contained within less than 5%, which means that the Barbados Labour Party could or could not lose seats. The other issue, which is major in this election, is voter turnout and the impact that voter turnout will have. I'm also convinced and persuaded that lower voter turnout among Barbados Labour Party supporters would impact those constituencies. And the challenge that we've been having in this election is that there seems to be a perception on the part of a lot of people that the result is uncompetitive, that the Barbados Labour Party has already won. And my question going in is, will a lot of the people who promised to support the Barbados Labour Party actually turn out to support the Barbados Labour Party? If they do, we're looking at another 30 love scenario. If they don't, one would think that we would slip to somewhere in the vicinity of, let's say, 26-4 at best. So I would say a good night for the Democratic Labour Party would be a haul of 4 seats. The implications as to which seats those could be and what that would mean for the DLP's future is something that we can get into later. So this is where I am now. It's very much a turnout election, and very much an election that for many of us is seen as a foregone conclusion, and the implications of that will be significant.
Well, you made some important points, or interesting points. In fact, you spoke of the possibility of the Democratic Labour Party perhaps getting 3 or 4 seats. You know the importance of the swing trends to monitor. The possibility that BLP could lose some support. The voter turnout being a critical factor. And of course, there's always the possibility as well of another 30 left. We're now joined by the Most Honourable Elizabeth Thompson, the representative of the Barbados Labour Party. Good evening to you, ma'am.
Good evening to you, Stetson.
Good evening. Your thoughts on what Peter Wickham had to say?
Peter is the political analyst, I'm the politician. I agree with him insofar as all ballot boxes are empty at the beginning of the day, and you can never be absolutely certain how they will fill up. I think that the Barbados Labour Party has an excellent election machinery and that it worked well today. Whether that will translate into a high turnout or a turnout which favors them across the country, we will see during the course of the evening. I think it will. I believe that Peter touched on a point which is very important, and that is the issue of whether or not Barbados Labour Party supporters and the electorate generally felt that the conclusion was foregone, so that there really was not a huge need for them to go out and vote. In addition to that, this is a government in its third term or seeking a third term, which always impacts the voter perception of the candidate, the party, and as well as the level of campaigning done by the multiple parties on this occasion. So I think it will be very, very interesting at the end of the evening to come to our final conclusions about what has transpired and why.
Ambassador Thompson representing the Barbados Labour Party. Let's remind our listeners, our audience of the panel tonight. We also expect to have joining us Lynette Eastman representing the People's Coalition for Progress. We have on the panel currently the Friends of Democracy's representative is John Delaney, and we have Dr. Ronnie Yearwood, Senior Law Lecturer at the UWI Careful Campus. Your initial thoughts, Dr. Yearwood?
I think much of what Peter has said. Peter is a numbers man. I had the privilege and honor of working with Peter, so I can say I'm an adjacent numbers man. So I appreciate the detail of the numbers. I think sometimes folks in this game like to dismiss numbers on feelings, but the reality, the numbers are looking to a Barbados Labour Party win. It would be, an issue of how well the Democratic Labour Party performs, and really, as Peter said, we can get into that later. And what does that look like? Is a performance of 1 or 2 seats well for a party with a history of forming the government? And is that enough to propel it into a future government of Barbados anytime in the near future or not too distant future? Apart from that, I know we will get into issues around the nature of the actual polling and election. I think that's something that we would want to discuss because I've been seeing a lot of social media commentary on this, and there are some fallacies that need to be dismissed about the actual electoral process, because I get a sense, yes, there were issues with the electoral process, but some folks, I feel, are catching up 60 years on actually how the process works. And it's amazing the kind of commentary I'm seeing, like, the fact that your name is called out. That's normal. That's how we verify voting. So perhaps maybe we do a little chat on the actual process so people appreciate that there are no anomalies. These things happen, and a little chat among ourselves could be useful, I think, to the public tonight as well.
Indeed. Mr. Delaney of the Friends of Democracy. Mr. Wickham is predicting a good night for the Democratic Labour Party will be 3 to 4 seats. Dr. Ronnie Yearwood suggests indeed that a win for the BLP is probably inevitable. You may beg to differ, perhaps?
Not beg to differ on the point of a win probably for the BLP. I think that most certainly is the likelihood. In terms of the DLP's success, though, I do question the likelihood of that. Things that would have happened before the election, in particular the term as opposition leader that Ralph Thorne would have had. And then you also look at the way that the campaign was run. For me, there are some key things that you'd need to do as a party to show your respect for the voters in Barbados. They're very intelligent voters, and so you need to show respect for them. One of them is showing your record and a manifesto. You cannot wait until 4 days before. That does not give persons enough time to read. That does not give enough persons time to truly understand what it is that you are presenting to them. And especially coming off of a time in which you essentially had no parliamentary representation in terms of the DLP. The one seat that they would have had with the opposition leader crossing, he would have complained lots of times about the way in which he was strangled, held from serving the people of Christchurch. So you essentially don't have much to show for a record. You have to come out the gate early, very early on, and let persons know this is our plan for you, and give persons time to have that public discourse. Give persons time to talk about it at these spot meetings and on the rallies. I think they waited a bit too late, and so I think that will be one of the points to their detriment when it comes to the results that we will hear about shortly.
Sorry, before you go on, if I may, I should like to apologize in advance because you can tell that I'm quite hoarse. I'm having an allergy and I may be coughing during the course of the night, so I don't want to keep saying excuse me. So I'm just going to ask to be excused now. That's it. Sorry.
Ambassador Thompson, that's an experience that many of us have had over the last several weeks and months.
The dust in the atmosphere.
Panel, and we'll be joined very shortly, as a matter of fact, by Lynette Eastman, representing the People's Coalition for Progress. Panel, where are the bellwether constituencies, and what are the signs that you're looking for as the results start to come in?
This is an interesting point. One of the, well, I can say the important lessons that Wendell McLean, who is one of the, I would say one of the gurus of political analysis in Barbados, even though he was an economist, taught me is that there's a direct relationship between localized swing, constituency swing, and national swing. As a result, if we see movement in St. John, we can tell what's going to happen nationally. And the formula has held true. So the extent to which a seat can be a bellwether seat, which is a seat that determines the outcome. There have been several theories, so like St. George South and whatnot is one that appears to go with the national mood. Having said that, however, I think that we have a small enough number of seats that what we can do is look to see movement and shifts and change, and that will more or less indicate the way that things are going. The situation in Barbados electoral map has evolved significantly since 1994, with the weakening of the Democratic Labour Party, a strengthening of the BLP. And as a result of that, a lot of the old principles about what seat made a difference have essentially been gone out the window. I mean, there was a time that we couldn't fathom the idea of St. John being lost. St. John has been lost to the DLP not once but twice. We see whether it will be thrice today. So that is an interesting part of the conversation. The other point that I wanted to make about the bellwether, or you're saying the critical seats that we're looking at.
We need to interrupt you. We'll go over to
do you have results?
Let's go over to Pearson.
Setson, I'm told that Damien Best is standing by to bring us some details. Damien is actually at the Combermere School looking at the polling results coming in from St. Michael's Central. Damien, good evening.
Studio A.
Yes, good evening to you, Pearson. Good evening to all viewers and listeners here in Barbados and across the globe. I'm actually at the Combermere Cafe, just a few yards away from the Major Newt Hall here at the Combermere School in Waterford, St. Michael. What I can tell you so far, bring you up to date, is that about 3 buses have arrived here from the different polling stations across St. Michael Central. And those 5 stations are Christchurch, that's actually Church of Nazarene, Bank Hall, Abundant Life Assembly, Lower Bank Hall, New Testament Church of God, through the Bridge, George Lamin Primary School, Bridge Road, and of course here at the Combermere School. Now contesting this seat is a new face in Tyra Trotman of the Barbados Labour Party, Andrew Wowell, a veteran of the Democratic Labour Party now, after running in St. John for 2 terms as well, 2 elections unsuccessful there, Anthony Hines of the People's Coalition for Progress, and Raymond Wiggins of the Friends of Democracy. So as we speak, 3 busloads of boxes have arrived here at Combermere School. Earlier I noted, coming here, just around 6:03, there were a couple people who arrived late. And I can tell you the security were not playing. That gate at Combermere School was shut tight at 6 o'clock sharp. And those individuals, a little bit annoyed, but they missed their chance to cast their vote here at Combermere School. So we'll see what happens there with that situation. But I saw earlier Andrew Worrell making his checks around the Combermere School and ensuring that everything is A-OK from the Democratic Labour Party side. I haven't seen Tyra Trotman as well, but we'll wait to see if she will come around and check as well. But that is the update so far here from Combermere School. A-OK so far in terms of the officials. Smooth entry into the Major Note Hall, and then the counting should begin maybe in about an hour's time or less. From the Common Mayor School, Damian Best is back to you in the studio.
Results, you'll share them with us as we'll share them with our viewers and listeners as well, as we do want to remind you that this broadcast of Barbados Decides is being heard on the 3 radio stations of the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation: 94.7 FM, 100.7 FM, and 98.1 The One. Also being streamed on our website and Facebook channels. We do have a poll question we want to ask of you tonight. We want you to be interactive with us, and so I'll share that with you in just a little while as we wait to hear more. But much still to be discussed, as we are now joined by the representative from the United People Party, and so Stetson's over to you.
Pearson, indeed. Lynette Eastman, representing the People's Coalition for Progress. Welcome to the panel. And the panel was just discussing the issue of bellwether constituencies and the trends that we may be looking for and keep an eye on as the results start to come in. Peter Wickham, we were finishing the point with you, and then we'll get the reaction from the rest of the panel.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where I was. Okay, so I was talking about the idea of a bellwether and saying that we kind of like set that apart. What's more important is marginals. And I think that we've identified marginals, which are seats that are likely to move. And I think that I would want to place the focus more on those. And we have some interesting conversations taking place in the marginals. In St. Lucie, we have a situation where the lady who led the Democratic Labour Party has been replaced by a popular local personality. So that should make for an interesting race there. Of course, there are pluses and negatives. The negative is that he is not leading the Democratic Labour Party. The plus is that he's from the area, well known in the area, and I understand to be well popular. So that will be an interesting one to watch. Of course, St. John is interesting because it is a seat which is being contested by the leader of the Democratic Labour Party. The DLP was led from St. John twice before. One assumes that he is attempting to make it the third time. So his presence there will be interesting, but there is a sense in which he is, one could say, a carpetbagger, in that he's coming into St. John from outside, and moreover, he's coming into the DLP from outside. And I think that will make for an interesting conversation in St. John. It's not lost on me that the leadership of the Barbados Labour Party seems to have taken a special interest in St. John. One could argue that the full weight of the Barbados Labour Party seems to have taken a special interest in St. John. Frankly, I would be surprised, and I think that certainly the BLP would be disappointed if they lose St. John tonight. So we'll have to watch that one. St. Philip West and North are two very strong seats for the Democratic Labour Party historically. Indeed, the Democratic Labour Party has dominated St. Philip historically. In the case of St. Philip North, you have a situation where the strong candidate is now a candidate for the Barbados Labour Party and would have appeared on platforms in St. Philip on the platform alongside an individual that he would have run against previously. And my sense is that the DLP has been significantly weakened in St. Philip North. Of course, I say with due respect to Ms. Lynette Eastman, who is from St. Philip, and can perhaps speak more to that. The other significant thing with St. Philip West is that it is, again, a relatively marginal constituency. The same two candidates are facing off again, which should make it a lot more predictable. But the third-party factor in St. Philip, again, with due respect to Lynette Eastman, is going to be a huge determinant as to what happens in St. Philip West, in my view. And I think that also will help the Barbados Labour Party in St. Philip if they're going to hold on to that seat. So that's my sense that I'm watching. Those are the bellwethers. Well, not the bellwethers, those are the marginals, explained to some extent.
Indeed, you mentioned St. Lucie, you mentioned St. John, St. Philip West, and St. Philip North. As the audience may have seen based on our chart, the swing required for a change in St. Lucie would be negative 10%, for a change in St. John, negative 8%. Smaller margins for change. St. Philip West, 0.1%, and St. Philip North, negative 0.3%. Welcome to the panel. Ms. Eastman, your thoughts and your expectations, and what struck you most about this election campaign?
Well, this election campaign has been quite interesting. What has struck me most, I think, is that it confirms in my mind that we need a fixed date for elections. And no one has been able to explain to me why we cannot have a fixed date, except that people find it a bit titillating, to speculate as to when the Prime Minister would call it. But apart from that, what is the positive in us not knowing when elections are being called? It certainly would give all candidates an opportunity to prepare properly. And I believe while that might not be, while that might take something away from the shenanigans of politicians, I think for the democracy of Barbados, it would work well for us if we did know when elections would be called. Now, this is the case in most advanced countries. They actually know when elections will be called. It's only if there's a natural disaster or a vote of no confidence or something like that, that you might call it, and then the Parliament would agree, and likely the President. It's only if there's an issue like that, that you would call it earlier, and that would be allowed for in the legislation. But I can't quite figure out why we are sticking to that very old-fashioned, Barbados is supposed to be now technology-driven, we're supposed to be advanced, a high-ranking country, and still we stick to this old-fashioned notion of not knowing when elections will be called. So then you leave it to the discretion, it seems the absolute discretion of the leader as to when elections will be called. So then Barbados, for absolutely no reason, is faced with what you call snap elections. I mean, as if it is a thing to be accepted. So essentially, while most of us expect that the Parliament would last for a term of approximately 5 years, we have a situation now where we had elections, 3 elections, is it in 7 years? 7 or 8 years, when really it should be 15. So it also means that members of Parliament who should have spent a longer number of years in Parliament have not done so. So it raises all kinds of issues. You would hear an argument that that is what is in the legislation. And that is true. But my understanding of discretion in legislation is that it must be exercised reasonably. Because if we listen to those who seem to think that it is absolutely within the discretion of the Prime Minister to call elections whenever he or she feels like, it means that maybe we could have an election in 2028 if it's at the absolute discretion, and it cannot be at the absolute discretion of the Prime Minister.
Okay, you have to jump in because we have to go back to our reporters in the field. Lynette Eastman of the People's Coalition for Progress believes strongly that there should be fixed date for elections. We'll get the response from Ambassador Thompson and the rest of the panel after we hear from our reporters in the field. Pearson.
Thank you, Stetson. And that reporter in the field is at the Bethel Auditorium. That's Anthony Nelson. He's looking closely at the goings-on in the city. Anthony?
Thank you. Good evening, Pearson, from the Donald Henry Auditorium here in the Bethel Churchyard, the Bethel Methodist Church yard. Earlier this evening, just about 25 minutes ago, we saw the bus turn up with a couple of the ballot boxes from the polling stations, 11 polling stations for this Bridgetown constituency. And as you would recall, representing this constituency as far as Ward 4 is concerned is Corey Beckles of the PCP. Of course, Dale, Democratic Labour, Dale Rowe from the Democratic Party, and Michael Ashley, the Barbados Labour Party. Earlier tonight, we just had a slight interview with Michael Ashley, who for some reason indicated that he felt a bit nervous about it. Now, counting has not started. We've got to wait until the other boxes have arrived here at the Donald Henry Auditorium in the churchyard of the Bethel Methodist Church. Our counting officer, returning officer this evening, is Senior Counting Officer, Mrs. Gloria Medford. So as soon as we get any information, as soon as those other ballot boxes arrive here, at the Donald Henry Auditorium in the churchyard of the Bethel Church on Bay Street. We'll be happy to start the process here and bring that to you as the election coverage continues here on CBC.
That's right, Anthony Nelson reporting there from the Bethel Auditorium, looking at the constituency, the city of Bridgetown. Just to let you know that this is also attracting keen interest all over the world as we are sharing this broadcast through the CaribVision network to the region and the tri-state nations areas as well. So to all of you watching, good evening. Welcome to Barbados Decides 2026, the general election. So much still to be discussed, and for those discussions, we return to Stetson Bab.
Barbados Decides. Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
The Caribbean Home Help Nursing Agency offers reliable and compassionate private nurses right to your home. Our private nurse care is ideal for persons recovering from an illness, surgery, or requires personalized medical assistance. We also provide companionship care that can be just as vital as the physical assistance. The Caribbean Home Help family provides the safety, comfort, and professionalism to those persons in need. Give us a call today and start living your best life.
Need natural medicine that really works? Amaze is the miracle store with very effective natural products for cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, cholesterol, weight loss, arthritis, cataract, glaucoma, fibroids, PCOS, menopause, viruses, acid reflux, detoxing, prostate and male dysfunction, butter and oils for balding, eyelash and eyebrow growth serum, health foods, and much more. Open Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Saturdays, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Amaze, 12 and 13 Harvest Plaza, Oistins. Telephone 420-7809. Come in and be amazed. We have what you need.
Wait, wanna hear about this new super feed thing?
From the fields where hard work meets hope. Born from the heartbeat of every farmer. Forged in dedication, strengthened by purpose, and fueled by the power of superior nutrition. It's a bird!
This is Barbados Decides, the general election of 2026 being heard all across the world from the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, Barbados. We'll be on the air with you right through as we hear from our reporters who are in every constituency to bring us every result. And as soon as we do get results, we will be sharing them with you. We'll be monitoring the trends, whether it's a swing for or against, or we'll have continued discussion as well. In having those discussions, we did extend an invitation to a representative from the Democratic Labour Party. That invitation has been declined. And so we return to those discussions now, being moderated by Stetson Bab.
And if you're now joining us, just a reminder, our panel tonight, our resident analyst, Peter Wickham of Cadres. We also have from the University of the West Indies, Dr. Ronnie Yearwood. Representing the Barbados Labour Party, the Most Honourable Elizabeth Thompson. The Friends of Democracy's representative is John Delaney, and from the People's Coalition for Progress, Lynette Eastwood. When we went to break just before that, Ambassador Thompson, the issue was the question of whether Barbados should have fixed election dates. Your thoughts?
Excuse me. We have tended to follow the Westminster model, which doesn't have fixed election dates. The calling of an election is at the discretion of a prime minister, and therefore a term can be a maximum of 5+ years, and we know that Frondell Stewart took it to the max in 2008. I heard Ms. Eastman speak about how outdated a system this is and so on. I am I found that rather curious because she sat in a cabinet which had non-fixed election dates, and I never once heard her object to that. In addition to that, there was a CRC, a Constitutional Reform Commission, and a Parliamentary Reform Commission, to which, as far as I'm aware, I certainly sat on the PRC. She made absolutely no submissions supporting fixed election dates, but that's her position tonight, and she's entitled to have it. But the law allows a Prime Minister to call elections at dates at his or her discretion, and the Prime Minister has taken that option. She's perfectly within the parameters of the laws of Barbados.
Mr. Delaney, of Friends of Democracy, fixed election dates, is that something desirable in your opinion?
It definitely has. Having non-fixed election dates has definitely brought some excitement, as Ms. Eastman would have said. I think, though, there are two questions that we need to consider when deciding, or rather before deciding. One of them is regarding accomplishments. We look at what has been accomplished by the current administration over this last term, and you can even extend to the term that started in 2018. And in their own manifesto, they admitted 70% of that completed. Why then was an election called early without that other 30%? Is that a 30% of the manifesto that Barbadians deserve to see a full term served out so that those things can be accomplished? I think that while they have done a good job in producing their record, in telling persons what they've done, I think Barbadians still do have some questions. And our talk on the campaign trail, we have heard from Barbadians the questions as to the things that have been left undone, especially in those those battleground constituencies where persons feel a bit slighted by the MP. Another question that we have to ask, and you would hear it echoed right throughout from morning till night into even tomorrow, the question of the readiness and preparedness of the Electoral and Boundaries Commission. In particular with a new system that we were going through this year with the having to go on to the website and check your registration, and persons who then needed to be added or removed from the list.
Sorry, I'm not going to let that pass. There was nothing new about having to check to see if you were registered. I'm sorry, just wanted to make that clear.
No problem. And I think that they would have to be the ones to kind of give some insight and to say, with snap elections being called, do they feel like they've been given ample time to prepare and to sort out a lot of those issues, especially because you do not want an election which, sure, the majority of Barbadians would get their preferred candidate, their preferred administration, their preferred prime minister, but you have so many persons still left feeling slighted and feel unjust and undone by the system.
Okay. Senior Law Lecturer at the UWI Caval Campus, Dr. Ronnie Earwood, on this issue of fixed election dates, and also as well the issue of any perceived difficulties with the electoral list.
Okay, I think we need to unpack the idea a little bit and step back, because I've been hearing a lot about this idea of early elections, the powers of the Prime Minister, and we have to approach this from a strict legal perspective. A Prime Minister, not this Prime Minister, let's be very clear, a Prime Minister, that means every single Prime Minister of Barbados is allowed to call an elections when they want. Now, if people have now woken up to the fact they do not want that to be the system, let us have that discussion, but do not impute improper motives as if that power does not belong to the office of a Prime Minister and has been exercised by every single Prime Minister to their advantage and in their prerogative since Barbados has had elections from time immemorial to now. That would include Aaron Barrow, Owen Arthur, Erskine Sandiford, Frondell Stewart, David Thompson, and Mimani. Every single one. So there's nothing peculiar about a Prime Minister using the power allowed to them under the Constitution. This power is not magical. It doesn't come from a back pocket. It is what the Constitution says. And I want people to really appreciate that, because the framing of this, sometimes it seems that this is something special and peculiar to this, to that. So from a legal perspective, you go to the Constitution gives the Prime Minister clear power to call an election. Now, if you say you don't like that, that is fine. Let us have that discussion. And on that note, then I can agree that we should have fixed terms, because I do not believe that prerogative should still exist under a modern Republican constitution. So I think that's where we need to veer for, but we need to be clear.
The point you're making is the
it.
prerogative of the Prime Minister is enshrined in the Constitution.
It is enshrined in the Constitution. There's nothing peculiar about it. And the Constitution allows for a maximum time for the government to go for 5 years. So therefore, within that 5-year period, a Prime Minister can call an election at any time. There is nothing that says that the government has to serve 5 years. This is not defending any government. The average length of a government in Barbados for the Barbados Labour Party has been 54 months. The average length for the Democratic Labour Party has been 57 months. The only time that we've gone right up to the line was with Rondo Stewart. We know what happened with that. So I think we just need to appreciate the facts. We have to debate. We don't like the system. And it's good that we're having a debate. Perhaps now we've matured enough that we can move towards fixed terms. And this is where I would have to disagree with Ambassador Thompson. I think there is value in fixed term elections because it allows the entire system to function. Now, in terms of the Electoral Boundaries Commission not being prepared for an election, that should not have been the case, because yearly the Electoral Boundaries Commission is supposed to update the list and keep track of the list. I think what this issue around the Electoral Boundaries Commission shows, and it is perhaps others can speak to this, it shows a larger symptom of a dysfunctionality within our entire political structure, because you have a situation where one of the main political parties is not functioning to its optimum, providing the checks and balances that the system needs to operate. So the Electoral Boundaries Commission issue is not simply at the Electoral Boundaries Commission. There are wider issues of what this is throwing up in terms of the function of the civil service, knowledge base, perhaps retirement of institutional knowledge, change of structures, and there's a lot going on here that we need to drill down, understand why has the Electoral Boundaries Commission been placed in this situation. Furthermore, the Electoral Boundaries Commission has representatives from the opposition and from the government. So you cannot sit as those representatives, wait till after the process, and suddenly you have an issue with the Electoral Boundaries Commission. If you did, you should have just said so from the beginning.
Let's get a perspective from our resident political analyst, Peter Wickham.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the conversation, and I am finding myself agreeing with Ronnie a lot. I guess the time has come. So yeah, it was interesting that the shortest BLP government before this current one under Prime Minister Motley, when Arthur called the election at 54 months, was actually the election you ran in, and you ran in St. Philip South, and I don't recall, as Liz said, I don't recall you objecting to Arthur calling the election early. The fact is that
I'm sure I will get an opportunity to respond to all of this.
But I think that Ronnie has put the issue very well in terms of the legality of it. I am comfortable with this idea. I like fixed term elections. I think that we need to move in that direction.
Which is the only point I'm making.
But ultimately, we have to separate the two issues, because the only way you can get to change it is if you are in control of the system. And I think that is a question of representation and lobbying. And then maybe we can change it. If the party that you represent is successful in the future, I look forward to that. And I do think it would be a development. The important
Peter,
thing
take a
about
pin there, because we're going to get back to you to finish your point, and the other panelists are very keen to weigh in on this issue of fixed term election dates, or rather a fixed date for elections. Back to you, Pearson.
Thank you, Stetson. We'll continue with that discussion in just a moment, but we'll go to hear what's happening in St. George South now, as our reporter there, Keith Goddard, joins us from the Ellerton Primary School. Keith, good evening to you.
Oh, hi, good evening, Stetson. Just confirming that you can hear me. You hear me? I'm here at the Ellerton Primary School in the constituency of St. George South, where the contestant for the candidates are Mike Sutherland from the Barbados Labour Party, Felicia Bourgeon from the Democratic Labour Party, and Stephen Halligan, the Independent. I was going to check just now that the returning officer who indicated all the boxes have arrived here. The Ellerton Primary School, as I understand it, counting has not yet begun. It's still a bit quiet here in this yard. I know a little later, as let's arrive at the school, see more persons arriving to support them. But at the moment, right here, the person himself, the members of the media, members of the police service, and certainly those from the election office. Otherwise, we're here in it's pretty quiet right now.
Fullerton Primary School for St. George South. We'll continue monitoring what's happening in all of those polling areas and the counting areas as well as we go. And as soon as we get to know more from our reporters out in the field, we'll be bringing those details to you right here in Barbados Decides, the general election of 2026. But the discussion is at a hot point. And so we want to hear more and get those responses as well. But before we do, we have Kimberly Skeet, who is monitoring what's happening in Christchurch South. Kimberly, good evening to you.
Good evening to you, Pearson. It's good to be with everyone tonight. Let us just start by saying that Christchurch South is the area that many are waiting to see exactly how it unfolds. After all, it is largely a Barbados Labour Party stronghold. However, as you know, Ralph Thorne was the constituency representative up until 2024. So now we have the contenders Chantal Monroe-Knight, Corey Greenwich of the Democratic Labour Party, and Robert Toussaint of Solutions Barbados. We're still awaiting yet another box. So we are still crossing our fingers, waiting to see exactly when counting starts. But we will keep you informed and updated as the numbers roll in.
And that we're hoping to hear from you real soon. Thank you so much, Kimberly Skeet, reporting from Christchurch South. Back to the discussion, Stetson.
Thank you, Pearson. The issue of a fixed election date that proposed by Lynette Eastman of the Coalition for Progress. Dr. Ronnie Yearwood, on the other hand, of the University of the West Indies, pointed out that the enshrined in the Constitution is the prerogative of the Prime Minister to call an election on a particular date.
What agreeing with fixed term dates? Just making it very clear.
Clarify, go ahead.
No, just making it very clear that that is the current state. The Prime Minister has the prerogative to call an election when they want. There's nothing nefarious or there's nothing odd about that, because I've seen a lot of social media around this as if this is a new power. It's always existed. Every Prime Minister has used it. I think if people are waking up to the fact that they don't like that colonial Westminster system of giving the Prime Minister that power, let's have that change. I was on a podcast a few weeks ago and I said, let's go for fixed term dates. But I don't think we should attach any kind of strange or odd behavior to the office of the Prime Minister. And realize tonight, when I'm speaking a lot, I'm speaking to the office of a Prime Minister. People like to personalize the office, but I'm talking about the powers, the Constitution, what does the law allow, what can a Prime Minister do, what can he not do.
Going to get back to our reporters in the field, and Pearson Morgan.
We'll do it nicely, thank you. That's all right. And so Crystal Hoyt is monitoring what's happening in St. Michael Northwest. She's at the Ellerslie School. Crystal, good evening to you.
Good evening, Pearson. Well, as you can see behind me, ballot boxes are arriving at Ellerslie Secondary in St. Michael Northwest. Now that voting has concluded, the attention now shifts from polling stations to counting centers. This is the second bus to arrive. The first bus came just before 8 p.m. and we're awaiting a total of 15 boxes, which are to be counted under the watchful eye of returning officer Charles Haynes. Now, some background on this constituency, as there are 7,178 constituents registered. The seat is currently held by Neil Rowe of the Barbados Labour Party, who has represented the constituency since the party returned to government in 2018. Challenging him is Ryan Walters of the Democratic Labour Party, who political analysts noted had mounted one of the more vigorous opposition campaigns this cycle, citing strong constituency engagement and visibility compared to several other challengers across the island. But we will see whether the opposition can convert campaign momentum into a seat here in St. Michael Northwest. And while the counting has not begun because all of the boxes...
Seems as if she's going on to say have not yet arrived. She'll continue to do so and will bring us the results as they unfold as well. Feels a little late and a little slow in getting that counting started. But Stetson, we want to get back to you now for the continued discussion.
He ran for FOD.
When we left off, I believe, we want to get his perspective from Peter Wickham.
Yeah, right. No, I'm comfortable with this whole idea that we need to have a conversation about fixed terms. But let's be clear, the Prime Minister has considerable power. Not this Prime Minister, but Prime Ministers generally. There was a time that Prime Ministers had the power to choose judges unilaterally. I note that this is a power that this Prime Minister has surrendered quietly. And, you know, we talk about the power grab, but forget that, you know, it's a conversation about not just this, but several other things. So let's move beyond that personalized conversation. Even if we were to have a fixed term system, the rules regulating the Electoral Boundaries Commission's level of preparedness is something that has to be adhered to. Let's say that we did what the United Kingdom did, which is we passed laws to make fixed terms a reality, and then the government collapses. The EBC has to be ready. So I'm saying even in a situation where you have a fixed term election and you have a period of time, you have rules that say that by a particular time there has to be a list ready. The list has to be ready because the EBC has to be ready if the government collapses. 1994, the government collapsed. The EBC can say, well, no, you can't collapse the government yet, I don't have a list. You have to have a list ready. And I think that attention has to be placed on the EBC and the level of preparedness. And a point has to be made that what's going on in Barbados now is nothing odd because it has been going on for a long time. I lived in a house at one time where I was registered in that house in Liz Thompson's constituency, and everybody else was registered in another constituency, and we all lived in the same house. And there's so many cases and incidents that people have brought up over the years where the ABC has dropped the ball. So this is nothing new. I think that the candidates, again, as Ronnie has been saying, the candidates have to take a lot of responsibility for this. When my late father passed away, it was Liz Thompson's watchful eye that flagged the passing and ensured that his name was removed from the list. This type of thing does not seem to happen anymore, where you have candidates scrutinizing the list and monitoring it and coming forward and saying, this person has moved, this person can be identified and whatnot. We had a conversation in last year when they had the by-election. And I was talking about the fact that close to 2,000 names were flagged of people who were registered to vote in St. James North but could not vote because they had died, moved away, etc., etc. The Democratic Labour Party's representative on the panel objected to that number and said that number was not correct. I asked that person, did you count the returns that came back from your election circulars? And I asked him twice, and he said no, he hadn't. But yet still he was insisting that the number that was provided by another source was incorrect. I think that type of thing is unforgivable, that you have candidates that are running and vying for seats and they're not maintaining the list, scrutinizing them, and ensuring that problems like this do not exist. And for a person to come to a situation where you lead a party, you turn up at a polling station and you hear that you're not voting there, you're voting somewhere else, and you say, well, I'm just not going to vote. I have some challenges because it says that there was not a scrutiny of the list and interrogation of it. The EBC can do better and has to do better. But I also think the EBC has to be helped by us in terms of that process.
Mr. Wickham, I have to ask you to stick a pin in it and we get back to the file. I know Lynette Eastman, I have a lot of pins tonight. Lynette Eastman is keen to make a contribution and she haven't raised the issue initially. And I also want to hear, obviously, from Ambassador Thompson as well, and Mr. Delaney, on the topic after our constituency profile.
I guess I disagree on this.
All right, so let's while we get that sorted out, let's get back to our panel. Ms. Eastman, you wanted to have a chance to weigh in on this.
No, no, it isn't that I want to weigh in. I raised the issue, and I want to respond to the comments that were made. Now, first of all, Ambassador Thompson referred to the fact that I was in cabinet in 2008 and did not raise the issue of fixed date elections. Now, I would like to think that between 2008, when I last sat in the cabinet, and 2026, that my thoughts would have evolved. Those times I wonder about people, and I wonder if they have not evolved as a human being and that their thoughts haven't evolved. Mine have. And therefore, I raised this issue. Now, Mr. Yearwood pointed out that these things are enshrined in the Constitution. No, I did not say this because I assume that everybody in Barbados would know that the reason that the Prime Minister is able to call elections is because it's stated in the legislation.
No, they do not.
So,
you'll be surprised.
well, Mr. Yearwood says that
you will be surprised.
Says that the public does not know that the elections are run through the Constitution of Barbados, and that might be so. I also realize that his answer is influenced by what he's seen on social media. So it isn't what I said, it is what he had seen on social media. Because I said very clearly, he or she. Now the Prime Minister at the moment is a she, not a he. So I was referring to any Prime Minister.
No, I wasn't talking about you personally. I'm just giving an answer generally for how the public perceives these.
Okay,
and I think
so
we have to be as commentators
So I
clear
thought
as well.
I thought you were replying to what I said. So that's what you saw on social media. Okay, fine. Now, in terms of the Westminster model that we say that we tend to follow, now why is Barbados tending to follow the Westminster model? There are so many other Commonwealth countries that do not follow it. And I keep saying to people, we in Barbados no longer seem to want to do the heavy lifting on anything, especially when it comes to our democracy. Now, we reviewed the Constitution, we said that we were going to a republic, and still we are saying that we tend to follow the Westminster model, because in order for the republic to be palatable, we said that all we were going to do was to change the head of state and do nothing else, which is negative. Now, that you see that prerogative which the Prime Minister, which he or she exercises, that prerogative is like a prerogative that a monarch would have, not a Prime Minister. It's that kind of, I'm going to take you to the polls whenever I feel like. That's not appropriate now under a republic. And I want to say too that in terms of fixed dates, I wasn't linking it to the register, the voters list or anything like that. That was not made in my statement.
Ambassador Thompson, you're listening keenly. And Mr. Lynn?
Yeah. Two things I believe we need to take away from the experience. Persons have given their opinion on how things have been run. Persons have given their opinion, the public, as well as parties have given their opinion on the election date. I think this is where, especially for smaller parties like a Friends of Democracy, like a People's Coalition for Progress, they can show their worth outside of an election, outside of a campaign period. Because these are the issues which you can't wait till the campaign trail starts then to solve and then to advocate for. And so I would certainly like to see this issue among with many others, that these smaller parties, we've had 96 candidates in this election, that the smaller parties which have helped to boost that number really take the reins through for the rest of the term, however long this next term is until 2031 or whenever, and really advocate for these things, really have conversations, have town hall meetings and discussions with the EBC, with the public, really show that you are not just concerned about it now when the snap election is called, but it's a concern right throughout the year.
This is Barbados Decides 2026 election coverage on CBC TV8. We'll be right back.
Wait, wanna hear about this new super feed stain?
From the fields where hard work meets hope. Born from the heartbeat of every farmer. Forged in dedication, strengthened by purpose, and fueled by the power of superior nutrition. It's a bird! It's a grain! No! It's super feed!
need your prescriptions filled fast with friendly and reliable service? Are you looking for vitamins, cosmetics, or over-the-counter medicines? We got you. Visit one of our 2 locations, Standard Pharmacy on Tweedside Road and CS Pharmacy on Broad Street. Contact us at 427-2047 or 429-3298. Looking after the good health of the nation every day.
Welcome to the Western Sales Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sales Center, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
Hello, my name is Julie Dash from Hannah Properties Limited, the real estate agent of the people. Thank you for joining me. No one will give you more advertising coverage than we will at Hannah Properties Limited. We will advertise your properties on radio, the internet, the newspaper, Instagram and Facebook. You have no risk whatsoever because if I don't rent your property, I don't get paid. It is absolutely no use being a landlord without a tenant. We will show you how to get a tenant very quickly. Call me 262-5072. Check our website at hannahproperties.com for more details.
Wait, you see that? Come on, incredible man. I wish I could do.
This is Barbados Decides, the general election of 2026. A very good evening to all of you, wherever you are joining us on the stations of the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, also being seen across our social media platforms, and thanks to our media partner Carib Vision in 16 Caribbean territories, the New York Tri-State area, Canada, Colombia, and Latin America. Now we're counting down, we're paying attention to all of the counts happening. We've just been told that counting has begun at the Dighton Griffith School, where Yolanda Yard is standing by to update us in just a moment. And as soon as those ballots are counted and we get some results, we will share them with you right here. But the discussion continues with our esteemed panel, moderated by this evening's Stetson Babb. Stetson, back over to you.
Thank you. And in case you are now joining us, our panel comprises Ambassador, the Most Honorable Elizabeth Thompson, representing the Barbados Labour Party. From the Friends of Democracy, we have Mr. John Delaney. We also have the Senior Law Lecturer at the UWI Cayfield campus, Dr. Ronnie Yearwood. Our resident political analyst is, of course, Mr. Peter Wickham. And from the People's Coalition for Progress, Ms. Lynette Eastman. Let's hear from Ambassador Thompson. The issue was fixed election dates.
Yes, thanks. And it did go into a number of things on the EBC, which I also want to pick up. First of all, I don't think that this was a snap election because everybody was anticipating it. People have been for weeks speculating as to the election date. A snap election is one where the Prime Minister just calls it out of the blue and people really are not expecting it at all. This was an expected election, albeit that it came short of the full 5 years. Again, I think that, I don't know if I should say Ronnie or Dr. Yearwood, but he made the point very well about the fact that this has been the law in Barbados for a long time, so that the Prime Minister did not act with any shenanigans or outside of the parameters of the law. I think that it is also necessary to make the point that the UK used to have this model of prime ministerial discretion, and then they went to fixed election and have now come back again to prime ministerial discretion. I reiterate that there was a Constitutional Reform Commission and a Parliamentary Reform Commission so that people could make submissions about what they wanted to see. I believe that the Democratic Labour Party, led by Ronnie, as it then was, made submissions. and so that those submissions, the PRC report has been debated in Parliament, and I guess in due course the Constitution Reform Commission will be as well, and we will have the government say how they are going to shape the Republic in response to the recommendations by people. But the final point that I want to make is this whole notion of the EBC. They are entitled to carry out an enumeration process, which they did. That they are an independent commission. The government does not dictate to the EBC, and the Prime Minister, whomever he or she is entitled to call an election. And Peter made the point, in the UK you couldn't say the government is collapsing, wait for us to do an enumeration exercise. That was conducted last year, and twice in November a voters list was published in the printed press and electronic media, asking people to check their names on the list. They were given 4 weeks to do so. There were repeated public reminders by the Electoral and Boundaries Commission. We are saying the EBC, but people don't necessarily know. The Electoral and Boundaries Commission published repeated reminders. The Democratic Labour Party did. The Barbados Labour Party did, the Prime Minister did herself. People were asked to check to make sure they were on the list. The period was extended because of the date that the bank holiday was called. And in fact, people had an opportunity to say, I am or I am not on the list. The challenge is that until the election was called and the date for verifying that you were on the list came, people just weren't bothering themselves. I checked, and I found out that, just like Peter, I had voted one place all my life, and that I was now registered in a completely new area where I didn't even know where the polling station was.
I see Mr. Delaney nodding, looking very keen to get into the discussion, which we'll do in a short while. By the way, in introducing the panel, I should have mentioned that the Democratic Labour Party, DLP, they were also invited to send a panelist, and they have not done so, but I believe, Pearson, you have some correspondence in the field.
We do indeed. Mishron Robinson, we've posted at the Christchurch, in Christchurch South. We're looking at the St. Christopher Primary School. She's in Christchurch East, as a matter of fact. Mishron, good evening to you. What can you tell us? Well, Mishron tries to get herself located.
Good evening to the panel as well, where you are as Barbados decides. I'm coming to you from the St. Christopher Primary School, and I'm literally standing in a classroom, a nursery classroom, and we know these classes are teaching the history of Barbados. And just outside of these walls of this classroom here, and to the Barbadians joining us this evening, history is being created. Now, in terms of some history of the Christchurch East constituency, from 1971 up until this present moment, Christchurch East has been considered a swing constituency, a marginal constituency. Intense voting, very, very competitive. And this is largely due to the differences of socialization within the constituencies. The second bus has just arrived, just outside here. A special vehicle has also arrived with boxes as well, I believe. We've had the arrival of 4 boxes, and a second bus has arrived with 3 other boxes as well, Pearson. The counting has not just started as yet, but returning officer Nicole Nurse has spoken to myself and another media professional who's here within this particular classroom, and we're hoping for an early end this evening, but no promises just yet. Earlier this evening, I can also add, Pearson, we've had a number of voters out here by the St. Christopher Primary School turn up for voting possibly after work and so forth, but we've had a smooth evening, quiet, a little bit chilly with winds coming off of the southern coast and Fair Valley as well. But we're awaiting any updates from Nicole Nurse, who's the returning officer for the Electoral and Boundaries Commission. But I'm here in a nursery classroom. As I mentioned, history being taught within these walls to young students within Christchurch at the St. Christopher Primary School. And just outside of these walls, history will be decided for this 2026 general election as well. Back over to you, School Pearson.
Ms. Ron, and for that we thank you, because nothing is impossible just above your head right there in that classroom as well. We're going back to St. Lucie where Anmar Goodrich-Boyce is. I believe he has an update to share with us. Anmar?
I can confirm that the counting process has started here at the Darrell Jordan Secondary School for the constituency of St. Lucie. All 21 boxes are actually here on location as well. And I have standing next to me one of the candidates, Mr. Wayne Griffith, representing the People's Coalition for Progress. Mr. Griffith, thank you so much for joining us on CBC TV 8. Just give us a bit of a sense as to what brought you here to the Compton Centre.
Well, good night, everyone. Well, at this time, we have to bring together our counting agents. They came to make sure that they're comfortable and they're ready. They're seeing what's going on and understand the process. And we hope that everything flows as it should. We are confident in the agents here to get the job done.
Yeah, you mentioned everything flowing as possible, as good as possible, that is. What were your thoughts on what you saw today in terms of the voter turnout?
Well, I visited a handful, I would say, of polling stations, and there was definitely a constant flow of voters. And the thing about St. Lucie turns out to vote most of the time. I believe the statistics will show that when you compare all 30 constituencies, that typically St. Lucie is among the top 5 of those who have turned out to vote. So we don't make sport down here when it comes to that, to our representation, and I believe that is one of the key issues that came up in the campaigning. There are things happening, but it's how we do things, and that is really big challenges are in terms of trying to get the support to follow on from that.
You mentioned the campaign. How was the campaign trail for you?
Well, I was campaigning now for a long time. This is actually my 3rd time on the ballot. And I just am keen to bring true representation to the people of St. Lucie, because we think that we want to get people to understand we're not a two-party state. And there are other voices that can be heard and who have good ideas, people who are committed and enthusiastic about the constituency. And I found that when you compare my canvas this time to when I first ran in 2018, it was a real marked difference, because people were more receptive to the message of the alternate voices. They didn't see you as a third party and a joke. They saw you as someone who wants to bring real representation to the constituency and accepted you on that merit.
How confident are you based on what you saw?
Well, I'm confident that those persons who committed to vote and give us the vote will do that. Now, the problem is that you don't get to reach 100% of the possible voters, but I am confident that I will get that support that was committed to me. Now, we know that the statistics show people still vote for the traditional two parties, and it will take some time. We're committed to taking the time to see it through, where eventually you will see alternative parties getting more than 20-25% in the vote.
What are your plans after this election? You plan to still be on the ground?
Yeah, I made some commitments to voters, to those in the community, that there are some issues that we can work on together to address, and I intend to hit the ground running on that from next month.
Thank you so much, Wayne Griffith, the candidate for St. Lucie for the People's Coalition for Progress. Well, Pearson, as I mentioned, the counting process has begun, and of course I'll keep you updated as Barbados decides. Anmar Goodrich-Boyce from the Darrell Jordan Secondary School.
And we appreciate that earlier to show you those who are contending for that seat there in the parish of St. Lucie. If we could share that again so that you get a lot more familiar with those who are in the race, because representing the Barbados Labour Party is Peter Phillips, who is the incumbent. Ian Griffith, new to the race, he is representing the Democratic Labour Party. Davis is from the Friends of Democracy Party, and W. Griffith, who is representing the PCP. So there's a lot happening in St. Lucie. That's one of the constituencies which we're keeping a very keen eye on, and we'll be bringing you updates as it comes to hand. China Haynes is reporting now from St. James South. She's based at Queen's College. She reports to us now. China, very good evening to you.
Hello, good evening. China Haynes here from Queen's College in the constituency of St. James South, which encompasses Queen's College, right here, West Terrace Primary School, Western Light Church of Nazarene, Melbourne Cricket Club, and Hall's Revival Pentecostal Church. Now, Hall's Revival Pentecostal Church does sound new because it is. It's a new polling station for those constituents of SH1 who formerly voted at the Caribbean Meteorological Institute in Husbands. Now, as a reminder, the incumbent, Sandra Husbands, for the Barbados Labour Party, won back in 2018 and 2022. She runs again, along with Pedro Graves from the Democratic Labour Party and Matthew Thorne of the newly formed Friends of Democracy. So when I arrived here around 6 p.m., way ahead of the receiving of the ballots, it was quite calm. It was very quiet. It still is relatively quiet right here, as activity definitely isn't up to the highest right now. We haven't gotten any confirmation from Harcourt Ravel, who is the returning officer, but we will keep you informed right here in Queen's College. Right now, we are going to wait for that. And in the meantime, stay tuned. China Haynes, St. James South.
Thank you, China, for reporting there from Queen's College. Indeed, it is almost 9:30, and yet not one result is in. Is this usual or unusual? What does this mean for the outcome at the end of it all? But the discussion continues with Stetson Babb.
Thank you, Pearson. As a matter of fact, Peter Rickham, our resident analyst, is this unusual for results to not be in some level result to be in the end?
I think probably Liz, Ambassador Thompson, would have a better idea in terms of the reach. But certainly the panels I've been involved in, by now we would have seen something. And certainly the St. John, St. Andrew, the constituencies that are smaller, that have a large number of boxes, usually you get some kind of information coming out of those boxes.
Is that particularly significant in any way?
Sure. Perhaps, I mean, remember this is your first election that's being observed. And I also wonder whether the presence of observers may not have slowed the process somewhat, because maybe they're waiting for observers to be in place and they're dotting the I's and crossing the T's. My sense is that that could probably be the most logical reason why it's taking a bit longer this time.
I think that, and I'm just speculating here, I think that there is new chief electoral officer. The last one retired, came to retirement age and has retired. And I think there may also be a new deputy. So maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe they are organizing themselves differently. Ordinarily, by now, you would have heard the first boxes start to sort of come in. You would get some information coming in on your phone about what is happening across the island. So the EBC, I think, made some changes in relation to their normal processes or the way they organize themselves, which they are entitled to do. I think, Peter, you made the point earlier, and others have, that people not being on the list is quite normal in this election. And it raises a question which I think is fundamental. I think, Peter, you touched on it. There are two of them. One is the extent to which candidates really know their constituencies and cleaned their lists, checked their lists for who is there and who is not. And second, the responsibility of the voter themselves to check to make sure that they're registered to vote. One of the things that happened this year, which was new, but again, it was the law, was that people who were voting for the first time were actually asked to register rather than going onto the list automatically. But it is only in conversation with somebody else that when they read the legislation to me, that I recognized that while the practice had always been that people would go on automatically, that you actually do, first-time voters actually are by law supposed to register. So the EBC has done things a little differently. We have no idea how many people were on or off. There are people who are now admitting that they got notification that they were being taken off, or they were told to check at the EBC, and they just never bothered. It's only when elections actually came and people wanted to vote that you then heard, I ain't on the list, something wrong. And of course, that was the narrative being pushed by the Democratic Labour Party, because it suited their purposes.
This is Barbados Decides 2026 election coverage on CBC TV 8. I'm getting messages that people are watching in St. Vincent and other countries across the Caribbean. We're being hammering away at this issue of the fixed election term or election date. Rather than want to get onto some other issues as well, I want to give Mr. Delaney, first of all, a chance to weigh in. You were waiting to do that.
Yeah. And again, on the point that I was making before about the responsibility of parties, I think, again, looking forward, especially for the smaller parties where they're based, respect the intelligence of voters and show that you want them to be informed, show that you want them to be involved in this process. I think it should never be said, especially for small parties that have a small base, that your voters did not do what they required, and it's your onus, it's your responsibility as leaders to ensure that you marshal the troops, to ensure that you bring them together to do these things. One of the things with the Friends of Democracy only being about 7 months old is that they've shown that seriousness in educating their support base, those persons who have been there from years and years and years, but even those newer persons. There are a lot of newer candidates and a lot of newer supporters, and they've done what they have to ensure that persons are educated, ensure that persons know the legislation, know the process, and get things done.
I want to ask about that, because this whole issue of the presence of third parties and whether they have a real opportunity or not, what would they have done to educate people? You see, the thing with the established parties is that they have a base and they have constituency structures that allow them to mobilize and educate. The smaller parties, I don't want to say the fringe parties, the smaller parties are almost like pop-up parties. They pop up during elections. You see or hear no more of them. They get together with somebody else next election and pop up again, and then they disappear. What is the process of educating the public generally? How do they try to build a base? Are they out there in between elections, canvassing, going house to house, working in constituencies, etc.? That's how both of the existing parties built mass bases. And it is clear that in our structure, that communicating entirely by social media and feeling that the world has heard you and is persuaded to your point of view isn't going to cut it.
Let's look at this issue of the parties. In fact, if you look at this election, there are 9 parties and close to 100 candidates. And normally, if you look back, some of the data is really go back in the 70s or 80s, you probably have, the average PD, you probably know it's better than that, maybe around 62 candidates in the election. We have about 100 candidates and 9 parties. What is the significance of that? Is that particularly, is it useful or counterproductive?
I think just quickly, and I think this is where I would argue Friends Moxie has asserted itself, not as a third party, but even you can say 2.5 or even second when you compare it to the Democratic Labour Party. In July, you talked about being there in the community. In July and August, community drives would have been done, both cleanup and even water drives from St. Michael all the way to St. Lucie. In September, press conferences would have been held. I think as early as October, November, policy platform would have been presented. And for persons that complain about the snap election from the perspective of parties not being ready, I think that just shows a lack of political analysis and political forecast from those parties. From early, the Friends of Democracy would have realized election is coming, we need to put things in place. And that would have meant having training sessions. Since October, training sessions have been held for the candidates and also for their base, from even drivers, counters, polling agents, all polling clerks, polling agents, all of those things, training sessions would have been had. You look at the position that then put the Friends of Democracy when election was called, that they were even able to release a manifesto before the opposition party. I think that shows a roadmap for third parties, that they can truly assert themselves beyond that stigma, beyond that label, and show that if there is seriousness, you can make some waves.
I want to make this point though as well. I just want to get back to the point. We have about 9 political parties. Is that evidence of democracy and political participation, or interest in political participation, being alive and well in Barbados?
Okay, so when we formed the United Progressive Party, I actually did a lot of research on politics and how it came about. And from what I read about the history of politics, everybody participated. You didn't have a political class as such. You had the baker, you had the butcher, you had whoever it was. They participated. And so you might find that the butcher might be on the council. Then politics became separate from the people, because you know the word really derives from people. Politics then became separate from people generally, and then you had a political class. And what has happened over time, and I think it is most clearly demonstrated in the United States, that clearly there's this political class, and they ensure that individuals from that class reach the point where they become congressmen or they become presidents. I mean, it's so clear because with the US has 330,000 people, and sometimes you wonder why it is that they seem as though they're struggling to get two excellent candidates to vie to be president. But it is like Barbados. You have these two parties, and if you're anybody with any ability, you have to fight really hard to get through there to get to the top. And what has happened also is that it's driven by money, and it's deliberately so. So you tend to keep people out who do not have the financial resources.
But doesn't it run counter to that argument, the fact though that we have 9 parties and about 100 candidates?
So what I'm saying, I'm just going back to say historically. So what I'm saying is there's no need to be afraid. You can have several. There are almost 100 candidates running. That's good. In Europe, you have several political parties which run in any given election, and they win seats. And I believe that that is better for their democracy, because when I look to see where the Europeans stand in terms of the Human Development Index, the ones that have many parties and the ones that have proportional representation, they're at the top of the Human Development Index. So when I see that, I think to myself, there is a connection between participating politically, economic and social development, and that's where I would like to see Barbados go.
Dr. Irwin.
So just very quickly, in terms of the Electoral Boundaries Commission, I think Peter and Liz, if I may call you, since we're all first naming it here tonight, just done away with titles, made the point about the Electoral Boundaries Commission and its responsibility. And while I agree with that the Electoral Boundaries Commission has a role, the candidates and the parties have a role, the voters have a role, I don't think we can say that, and I think we need to really be careful how we frame that, that those particular roles are at the expense of the fact that the Electoral Boundaries Commission is primarily and mainly responsible for the management of the election, and that it actually has failed to do so in a way that has been effective and proper. And I think all things can be true at the same time, that the voters still have a role, the parties haven't been playing their role properly, and the Electoral Boundaries Commission hasn't carried out its role to the best of its mandate. That said, I think we also have to be careful that some of the flashpoints in the voting and the system, which are normal, haven't been amplified for political maximization in a way that they never normally would be. So the fact that you may, appear on the list one place and then you're voting somewhere else, that would be normal, and people wouldn't make a fuss. They'll just go and say, okay, I'll go to the Warren's Tower or whatever and change it. And and these days with social media, something that happens all
of a sudden, reality.
Yeah, and on the sudden it's like, oh, the world is falling. But actually, no. No, so let me just finish this. So I think there has to be a balance about that and how we approach the role of the Boundaries Commission and the responsibilities of the voter without shifting the whole burden as if it's on the voter.
Are there legitimate concerns though?
But there are legitimate concerns, but we have to still balance that with what has been the practice and the convention of how elections are run in Barbados.
Ambassador Thompson.
I agree with everything that Ronnie is saying. And I think that clearly there have been some errors. We don't know the extent of the errors, and therefore it would be premature to say that the errors are more than would normally be the case. I agree again with Ronnie that social media amplifies them, because everybody who has a problem can now go on and say, and other people can say, but I also hear whether what they heard has any legitimacy or any truth or not. But there is another point here that Ronnie hasn't made, and it is that from the very start, the leader of the opposition was trying to give the impression that there was to legitimate the outcome.
Delegitimize
the outcome of this particular election, and was saying, oh, it is corrupt, the process has been corrupted, something is very, very wrong. So people started to become very afraid, and when a normal error took place, or something that would normally have occurred, which they would simply have ignored, they started to think, oh my God, something really is very wrong here. The government is up to some mischief. The government is using the EBC in a very wrong way, etc., when none of that was really true. And I think that we have to be very careful. You know, my mother used to have an expression, which I think is an old Bajan expression, that when you sow the wind, you reap the whirlwind. And we have to be very, very careful about how we put negatives about our country, our governance, and our processes out there when they are not true, not accurate, reflect very badly on the country, and then lead the country into disrepute which is undeserved. If something is done wrong out of corruption or anything else, yes, it should be exposed. But where there are normal errors as take place in the course of an election, just like they ordinarily would, I think it is very, very wrong for what we have seen happen to take place. And the fact that we had to bring the Prime Minister thought, let me show that we're really not up to any mischief and that there's nothing amiss and that the government is not trying to do anything to take the election by other than legal means, that she had to bring in election observers. And I actually saw them on the ground today in the polling station where I voted.
Master Thompson?
Sure.
Because we have to get on to Pearson and reporters in the field. I want to shift the discussion when we come back. A corollary to that obviously would be the voters' turnout. And Peter Vicker might want to get your perspective on that and the rest of the panel as well. We don't have the data in yet, but when we do get that and the indications of the voter turnout and the implications for that, and we look at historical analysis as well. Pearson?
Dale Ford is at one of those constituencies which we've been earmarked as marginal. That's St. Philip West, and she is at the Princess Margaret Secondary School. Dale, what can you tell us now?
Well, the counting has started, Pearson. It started around 9:30 p.m. and it is in full force. If you can see just behind me, through the glass windows of the Reginald Lewis Auditorium, you will see that the counting officers are in full force and have started the process. As was noted, the Commonwealth observers are here as well. And of course, this is up for grabs between the Barbados Labour Party, Kay McConney, of course, who won in the 2022 election, 2,580 votes, beating David Estwick from the Democratic Labour Party, who only brought in 2,140 votes. Lynette Eastman, at that time, who was with the Alliance Party, She got 328 votes. And Karina Goodrich, who is at that time was with Solutions Barbados, but now with Friends of Democracy, getting 104 votes. So this is a marginal seat, and we're excited to see where this is going. I'm glad to report that the counting has in fact started here at Princess Margaret Secondary School and started at 9:30. In my first report, I told you that the boxes had come in, but one other box came in maybe 10 or 15 minutes after that, and the official counting has started. We've seen the agents for at least two political parties, the Democratic Labour Party and the Barbados Labour Party. And as I noted, the Commonwealth observers are here as well. And all of this is being done under the scrutiny of returning officer Pauline Morgan. So, as I said, if you can see behind me, the counting has started here at Princess Margaret Secondary School. And I will be back a little later when I have some more details about what is happening and the progress of the counting.
We thank you for that, but also allowing us to see in through the window as to how that process unfolds as well. Dale Ford reporting there from the Princess Margaret Secondary School as we watch St. Philip West. We're getting similar reports coming in from many of the constituencies as well of counting having been started. We heard it started in St. Philip North, St. Andrews, St. John, Christchurch South, St. George North, St. James Central, St. Thomas, Christchurch East Central, St. Michael North East, St. Michael South and St. Michael West. So in major part all across the constituencies, counting has started. There's been a little delay in some instances where the boxes arrived owing to the boxes that housed the ballots for the special forces who had early voting. Their arrival had to be delayed just a little bit, and so now that everything is together, we're expecting very soon to hear some results. So that's what's happening to the moment, and as we get to know a whole lot more from our reporters who are at all of the constituencies, for the sake of our viewers who are not yet quite familiar with how Barbados works, there are 11 parishes broken down into 30 constituencies. 30 constituencies would have had their independent polling going on today, and so they're all gathered now at their respective counting stations, all 30 of them, and so it's from there we'll get those results as they continue to flow in. The discussion, however, happens right here on CBC TV8 with Stetson Babb.
This is Barbados Decides 2026 general election coverage on the CBC TV, radio, and web. Back to our discussion panel. Ambassador Thompson, you want to make a point about, we mentioned earlier, we have about 9 parties, close to 100 candidates. That's significant.
Yeah, I think it suggests that democracy is alive and well in Barbados, that people are free to ventilate their particular position and to try to attract supporters and to challenge the government in any way that they wish, as long as it's legitimate. But I do want to make a point about something that I heard earlier, which made me a little nervous. Chairs have 4 legs. Dogs have 4 legs, so dogs and chairs are the same thing. We were told that because there are a lot of parties in European countries, that means that is why they're high on the Human Development Index. That is a gymnastic of illogic that really should be rejected. It is more important to note that in these countries, in many countries, where you have proportional representation, where you have multiple parties and parties are forced to form minority governments with all kinds of coalitions, that it often leads to instability, inability to make good or sound policy decisions, and a lot of conflict at the socio-political level. And that is one of the reasons why the Parliamentary Reform Commission, on which I sat, did not accept some of the arguments to put in place proportional representation as a system that we would pursue. So that while you want a strong democracy and as many parties as want to contest should be able to do so. And in fact, the PRC looks at the whole issue of funding of political parties and funding of political campaigns in consequence. But it doesn't mean that because you have a lot of parties that automatically you're going to go upon the Human Development Index.
Lynette Eastman of the People's Coalition up. believe is a reference to a comment you made. Do you want to respond?
Yes, and it's such a ridiculous response that I don't know what to say.
Evolve.
It's an absolutely ridiculous response to suggest that I was saying, well, because tomorrow then Barbados should be number 2 on the Human Development Index. That's a stupid thing to say. That isn't what I was saying.
I agree with
what
you.
I
It
was saying
stupid to say
is that in
because
order
there are a
to
lot of
advance your
parties
democracy,
that are on
you
high on
have
the
to
HDI.
make
One at a time.
changes
One
to
at a
it.
time.
So, for example, you can have proportional representation. And this silliness about there being a lot of problems in Europe because you might have to form coalitions and govern through a coalition is ridiculous. If there were difficulty in running the country, they would not be at the top of the Human Development Index. These countries are like number from 1 to 15. But I would also say in my research, what I looked at specifically was New Zealand. New Zealand went through a lot of reforms. And they reformed everything, not only their economy, but they recognized that it was important that when you're reforming the economy, you also reform the political system. And they recognized that the only way that a multi-party state would work, how you would stop the clinch that countries are in by just having 2 parties, was that they had to put in place proportional representation, and New Zealand did that. And New Zealand is one of these success stories that you can look at if you really want to look at economic reform, social reform, and political reform.
Mr. Delaney of Friends of Democracy seems keen to jump in.
I'm also standing in lane.
I think looking forward, and I'll keep looking forward.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's maintain parliamentary decorum.
You don't mean parliamentary. You don't mean
You probably don't, yeah.
Let's be clear.
Funny enough that you mentioned that, because my point was actually on youth parliament, so dealing with that. I think, again, looking forward, we discussed a number of issues, including fixed terms, now including we look at the proportional representation. I think that going forward, even as we grow deeper, we're about going into 5 years as a republic, 6 years as independent, as we go deeper into that level of republicanism, I think the Youth Parliament needs to be engaged a lot more when it comes to these things, and it's in the BLP manifesto. And I know this is something that the Friends of Democracy will hold them accountable to and ensure that the youth are represented and the youth voice comes together to champion and to research and talk about a lot of these issues. I think that when we look at the importance that a space like our Youth Parliament has, these issues are things which need to be discussed. These things are which they need to bring their voice to the table. And so I'm looking forward to discussions like this happening in our National Youth Parliament.
This is Barbados Decides 2026 on CBC Radio, TV, and web. Just want to let our audience know we have a hectic call center. They're busy man the phones as the various election results will start to come in. There you go. We have a number of personnel manning those phones. It's starting to get hectic. As those results will start to pour, and you will know that once those results start to come, historically, Peter, once the results start to come, then they come in a real flood, and then hopefully within due course we'll have, and hopefully quickly, we'll start to have some indication of how the patterns are starting to emerge, and our analysts here will be able to give us some indication of how we read those numbers and what that portends. We're talking a lot about the number of political candidates and political parties. A corollary to that is as well a discussion about, which was suggesting the opposite rather, which is about voter apathy as indicated by the voter turnout. And if you go back historically, some of the data I was looking at far back as maybe 1976, voter turnout was like 74%, I think, as recently as 2018 was like around 62%. Our election in 2022 around 42%. Peter, is that correct? Yeah. Of course, you would use as a factor in there, again, factor the fact that it was coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, and that would have some implications. Voter turnout, Peter, and Mr. Wickham, rather, And Dr. Yearwood, how significant is that? Is that? What
Actually,
does that indicate to you?
Yeah, before we get to voter turnout, I wanted to use this graphic that I had prepared with respect to the third parties, because there was a lot of interest in knowing the impact that third parties have, or alternative parties. And this is essentially the popular support that alternative parties in Barbados would have received since 1971. And you can see that really only in 1994, that was one occasion that we actually had an alternative party that won a seat. And to do that, they had to get 13% support. So one could argue that at the 10% mark is 10% of the total popular support is where a seat is likely to emerge, as was the case with the NDP. Other than that, though, there's been nothing in terms of a third-party impact. And I would go further and make the point that what the third parties have been doing since 2018 and 2022 is further entrenching the Barbados Labour Party. And it's interesting that I keep hearing this conversation about broadening the base of democracy. Well, the reality of the situation is that third parties in this conversation that we've been having in 2018 and 2022 have essentially entrenched the Barbados Labour Party further and further and made it harder for them to win seats elsewhere, which I find is a fascinating contradiction in that way. I too, like Liz, have some challenges with this whole idea of proportional representation. I look at the state of Israel. I look at Italy, which is also now and Germany. All of these are European countries that have gone way, way to the right. And the vast reality of the situation is that they are being dictated by ultra-right small parties that have influence simply because they're in a proportional representation system. And the more I thought about this, because as a student I was fascinated with this idea of proportional representation, the more I thought about it in that context, I am not comfortable subjecting Barbados to this whole idea of the vagaries of an extreme third party.
Peter, I have to ask you to stick a pin there as we go back to Pearson and over to BLP headquarters.
So that's where Anne-Marie Burke is stationed. Anne-Marie, good evening.
Good evening to you, Pearson. We are here at the BLP headquarters in Robert Street. The crowd is steadily building as supporters come here to support the Barbados Labour Party candidates as the declarations are made. It's still early times, but nevertheless there's supporters out and about. And I'm going to go over to two supporters I actually found along the way. Good evening, ladies. Good evening. Why did you decide to come here and support the Barbados Labour Party?
Well, that's a natural something. We come wherever the BLP is or what I always support them.
Now for you, Saitoma, you are a staple person who supports the party. I'm sure you were out early this morning voting.
Yes, I voted at 6 o'clock because I was on the road taking people to the polling station. But the Barbados Labour Party is my life. After God, it's Barbados Labour Party. I love the Barbados Labour Party. I am a member, supporter, any name associated with the Barbados Labour Party, I am.
Now, what are your expectations tonight, though, in terms of will the party win? What are your expectations of this general election for the BLP?
Well, my expectations is that they will win. And I don't think I'm being selfish for wanting 30. I like 30. And if I don't get 30, I like as close to 30 as possible, where I know we will make a comfortable government.
Now, many persons opted to watch the count at home. Why come down here to headquarters?
No, I feel connected. I'm close to my family when I'm here. I want to be here. Here's where I want to be.
Well, thank you for talking to me, and good luck tonight to you and your party. Thank you so much. So as I said, the crowd is steadily building. Behind me, you can see a number of persons gathering. And of course, as the night continues and the declarations are made, we expect that the candidates will come down and their supporters. But right here in Robert Street, the anticipation is building, the crowd is building, and all seems to be going okay here. No incidents at all. Everybody's just in a nice upbeat mode and just waiting to see the results of this general election for the Barbados Labour Party. So back over to you guys in studio.
Anne-Marie, thank you so much. That could very well transform party atmosphere in a matter of moments ahead, but that will be decided by you and your voting today. It'll be interesting to compare or contrast what's happening at the Democratic Labour Party's headquarters if our technical crew could assist us in being able to do so we get a view of either side of the two major parties contesting this poll. But the decision and the discussion continues with Stetson. Stetson?
Thank you, Pearson. Just reminding our listeners and viewers, this is Barbados Decides 2026 general election coverage on CBC TV, radio, and the web. And people are listening in St. Vincent and other countries around the region. Just to remind you, Our panel, we have representing the Barbados Labour Party, Ambassador, the Most Honourable Elizabeth Thompson. From the Friends of Democracy, Mr. John Delaney. We also have, of course, our resident political analyst, Mr. Peter Wickham, along with Dr. Ronnie Yearwood, Senior Lecturer at the UWI KFL campus. From the People's Coalition for Progress, Lynette Eastman, the Democratic Labour Party did not send a representative. Let me broke off to go to BLP headquarters. Peter, we're on the whole issue of voter turnout, and we're also looking at the issue of the impact of the other parties on perhaps the performance of the Democratic Labour Party, and maybe that's maybe particularly significant in certain ridings such as St. John, for example. Right. There may be some level of cannibalization of voter support of these various parties.
No, I think that point has pretty much been made. So, the general point is that the third parties, I'm challenged to understand the role other than essentially the evidence has shown that they have essentially entrenched the Barbados Labour Party further and further, and outside of 1994, you haven't really seen anything significant. A point was made earlier about maybe they could be engaging in public conversation and public education. The reality of the situation is that the third parties struggle so much with being able to establish themselves and to stay alive financially that it's difficult to do much else. But I'm anxious to get to the registration point if we can. And if it's okay, I'll just skip to that.
We'll do that. When we come back, this is Barbados Decides 2026. We'll be right back.
Wait, you see that? That man incredible, man. I wish I could still do something like that.
Hi, Tom. Yes, are you glued to the couch, reminiscent of the old days when you were able to climb without any back pain?
Weird. How you at?
You could start with some exercise and some supported energy supplements. Ask about them at Nature's Discount. Run all the way to Nature's Discount.
Do you struggle with maintaining healthy blood sugar levels or experience occasional digestive discomfort? Berberine and curcumin from Solaray might be the best solution you're looking for. Backed by research, their rigorous testing ensures that every ingredient meets their strict standards. Don't let occasional health concerns hold you back, and find it at your closest Nature's Discount.
Coming to TV8 this February. Get the popcorn because we're turning everything up.
She was naked in your hotel room?
Drama, love, thriller, movies to love. You don't want to miss this. Coming to TV8 this season. Action that keeps you on the edge.
You scaring me now? You think I'm a murderer?
Thrillers that raise the suspense. Love that pulls you in. Stay tuned for must-watch movies.
Community Files.
It's an opportunity to shape modern legislation while ensuring that the law remains fair, effective, and responsive to the needs of society.
The Law Reform Commission invites the public, including civil society groups and professional bodies, to submit written proposals for the reform of the law. Proposals for law reform should not exceed 1,500 words and must be submitted by Monday, February 16th. Written proposals will not preclude oral discussion with their authors. Submissions may be sent via email to lawreform@barbados.gov.bb or delivered in hard copy to the Law Reform Commission, Henry Ford and David Simmons Legal and Judicial Complex, Coleridge Street, Bridgetown.
This Valentine's Day, show a little love by donating blood.
Join the National Blood Collecting Center's Valentine's Day Blood Drive starting February 9th and give the gift of life. Just visit the center. Next.
Besides, election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
Welcome back to Barbados Decides 2026 general election coverage on CBC TV, radio, and web. People watching across the country and across the Caribbean. Our panel, Peter Wickham, Ronnie Yearwood, Mr. Delaney, Lynette Eastman, the Most Honorable Elizabeth Thompson. You were talking earlier, our political analyst, Peter Wickham, about voter registration, voter turnout, and for instance, we have what? About 270,000 people registered to vote this year?
Which is where I wanted to start the conversation, because I think that's a bit high still. You know, in St. James North, we identified, say, 2,000 excess voters, and that's in one constituency. My expectation is that the voters list would have been pruned by certainly a lot more than the 8,000 that came off. So when they say to us that the number right now is 273,000, suggesting that there are 273,000 Barbadians over the age of 18 that can vote, not including it just doesn't seem right. It seems a bit high, which means the list is still bloated, which means that the re-registration process still has not achieved its objectives. But the other important point is that if you look at the size of the constituencies, St. Philip South is the largest with about 12,400 voters. St. Philip West isn't far away with 11,573. But then you have the smallest, which would be St. Michael Central with 6,000 voters. So the difference between the smallest and the largest is like 6,000 voters. And that disparity in size is something certainly that we have to address. I had also prepared a graphic. I don't know if we can have it on the screen, but there's some interesting arrangements where you have, let's say the top 10 of them have 10,000 voters or more, and then you have another set with 9, and then the smallest ones with 6. Clearly, we're going to need to look at perhaps creating another seat, or alternatively achieving a greater level of equilibrium. But for sure, there needs to be some concentration, some reflection on the party and also on the numbers of people that are registered that can't vote.
I would say that for those of us who are not intuitively numerate, that figure of 270,000 was curious.
Yeah. The other thing that's interesting too is the increases and decreases. So you have, for example, St. Philip South, which is large already, is increasing by 4% this time around. With the list being clean, one would expect decreases across the board. And we've only had decreases in like about 5 or 6 places. I think the biggest decrease was in St. Michael South, that dropped by 6%. We had one, St. George North, dropped by 4%. But we have some whopping increases. Christchurch East Central has grown by 10%. A lot of this is very, very difficult to explain, and I think that it has a lot to do with our essentially not having completely pruned the list, and essentially it means that we still have some work to do in terms of making it happen. Excuse me.
So if you look at some of the Peter, we have
Yeah.
That's 5%. And Christchurch West.
Well, if I can jump in for just a moment, Stetson, just to let you know that we are hearing that some early numbers are soon to be released, and we'll be checking in with that. We are also quite excited, and we thank you so much for joining us, all of you who are watching on our website, cbc.bb. A significant number of you, in excess of 7,000, are logged on at the moment. And we're grateful also to our media partner, Carivision, who've joined in this sharing of this broadcast across 16 Caribbean territories, the New York tri-state area, Canada, Colombia, Latin America broadly. So a significant number of you are watching, and we thank you so very much for paying attention to Barbados Decides the general elections of 2026. 6. A lot of our reporters have said that counting has started, and we're excited about that because hopefully we'll get some results flowing really, really soon. So joining that long list already, St. Philip North, St. Andrews, St. John, Christchurch South, St. George North, St. James Central, St. Thomas, Christchurch East Central, St. Michael North East, St. Michael South, St. Michael West, St. James South, St. Michael West Central, and South Central, as well as Christchurch East. So our reporters are everywhere, and they're bringing us everything that we need to know so that we know as Barbados decides that decision. Lisa Broom has joined us now. She's at the headquarters of the Democratic Labour Party. Let's see the contrast or the comparison. Lisa, good evening.
Good evening again, Pearson. Thank you. Still relatively quiet here at DLP headquarters. As I reported earlier, there are a few people. There's a screen set up on the outside in, well, what I'm describing as the courtyard, but in the area, if you know the George Street setup, it is in the area in front of the bar where people are sitting down. There's a projector screen and they're viewing the various broadcasts. One of the people who was here, the person who really set up everything, was Pedro Shepherd, who is the DLP's candidate for one of the St. Michael constituencies.
St. Michael Southeast.
St. Michael Southeast. So, Pedro, we are beginning to hear, we've heard that counting has started at a number of the polling stations, and some preliminary numbers are coming in. Tell me a little bit about how things went for you today.
Well, I think things went relatively smoothly in St. Michael Southeast. I had, I think, 2 or 3 concerns where persons turned up to vote and were not on the list. I know one case in particular, this person was on the overseas list, having gone overseas only for 1 month. We were trying to get her back on the list. That did not work. And when the polling agents came back in this afternoon, I had one of them with a list of probably about 12 persons who were not able to vote. But it is what it is. I am comfortable with whatever the result is. I heard in the background that I'm getting some licks. That is fine. But I will continue to listen during the course of the evening to see what or how the Democratic Party is going to perform, and we'll make an assessment based on the overall result.
Now, we've been hearing that there are projections. Of course, as we said, the counting has just only recently started, so these are just merely projections that the Dems may be winning a seat or 2. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I had predicted that we would win 20 seats. I was probably over ambitious. The prediction is now that we look closely at the St. Philip North, St. Philip West, St. Lucie, St. John, and Walters in St. Michael Northwest. But the trend as it is so far appears as though the Barbados Labour Party will be doing a fairly good job at retaining some seats. And we will probably struggle to get 5 or 6, but whatever it is going to be legitimate seats this time. And we will have a legitimate opposition in Barbados to take on the Barbados Labour Party.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Shepherd. Are you expecting many more people to come as the night goes on?
Well, some people don't take defeat that easily, so some might not come, but I'm sure that the political leader, who will be the opposition leader if we get a few seats, and you never know, miracles can happen, so we can win the government, but I'm sure that the current opposition leader would come down to headquarters to celebrate with those who will be joining him in the Parliament of Barbados.
Thank you very much. That's Pedro Shepherd, the DLP's candidate for St. Michael Southeast. This is your second time in the riding.
And I'll be back for a third time.
You heard it here first. He'll be back for a third time. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Lisa. I always had my caveat to that, which is if it be the will of the Lord. And so we'll continue to see and watch what's happening there as well at DLP headquarters to see if more people come and what is the mood and the celebration. Indeed, we saw what is happening already in Roebuck Street with music playing, people gathered and ready to hit the street in celebration or jubilation. But the conversation continues right here. St. Joseph, we're told, has begun its counting now, and so hopefully we'll hear from them in a few moments as well. But back to you, Stetson.
Thank you, Pearson, and thank you for picking up the slack during my not wardrobe, but microphone malfunction. Back to our panel. Peter Wickham, you're on the issue of voter registration.
Yeah, I think I more or less concluded it. So my sense is that the registration numbers are probably still going to be a bit high, which means that we will be reporting a voter turnout that's still going to be considerably lower than it ought to be. And we also need to look at methods of cleaning the list and maintaining. One of the challenges that I've had over the years is that we talk about vote apathy and we base it on the voter turnout numbers, which I think is a fundamental error, because those voter turnout numbers do not reflect accurately the numbers of people who do not participate in elections. And I think that we have some results going in here. So I don't know if you wanted to switch the conversation to that now instead, in as much as
Pearson, what do you have?
Results. Yeah.
Well, like you, I'm trying to go too, because what I can see on the screen just behind you, I'm not yet seeing on my monitor right here, is, here we go, that so far votes in represent that Bradshaw has, in the St. Michael Southeast constituency, so far garnered 1,049 votes. That's 1,049 votes. To Pedro Shepherd's 206 votes. And Turney's 12 votes. That's Bradshaw 1,049, Shepherd 206, Turney 12. Bradshaw thus far having 82.7% of the votes counted to Shepherd's 16.26% and Turney's 0.95%. Back to you.
Northeast, Sanchez Bradshaw versus Pedro Shepherd. 82% of the vote counted so far versus 16% for Pedro Shepherd. Peter Wickham, it's all yours.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a seat that I expected the Democratic Labour Party to make any impact on. And these results already, even though we don't really know which polling divisions they're coming from, and I'm hoping that we can get that information, it's not going to change a whole lot. There's 80-something% ahead. Even though there's a small number counted, it's not going to be a game changer. So that seat was not expected to move, and clearly it probably won't at this rate. But it's not one of the seats that we're watching with interest. But if we can get the polling divisions from which those numbers are taken, then perhaps we can look at a swing. That might be useful. But outside of that, it's an expected, anticipated outcome in St. Michael Southeast.
Of course, we don't have a representative of the Democratic Labour Party on the panel, but we do have from the Barbados Labour Party, Ambassador Thompson.
Nothing to, I don't want to say right home about here. I'm really very happy for the Deputy Prime Minister, of course, but not an unexpected result. As I said earlier, I think there are some boxes I think we may have been off here that I expect that are going to swing big toward the Barbados Labour Party tonight. I think Chris Gibbs is going to be one of them. I don't want to call all at this stage, but I think there are a few. But in those constituencies that perhaps we agree might be the battleground constituencies, those are the results that we want to hear.
Other members of the panel, feel free to weigh in.
Just a point of interest, and I think that viewers might be interested to hear. In the last election, Sanchez Bradshaw scored 76%. So that's a safe seat by any measure. And my sense is that it is not likely to grow significantly beyond that, because when you get into that territory, seats tend not to grow any further. Patrick Tannis ran on the last occasion. I'm sorry, not Patrick Tannis, because he ran for the APP. But Pedro Shepherd would have run there before, and he got 19% of support. So I imagine that he would want to grow his support from 19, because that's not a particularly significant number. But it's a safe seat, 76 versus 19, and it pretty much looks on track to retain that level of support.
Sorry, I just wanted to add 76% last time to 19, and on this occasion.
Well, I mean, already it's 80-something%, but that's with a small number counted.
Stick up in, we're going to Pearson.
Yes, indeed. I'm told that Trevor Clark is monitoring 6 Phillips North, and I'm not sure what he has to report for us now. Trevor?
Church in Curtin, St. Philip. Counting has started. Busy activity in the church hall. The first 5 boxes are being worked on. The returning officer, Karen Callender, says she'll be counting in batches of 5. They started late because we're waiting for the arrival of the Special Forces boxes. But all in all, everything is started. It's quiet on the outside, but busy on the inside. Boxes counting in batches of 5. I believe that anytime soon, we'll be getting at least a hand cue from one of the agents that they're ready to give us some results. The agents of the parties in order, the polling agents, they are all here from the Barbados Labour Party, for Indar Weir, Neil Marshall from the Democratic Labour Party, Omar Smith, Freedom of the Friends of Democracy, and John Lane Scanlberry, the Bajan Reform Party. So that's an update as to what's going on here at the Faith New Testament Church of God in Curtin, St. Philip. Back to you.
Thank you, Trevor, reporting for St. Philip South. But we do already know, as we shared with you moments ago, some of the results had already come in for St. Michael's Southeast, where Santia Bradshaw continues to lead in that riding. But if you look there, you would have seen on your screen just moments ago those who are contesting the constituency of St. Philip South, Indar Weir, Neil Marshall, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Scanterbury as well. 4 men hoping for the opportunity to take that seat of St. Philip South. But the debate and the conversation continues. Before we do, I believe that Rachel Agard is standing by to join us now. Rachel, good evening.
Good evening, Pearson. How are you doing? Counting has officially started at St. Matthew's Primary School for the St. Michael Northeast constituency. It is currently being contested by Barbados Labour Party's Mia Amo Motley, Democratic Labour Party's Jamal Sandiford, and the Barbados Sovereign Party's Clarine Howard. The returning officer is Gwendolyn Bridgman Bushell. And we have the results for the first 4 boxes. They were just delivered by election clerk Sandra Griffith Carrington. In KA1, A to H, Ms. Howard got 7 votes, Ms. Motley 222, Mr. Sandiford 27. In KA1, I to Z, Ms. Howard got 8, Ms. Motley 225, Mr. Sandiford 16. In KA2, A to H, Ms. Howard got 4, Ms. Motley 138, Mr. Sandiford 18. And KA2, I to Z, Ms. Howard earned 3, Ms. Motley 142, Mr. Sandiford 21. That's all we have from this location so far. I'm Rachel Agard at St. Matthew's Primary as Barbados decides.
Indeed, Barbados decides the votes now in the counting position, and so we're waiting to hear as we hear more coming out of that counting process as well. But Stetson, it's back to you.
Thank you, Pearson. Of course, we have a well-manned call center, manning the telephones as election results start to come in. Early days yet, Peter Wickham. No great surprises here. We have from 2 St. Michael constituencies.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to make a request that if we can have the information by box, KA1 and KA2, so that we know the total number in each box. And I was saying earlier that it really helps the analysis if we can have it broken down in this way. So I'm at a loss in terms of what that means because I can't model it, but at the same time, I mean, you know, this is a constituency that we know Prime Minister Motley is going to win. She has 86% support, the highest in the island in that constituency, so the likelihood of that moving is also quite low. But I'm anxious to see whether she can grow her support there and certainly what that means in terms of the national swing in the other constituencies. So,
Dr. Irwin?
I just want to pick up a little conversation that we had about this in terms of the fact that it reflects the 8,000 reflects that the 8,000 that were proposed to come off hadn't come off. And what it seems to me, and this is just a little bit of speculation, is that after all the complaints leading up to the election, the Electoral Boundaries Commission just seemed to almost hit the reset button, and the list was just published as is, so that nobody could then complain that they were taken off or removed. Everybody's on. So, you know, people were saying that folks who died are on. And I think they just literally just threw the list at the elections and went like, you know what, I'm just going to put everything up there so that there can't be any complaints to say that no one had the chance or they were on it. Because those numbers on the list are a little bit, are not even a little, they're way too high for a list that should have been clean. The other point...
So Michael West, we're going to Pearson?
Yeah.
All right, so St. Michael West, as you know, Gibbs and Fannis beating it out indeed for that constituency. So far, the results in to us indicate that Chris Gibbs has 116 votes, to Damien Fanas, 31 votes. 116, that's 116 so far in for Chris Gibbs. And for Damien Fanas, that's 31. That's 78.91% versus 21.09%. Stetson.
Any likelihood that we can hear where those boxes are coming from?
Excuse me.
It's a little frustrating.
And then the other point, just to follow up about the number of candidates and parties and voter apathy. The question is, do we have voter apathy per se, or that people just don't have choices, or they feel there are no alternatives to vote for? And I think if you really drill down it, I don't think people are apathetic. Barbadians are very engaged politically. They may not be engaged in general elections, but they're engaged for their causes, you know, whatever it's saving this or organizing this. If you really get young people do a lot of engagement. They're just not necessarily in a party or in a general election. So the challenge is, how do you get them into that electoral process? And I don't think people are apathetic. They just think, what's the point of voting if there are not enough credible choices? And the reality is, there are not enough credible choices in the process. And as you said earlier, if you think it's a foregone
conclusion. Again, stick a pin, and we'll be doing this as the results come in. More quickly, St. Michael's Central, I believe, Pearson?
That's correct. Where Damien Best is stationed. This Damien, good evening.
Straight into the returning officer, Pearson. Good night.
Anthony Hines, he polled 4 votes. Tyra Trotman, 84 votes. Raymond Biggins, 6 votes. Andrea Worrell, 33 votes. Total cast was 127. MA1, I to Z. Anthony Hines polled 5 votes. Tyra Trotman, 85 votes. Raymond Biggins, 3. Andrea Worrell, 26. Total votes polled, 119. And MA2, A to H. Anthony Hines polled 2 votes. Tyra Trotman, 98. Raymond Wiggins, 11. Andrea Worrell, 13. Total, 124 valid votes. One ballot was rejected. MA2, I to Z. Anthony Hines polled 0. Tyra Trotman, 102. Raymond Wiggins, 5. Andrea Worrell, 35. Total valid votes, 142. 1 was rejected. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So there you have it. Quick update here from Cobblemere School, the returning officer, bringing the numbers back to us. We want to say thanks so much to the returning officer, Mr. Murray, for ensuring that we got these numbers that we wanted a bit earlier, but he said he would bring them back in batches of 4. So definitely that is the update here. We'll do the tabulation, and of course we give you the full rundown of the numbers in just a moment or two. But the situation here is that the counting continues, and that is the very latest from Cobblemere School.
That counting, thank you, Damien, shows that Tyra is in the lead. Tyra. And so I've removed my pin. Stetson, it's back to you.
Pearson, Peter Wickham, St. Michael's Central, pretty much like, what, 3-1, is it, in favor of Tyra Trotman?
I'm struggling, sorry, because I need to know where these results are coming from, the polling divisions, and the way that it's being presented, it doesn't really help. Yeah, she's leading, but we expected her to be leading. St. Michael's Central is a seat that holds 68% support for the Barbados Labour Party on the last occasion. My expectation is that it was a seat that the Barbados Labour Party would retain. It is a relatively, well, it's in the safe seat zone.
Yeah, but what's significant, though, it's not just a new, but a very young candidate.
Yeah, it's a young candidate, but remember she's taken over from a fairly experienced BLP candidate, a fairly senior BLP candidate. She's taken over while the BLP is in government, and she's taken over with a relatively comfortable majority. I think that all of those factors will make for a far softer landing in terms of her. And
Yes, indeed. Let's get to Anmar Goodrich-Boyce in St. Lucie quickly.
Spoiled votes. The results of votes cast in polling box LA1H to Z. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 2 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 86 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 8 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 86 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LA1H to Z was 182 votes. There were 2 spoiled votes. The results of votes cast in polling box LA2A to E is as follows. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 3 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 102 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 8 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 151 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LA2A to E was 264 votes. There were no spoiled votes. The results of votes cast in polling box LA2F to H. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 2 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 71 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 7 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 155 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LA2F to H was 235. There were 3 spoiled votes. So those are the results from the first 4 boxes counted. Thank you.
Anmar, I'm not so sure if you can hear me, but if you could, did you write down the results of the first box that was declared? Because we missed a part of that, if you can. Did you get that?
Secondary school here in the battle for the constituency of St. Lucie. Mr. Colin Cumberbatch just updating the media in terms of the first 4 boxes, and we'll have the rest of the boxes coming to you shortly.
Thank you, Anmar, indeed. All right, let's take it back to you, Stetson.
Well, thanks, Pearson. That's significant because St. Lucie, of course, one of those bellwether constituencies that we're watching very carefully for the trend there. We missed the first box, as Pearson said, and I will primarily focus on the 2, what we call major candidates, BLP and DLP, Mr. Griffith. We had 86 for one box, 86 votes for the BLP, 86 for the DLP. Another box, 102 for the DLP, and 151, if my numbers are correct, for the BLP. And the 4th box, 71 for the DLP, and 155 for the BLP. Ambassador Thompson.
Yes, yes.
How significant is that?
Excuse me. I would be curious to check the communities that these particular boxes relate to and what the traditional voting patterns have been, because we know that there are certain parts of St. Lucie that are hardcore DLP generally, and there are certain parts that the BLP can expect to do well in. So we can't really know how Peter Phillips is truly performing until we know the communities that the boxes relate to. I'm going to check that in a minute. But I would have to tell you that when I heard the 86 and the initial results, I began to feel a little nervous. I would expect, I'll say what I thought at the beginning of the night, and I'm not yet persuaded that I've been wrong. I think the Barbados Labour Party will take this seat, but that it is going to be close. That was my view coming in here at the beginning of the night, and looking at these results, I haven't changed my mind about that. I expect that Ian really is going to perform very well.
We're also, of course, keen to see when the results start to come in for a few other constituencies. Those we are keeping a keen on. Of course, St. Lucie was one. St. John will be another. There are those who think that St. Philip West, St. Philip North, even possibly St. Michael Northwest. Those are some of the constituencies we'll keep a key eye on for what the trends will seem to portend and indicate. Peter Wickham is back in the chair.
Comment intelligently. So I'm just holding on and hoping that we can get some box by box information and then we can take it from there. I think it's clear that the Barbados Labour Party is leading, but there's a challenge in terms of understanding what it means at the box level. Yeah.
Dr. Hayward?
I agree with Peter, and having done work for Peter before polling, you can't. We really need a breakdown. We would just be making guesswork, and we can do better once we have the numbers. But you can see that so far from the general picture, the Barbados Labour Party is leading, but that's still a little bit too early to call on McKinney.
Mr. Delaney, Friends of Democracy?
Yeah, I think the numbers that we're seeing, not the best from FOD when it comes to St. Lucie, but something to work with. And I think one of the more important things that persons want to hear from us, the newer party, is that they're here to stay. Your representative that you see in Sherlyn Davis is not a face and a name that you will only hear and stop hearing on February 11th tonight. It is a name and a face in which persons can get used to seeing, get used to hearing. We look forward to the service that he's able to give the community, even if not as a member of parliament.
That makes me raise a question, and it really has to do with canvassing generally. Griffith, the other Griffith from Wayne Griffith, I'm sorry, I couldn't remember his first name. Wayne Griffith from St. Lucie indicated that, the response this time was much, much better, et cetera, and yet we're seeing only 8 votes. And it has to do, and I often say this, I tried to make this point to the DLP representative last time. Barbadian voters are generally extremely polite. And when you go to them, I've been running in elections and working in elections. Well, I've been running since 1991, but working in elections for much longer than that. People are very, very polite, and they do not tell you. Well, very few people tell you, look, move from my place here because I voted for you.
Or put up a sign.
Or put up a sign, yeah. Most people receive you very warmly, particularly if they like worse. You. Rest, and they'll be gracious, and you can leave with the view that the person is with you, and you must not mistake courtesy, Barbadian courtesy, or even when they voice discontent with the incumbent, that means that it's a vote for you. And here we heard the candidate earlier, Wayne Griffith, in St. Lucie saying earlier, how wonderfully he was received and how much better it has been this time. I don't know what he got last time. He said this is a state.
I don't think he quite said that. I think that is a great elaboration of what he said. When he was speaking about his reception, he was talking about the fact that Barbadians seem more open to listening to a party other than the BLP and DLP. And we don't know what percentage that is, but I understand from the surveys that were done, I think it's Professor Devonish, he said that people are prepared to consider another party. So that's what he said. He also said that those who made a commitment to him to vote for him, he believed that they would vote for him. He didn't say how many.
All 8 of them.
So exactly.
Crazy,
or 24, however many it was. So that's what he said. But I also want to comment on the fact that Peter suggested that the existence of these other parties somehow caused the entrenchment of the Barbados Labour Party. But I'm not seeing that from the results so far. From the results so far, the BLP has done very well against the Democratic Labour Party candidate. It isn't like the votes of the independents or other parties caused them to do badly. I don't see that. And because
you're saying that
they do badly on their own.
You're saying that, or rather, are you saying that the votes of the alternative parties are so insignificant as to have any impact on the outcome?
Well, Peter said too that as far as he could see, they weren't having any impact. But then he turned around and said that they were entrenching the Barbados Labour Party. So if you're not having any impact, you shouldn't be able to cause the entrenchment of any
Stick a
party.
Paul. Due respect, back to the results. St. Michael Northwest, is it, Madam Producer? St. Michael Central. St. Michael Central, there you go. Tyra Trotman, 369 votes for the Barbados Labour Party. Pearson, I'll turn it over to you. That's right.
And this is what we're receiving now. What's the polling station? I'm not clear in the top left what that polling station is, but Tyra Trotman receiving 306. Okay, it's flipping on me. MA1 Trotman 169 votes to Worrell's 59, Wiggins 9, and Hines 9. That's in MA1. In MA2, Trotman garnered 200 votes, 200, to Worrell's 35, Wiggins 11, and Hines 2. That's an MA2. Those are results in thus far. And the total thus far comes to Trotman 369 votes, to Worrell's 94 votes, Wiggins 20, and Hines 11. So Trotman so far gathering 74.7% to Worrell's 19.03, Wiggins 4, and Hines 2% of the votes. Back to you.
So I'm looking more at the percentages and the actual individual actual quantities. It's looking like Peter Wickham, our analyst, something like 3 to 1, something like 4 to 1, Tyra Trotman of the BLP. Sorry, stop again. We have back to Pearson, St. Lucie.
Hotly contested constituency of St. Lucie, where Anmar Goodrich-Boyce has more to report for us. Anmar?
Yes, that's right, Pearson. It is extremely close in terms of the battle to see who will become the next member of Parliament for the constituency of St. Lucie. Just moments ago, the returning officer, Colin Cumberbatch, she gave us the results in the first 4 boxes. I have them here on my phone, so I'll read them for you. In LA1, A to G, the Barbados Labour Party's candidate, Peter Phillips, 99 votes. The Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 98 votes. Friends of Democracy, Sherlyn Davis, 1 vote, and the People's Coalition for Progress Party, that candidate, Wayne Griffith, 6 votes. LA1, H to Z, the Barbados Labour Party's candidate, Peter Phillips, 86 votes. The Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, also 86 votes. The Friends of Democracy, 2. That, of course, is Sherlyn Davis, and the People's Coalition for Progress candidate, Wayne Griffith, has 8 votes. In LA2, A to E, 151 votes for the Barbados Labour Party's candidate Peter Phillips, 102 votes for the Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 3 votes for Sherlyn Davis of the Friends of Democracy, and 8 votes for the People's Coalition's Wayne Griffith. And finally, LA2, F to H, 155 votes for Peter Phillips of the Barbados Labour Party, 71 votes for the Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, and 2 votes for the Friends of Democracy's Sherlyn Davis, and 7 votes for the People's Coalition Progress. That representative there is Wayne Griffith. So it is a total. I'll just break it down for you. Peter Phillips leading the way for the Barbados Labour Party, the incumbent, 491 votes. Ian Griffith, his biggest challenger from the Democratic Labour Party, 357 votes. Sherlyn Davis, Friends of Democracy, 8 votes. Wayne Griffith of the People's Coalition Progress, 29 votes. So those are the results, the early results, the first 4 boxes from the Darrell Jordan Secondary School as we're tracking the results. And this is what is expected to be a very keenly contested seat here in St. Lucie. As Barbados decides, Anmar Goodrich-Boyce, Pearson, it's back over to you.
Thank you, Anmar. The electricity is charged right there in St. Lucie at the moment. Most people sitting on the edge of seats. It's a very hotly contested seat indeed. And so let's go now to Ryan Broom, who is at St. John, as we monitor what's happening in that particular riding there as well. Ryan, over to you. All right, we're hoping that Ryan will again get himself settled so that he can bring us some information out of St. John, the constituency of St. John, which is hotly contested as well. It's one of those marginal seats that we're keeping a very keen eye on because it's also one being contested by the opposition leader. So Ryan, if you're ready, it's over to you.
Thank you. Well, good evening, Pearson. With just moments ago, we got the first set of boxes here in St. John, and now I'll let you hear from the returning officer, Ms. Gracia Bolden Thompson.
All right. So we're not sure what's happening there technically with Ryan. We'll get that sorted out as soon as possible because like the other constituencies, we're also watching that one very, very closely. And we're very all eager to hear the results coming out of that polling there today. So while we wait, we'll take it back to you, Stetson, for continued discussion. And then when Ryan is settled, we'll bring it back to you.
Thanks, Pearson. And let the panelists know, obviously, as soon as we get any data from any of the polling stations or from the constituencies, we'll, of course, break. Let's go. The numbers.
I can tell you, given the information in JA1, Griffith, garnering 183 votes. To Thorns, 101 votes, 101. And Kemar Stewart's 25 votes. Once again, Griffith 183 to Thorns 101. So in JA2, Griffith has polled 238 votes, 238 to Thorns 186, that's 186 to Stewart's 28, 28, that's in JA2. In JA3, it's Griffith 74 votes, 74 to Thorns 63, 63, and Stewart's 9 votes, that's in JA3. And so the total until now is Griffith 495, 495, Thorn 350, 350, to Stewart's 62, 62. Griffith holding so far 54.5% of the votes cast. Stetson?
Thank you, Pearson. Very interesting. Very similar to St. Lucie. A vote very, very close, but the Barbados Labour Party maintaining a bit of a lead in both St. Lucie and St. John, but let's get Peter Wickham straight on this.
Yeah, well, I mean, the St. John one is, and St. Lucie seem to be interesting. The St. John one is looking as though there is a swing against the Barbados Labour Party of 3%. And from my estimations, at that level, the Barbados Labour Party can still win the seat. Certainly, he would need a slightly larger swing to be able to take it. So my sense is that there is some deterioration in support for the Barbados Labour Party there. It's consistent with expectations. However, it's not enough to be able to cause it to lose the seat.
In line with our previous discussion, how critical is the third party, alternative party role there?
And that's important because, I mean, already we're seeing Kemar is generating, but certainly he has what? I see 7% so far in these early numbers. And that's enough, you know, that's enough to make a difference in terms of the output because let's say he is now projecting at 55%. This is the Barbados Labour Party's candidate. That extra percentage would help in this situation. So my expectation now in St. John is that St. John will go back to the Barbados Labour Party. Kemar Stewart will help. There is a reduction in support for the BLP in that constituency, consistent with my expectations, but not a sufficiently large deterioration to be able to cause it to lose the seat.
Is there somebody trying to St. Lucie?
St. Lucie I've been able to work out because there's insufficient data, but there's also a negative swing in St. Lucie, but again, I don't think it's big enough.
Dr. Herwood?
Yeah.
I think it just goes to Peter's point. Some of the effects that the third party candidates or the other parties are having in some of the more marginal constituencies, and we're seeing the effect there in St. John because you can't ignore. You just can't ignore those.
I want to quickly give Mr. Delaney a chance to get it. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think, again, when you look at statistics in general, and the political analysts can chime in, generally around 2.5 to 9.9%, that is where you get those early adopters, those persons who are willing to give a chance, those persons who are willing to invest in a different opposition and in a different option. And I think that, again, the messaging that persons like Sherlyn Davis would give to their constituents, to that 2% or 4% that comes out and votes for them, is that we are here to stay. You are the early adopters, you are the ones that have given us support in this 2026 election, and we will continue to work with you even from outside of the steps and the walls and the seats of Parliament. And so I think that that's a blueprint that you want to see all of the third and alternative parties building on, not starting one constituency and maybe move to the next, or start now, take a break for 3 years and then come back. I think that if third parties are serious about making an impact, if these 96 candidates are serious about making that impact, take hold of that 2.5 to 9% of voters that comes out and supports you, build your base so that in the next election you can continue to think on that. I think that has been a detriment to a lot of third parties, that they have not properly capitalized on those early adopters who have come out and shown their support behind them.
Ambassador Thompson, the early results from some of these key states, key constituencies, are in line with your predictions.
I've been around the block a long time, Stetson. It's the truth. I do have a very political question. Based on the results that I saw so far, I'm expecting, like Peter, that the Barbados Labour Party will hold St. John. Equally, when I look at what is happening in St. Michael, is it West Central with Tyra and Central, beg your pardon, with Tyra and Warrell Andre. I'm so sorry. I'm so accustomed calling him by his nickname now that I had to rein myself.
Second urgent, we have to go back to Pearson St. John.
Okay.
Yes, indeed. So I'm being told that the returning officer has approached us, and so let's go right over to St. John now.
Ready? Okay. Okay, we're here in St. John where we're about to get more results coming in. 4 more boxes, I understand.
Returning officer's statement of the polls for polling station JA488. Chaz McDonald Griffith, 115. Kimar Jabari Devontis Strode, 11. Ralph Anthony Thorne, 36. Box JA4 I to Z. Chaz McDonald Griffith, 85. Kimar Jabari Devontis Strode, 7. Ralph Anthony Thorne, 42.
Sonia.
JB1, 88.
Let me 84.
Chaz McDonald Griffith, 102. Kimar Jabari Devontis Strode, 9. Ralph Anthony Thorne, 71. JB1, I to Z. Chaz McDonald Griffith, 95. Kimar Jabari Devontis Strode, 6. Ralph Anthony Thorne, 75. I think we've covered all.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay,
I covered the one with 162, 115.
We had more than 13.
Yes,
so
that
many.
was the top.
I think that was the top.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Richard Harris.
Yeah, check them.
Right, so we had that from Mr. Richard Harris, the Deputy Returning Officer here in St. John. It's back to you in the studio.
Ryan, thank you. We apologize for the extraneous comments you heard earlier on, and I'm hoping that Ryan and his team there will put it all together. And so we'll continue our coverage of Barbados decides the general election 2026. Back to you, Stetson.
Thank you, Pearson. Ladies, gentlemen, what are we seeing so far? Your thoughts?
If I may, I was speaking. Thanks. Sorry, if ever so much. The question that I wanted to ask, when I started seeing the result between Andre Worrell and Tyra Trotman, I was very curious to see St. John, and I think we really have to ask a question here. Ralph Thorne insisted on moving to St. John, forced out Kimar Stewart, forced out Andre Worrell, both of whom were St. John men. But he never declared that he was going to run in St. John. He kept baiting us and teasing us and so, but he never said he was running. I mean, one Ronnie here, but he forced out Andre. Andre Worrell is a born and bred St. John man. He forced him into urban Barbados where he wasn't known, where he did not know people, so that Ralph could move into what he thought was himself a sinecure for the Democratic Labour Party. He is now clearly losing Andre. He is losing the Democratic Labour Party base of St. John very badly, because he's a political leader and that he is polling so poorly next to someone who was said to be unpopular really says a great deal about him.
Sorry, Ambassador, we have to go to St. Philip West, Pearson.
Sure.
Yes, let's go over to St. Philip West and hear what's happening there. Dale Ford.
Yes, good evening again, Pearson. I have with me the returning officer, Ms. Pauline Morgan, to give us the first set of results. Good evening, Ms. Morgan.
Good evening to you. Day 1, A to H, Eastman 11, Estwick 91, Goodridge 23, Makoni 115, PJ 1, I to Z, Eastman 3, Estwick 103, Goodridge 8, Makoni 113, PJ 2, that's A to Z, Eastman 9, Estwick 126, Goodridge 16, and Makoni 96. That gives a grand total: Eastman 23, Estwick 320, Goodridge 47, and Makoni 324.
So there you have it, and the initial boxes PJ1 A to H, PJ1 I to 7, and PJ to Z. We have Eastman a total of 23 in these initial countings, Estwick 320, Goodridge 47, and K. McConney 324 votes. And of course, we will be keeping on top of the counting here at Princess Margaret Secondary School for the constituency of St. Philip West.
And we'll keep on top of it with you, Dale, as well. This is Barbados Decides, the general election of 2026. We're back in a moment.
Barbados Decides. Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
This Valentine's Day, show a little love by donating blood. Join the National Blood Collecting Center's Valentine's Day Blood Drive starting February 9th and give the gift of life. Just visit the center next to the Winston Scott Polyclinic on Gemmitt's Lane, St. Michael, Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. Make a difference this Valentine's Day. Show love by giving blood. Donors should be between 18 and 70 years old and are encouraged to hydrate the day before and have a full meal within an hour of giving blood.
The Caribbean Home Help Nursing Agency offers reliable and compassionate private nurses right to your home. Our private nurse care is ideal for persons recovering from an illness, surgery, or requires personalized medical assistance. We also provide companionship care that can be just as vital as the physical assistance. The Caribbean Home Help family provides the safety, comfort, and professionalism to those persons in need. Give us a call today and start living your best life.
Need natural medicine that really works? Amaze is the miracle store with very effective natural products for cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, cholesterol, weight loss, arthritis, cataract, glaucoma, fibroids, PCOS, menopause, viruses, acid reflux, detoxing, prostate and male dysfunction, butter and oils for balding, eyelash and eyebrow growth serum, health foods, and much more. Open Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturdays, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Amaze, 12 and 13 Harvest Plaza, Oistins, telephone 420-7809. Come in and be amazed. We have what you need.
Wait, wanna hear about this new super feeds thing?
From the fields where hard work meets hope. Born from the heartbeat of every farmer. Forged in dedication, strengthened by purpose and fueled by the power of superior nutrition. It's a bird! It's a grain! No! It's super feed! Superior.
Do you need your prescriptions filled fast with friendly and reliable service? Are you looking for vitamins, cosmetics, or over-the-counter medicines? We got you. Visit one of our 2 locations, Standard Pharmacy on Tweedside Road and CS Pharmacy on Broad Street. Contact us at 427-2047 or 429-3298. Looking after the good health of the nation every day.
Welcome to the Western Sales Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sales Center, the heartbeat of West.
Sides. Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
And we are indeed grateful for the support of our sponsors. We thank you so much for joining us here at Barbados Decides, the general election of 2026. We're also excited about the people who are watching from all over the world, thanks to that partnership with CariVision. Those of you watching in the 16 Caribbean territories where CariVision is part of your package, or in the New York tri-state area, Canada, Colombia, or Latin America, thank you for watching and staying with us here as well. But thankful we're also being heard across the platforms of the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, and we are thankful for you being there as well. But let's go now to Christchurch South and get some information coming in there. Good evening to you, Kimberly.
Good evening to you, Kimberly. Good evening, Pearson. Once again, we're coming to you from the Cuthbert Pilgrim Memorial Hall, and I'll give you the results as they come to hand from our returning officer, Tristan Heelis. VA1. Barbados Labour Party, 174. Democratic Labour Party, 55. People's Coalition for Progress, 2. Solution Barbados, 1. VA2, A to Z. Barbados Labour Party, 136 votes. Democratic Labour Party, 62 votes. Solutions Barbados, 4 votes. People's Coalition for Progress, 6 votes. VA3, A to J. Barbados Labour Party, 307 votes. Democratic Labour Party, 69 votes. Solutions Barbados, 0. People's Coalition for Progress, 10 votes. And just a recap, of course, the Barbados Labour Party represented by Dr. Chantal Munro-Knight, Democratic Labour Party by Mr. Corey Greenidge. We have from our Solutions Barbados, Robert Toussaint, and Christopher Alleyne of the People's Coalition for Progress. As we continue Barbados Decides, we'll keep those numbers flowing.
Thank you, Kimberly. So far, we can tell you that Munro-Knight has 617 votes to Corey Greenidge's 186. Alleyne, 18, and Toussaint, 5. So there you have it so far, the state of play in Christchurch South. Another one of those that are pitting experience against youth and all the rest of it indeed. What a mix indeed in Christchurch South. So Stetson, the discussion continues with you.
Thank you, Pearson. Analyst Peter Wickham, Christchurch South, new candidate, Dr. Chantal Monroe Knight, roughly about 74% of the vote. They're clearly pretty comfortable, projected to win there, we think. St. Philip West, a little tighter, as is St. John and St. Lucie. What are your projections?
Before, please, Peter, and everybody has been messaging, saying they could hear me talking and laughing over the returning officer just now. Please, innocent. It was not me. We have no idea where it was coming from.
I could attest to that. It wasn't.
Thank you.
There was no laughing.
Sorry to interrupt.
It was not Ambassador Thompson. In fact, my understanding is
difficult.
It was some intrusion from the Counting Centre. Someone in the Counting Centre was speaking.
Thank you.
And that went into the feed. Peter Wickham.
Right. No, Stetson, the Christchurch South, and I want to thank Kimberly for the way in which she called through Christchurch South, because it made it easy to follow. And yes, you're right, it is 75% support for Chantal Monroe Knight. But the more interesting point is that there's a healthy 5% swing in favor of the Barbados Labour Party. I didn't have an expectation that the BLP would lose that seat, but I expected that the BLP may have lost some support. In as much as one could say overall the expectation was that there would be some contraction in terms. But thus far she is outperforming Ralph Thorne, and I think that that's a pretty impressive feat on her part.
What does that say to you? Why?
Well, I mean, she's a new candidate, and clearly she's a candidate that seems to be preferred. I get a sense that Christchurch South is a strong Barbados Labour Party area, and one in which there's a lot of anger and resentment as a result of the fact that they were essentially abandoned by Ralph Thorne. And maybe there was an effort on the part of supporters there to dig in their heels to demonstrate to Chantal that the love is still very much strong and there, and that it really is BLP country. Christchurch South historically has been a very strong Barbados Labour Party riding. It was created for Bree St. John for all intents and purposes, and the improvement there is certainly a credit to her.
Let's look at the others. St. Philip West, touch and go. St. John also tight. St. Lucie also close. Your thoughts, Peter?
Yeah, I mean, St. Lucie and St. John are close, but not to the extent that I think there's a likelihood of the Barbados Labour Party losing them. In both instances, there is a slight deterioration, but I think the Barbados Labour Party can hold on to those two. My sense is that the battle really now is St. Philip West. There is a distinct possibility that St. Philip West could be lost by the Barbados Labour Party. What is interesting in St. Philip West, though, is last time the strength of the third party. So we're really looking to Lynette now to see whether she can assist in helping the St. Philip West candidate for the Barbados Labour Party over the line. Because quite frankly, if the Barbados Labour Party wins tonight, if Kay McConney wins tonight, she will certainly have Lynette and the other candidate there to thank for that performance.
And indeed, St. Philip West is a constituency where Lynette Eastman, who's on our panel, she is a candidate in that constituency. Ms. Eastman, your comments?
So my view is, I know that we've come up in this tradition where we believe that the country, the votes are divided between the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party. I think we have to move away from that. I really do not see myself as taking anybody's vote. I believe that people are voting for me, and they're voting for all of the candidates here as they see fit. The votes belong to the people. I think it is really kind of undermining or playing down the fact that people have a choice to make by saying that votes belong to the DLP or votes belong to the BLP. My view is that anybody who has something to say and they want to represent a constituency, they're able to run, and they should be able to get votes. They're able to pick up votes just like anybody else, and they're their votes. If you are a candidate that feels that you can influence the constituency in such a way, you should not really be worrying about if anybody else is running. You should be able to get your votes. So I really don't agree with the notion that these other parties or independents are robbing you of your votes. If they were your votes, they would be with you. It means that they're not yours. They belong to somebody else.
I mean, I don't know. I think it's kind of splitting hairs at this stage because I think what Kay McConney wants is to win tonight. My sense is that the Barbados Labour Party would like to win that seat. It is traditionally a DLP seat. And if it is that she gets over the line by virtue of her own votes or by virtue of a combination of the two, Liz Thompson knows that very well. She would recall in 94 when yourself and four others from the Barbados Labour Party got over the line because of the NDP's role. And to her credit, Ambassador Thompson was able to secure the seat on her own steam in 1999.
That's a good segue in which
with a pretty decent majority.
That's a good segue in which to get a reaction from Ambassador Thompson.
I want to make just 2 points here. One is that if Eswick is not winning in PJ2, which is normally his second strongest box, that is one of the boxes which he would be looking to secure a victory in St. Philip West. And if he is not winning and winning big in that box, he cannot carry the constituency, full stop. The second thing the point that I wish to make is this. Constituencies and constituency boundaries are artificial divisions, and particularly so in some communities. St. Philip is one of them. St. Philip is not 3 constituencies. St. Philip is an intersection of communities and families and people who line together and play cricket together, etc. If the Barbados Labour Party is winning in the other 2 St. Philip seats, the pressure that momentum is going to exert on St. Philip West and with the families and the communities lying down at night with the man who lives in the next constituency cross day saying, look, sweet boy, if you want to come back here tomorrow, now you better vote for that's the kind of talk between couples and so, brothers and sisters and families. So St. Philip West is unlikely, in my view, to be able to go against the momentum of the BLP in St. Philip. If
Ambassador,
the BLP is winning.
we may have some more results, so let's go to Pearson.
That's right, and I'm told that Damien Best is with the returning officer there, St. Michael Central. Damien.
132. Raymond Biggins, 5. Andrea Worrell, 29. Total of 173 valid votes. 1 vote was rejected. 1 ballot. MB1 8H, Anthony Hines, 2 votes. Tyra Trotman, 93. Raymond Biggins, 27. Andrea Worrell, 26. 148 valid votes. 2 ballots were rejected. Overall total of 150. MB1 I to Z, Anthony Hines hold 2 votes. Tyra Trotman, 84. Raymond Biggins, 25. Andrea Worrell, 31. A total of 142 votes. That's it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Murray. So there you have it. We caught Mr. Murray mid-sentence there as he started to announce the various boxes in the second batch of 4. I'll get the complete list for you in terms of the numbers, but the numbers are coming back pretty quickly now, and I'm going to give you the update in a moment or two, but it does appear that the Barbados Labour Party candidate, Tyra Trotman, has a very comfortable lead at the moment.
I mean, if you could just reflect those numbers for us after this commercial break, we'd be very grateful. So, Damien, don't go too far. This is Barbados Decides, the general election 2026, back in a moment.
Barbados Decides. Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
Welcome to the Western Sales Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sales Center, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
Hello, my name is Julie Dash from Hannah Properties Limited, the real estate agent of the people. Thank you for joining me. No one will give you more advertising coverage than we will at Hannah Properties Limited. We will advertise your properties on radio, the internet, the newspaper, Instagram and Facebook. You have no risk whatsoever because if I don't rent your property, I don't get paid. It is absolutely no use being a landlord without a tenant. We will show you how to get a tenant very quickly. Call me 262-5072. Check our website at hannahproperties.com for more details.
Wait, you see that? Come on, incredible, man. I wish I could still do something like that.
Hi, Tom. Yes, you. Are you glued to the couch, reminiscent of the old days when you were able to climb without any back pain?
Wait, how you
You could start with some exercise and some supported energy supplements. Ask about them at Nature's Discount.
Run all the way to Nature's Discount.
Do you struggle with maintaining healthy blood sugar levels or experience occasional digestive discomfort? Berberine and curcumin from Solaray might be the best solution you're looking for. Backed by research, their rigorous testing ensures that every ingredient meets their strict standards. Don't let occasional health concerns hold you back and find it at your closest Nature's Discount.
Coming to TV8 this February. Hey, don't stop. Get the popcorn because we're turning everything up.
She was naked in your hotel room?
Drama, love, thriller, movies to love. You don't want to miss this. Coming to TV8 this season. Action that keeps you on the edge.
You scaring me now? You think I'm a murderer?
Thrillers that raise the suspense. Love that pulls you in. Stay tuned for must-watch movies.
Community Files.
It's an opportunity to shape modern legislation while ensuring that the law remains fair, effective, and responsive to the needs of society.
The Law Reform Commission invites the public, including civil society groups and professional bodies, to submit written proposals for the reform of the law. Proposals for law reform should not exceed 1,500 words and must be submitted by Monday, February 16th. Written proposals will not preclude oral discussion with their authors. Submissions may be sent via email to lawreform@barbados.gov.bb or delivered in hard copy to the...
Barbados Decides. Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
Well, Barbadians voted today and the results are flowing in. Let's go now to the Bethel Auditorium where Anthony Nelson is standing by with some results from the city of Bridgetown. Anthony.
That's right, Pearson. The city constituency, we've got results from 3 boxes in, and the polling officer here, the returning officer, is Gloria Met.
Okay, good night. BA1, A to Z, Corey Beckles, Michael Laughlin, 106. Dale Rowe, that's a total of 174 different spoiled ballots. BA2, A to H, Corey Beckles, 4, Michael Lashley, 82, Dale Rowe, 27, a total of 113 spoiled ballots. BA2, I to Z, Corey Beckles, 6, Michael Lashley, 93, Dale Rowe, 16, one spoiled ballot, a total of 100. BA1, A to Z, Corey Beckles, 2, Michael Lashley, 160, Dale Rowe, 10. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. Total of 100, but I think I called that one.
So that's it for the 3 boxes here have been counted so far, and we will continue as the counting continues here at the Bethel Auditorium.
Hoping you don't let the returning officer disappear because we missed the first set of results. Call, if you can call her back, that'll be great. We'd be grateful for that. We didn't quite hear clearly the numbers that were called. So Anthony, if you can, try to get that information clearer for us as well in the studios. But we want to go back to Damien Best, who is monitoring the results flowing out of St. Michael's Central, where we missed some of the information shared as well. And he promised to reflect that information for us. And so, Damien, back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pearson. We missed the first part of the announcement from Mr. Murray. We're going to start with MA3, A to H, Hines 6, Trotman 143, Wiggins 14, Worrell 29. MA I to Z, Hines 7, Trotman 132, Wiggins 5, Worrell 29. MB1 A to H, Hines 2, Trotman 93, Wiggins 27, Worrell 26. MB1 I to Z, Hines 2, Trotman 84, Wiggins 25, and Worrell 31. That is the update here from Commonwealth School, St. Michael's Central. As I mentioned before, it looks as if Tyra Trotman is definitely on course to win this seat.
Damien, thank you so much for your reporting for us indeed. So now we have a few more bits of information, perhaps greater discussion. Back to you, Stetson.
Thanks very much, Pearson. Panel, I will open up to you because what we are looking at so far, based on the data, the numbers we have, preliminary as they are, fairly comfortable wins potentially for new candidates, Dr. Chantel Monroe Knight, Tyra Trotman, and new to the Barbados Labour Party, Michael Lashley. St. Philip West, a bit more dicey, could go either way. St. Lucie and St. John, 2 other bellwether constituencies, also close, but could be retained by the Barbados Labour Party. I'll throw it out to the panel. Mr. Delaney of the Friends of Democracy, because a lot of discussion is centered on the role that the alternative parties have played.
Yeah, and I think a few things I would say have contributed to Barbadians, and we've seen that even in the last results that we got from St. Michael's Central, where the FD candidate and the DLP candidate are getting very comparable number of votes. And I think 2 things that have contributed to that very heavily is, 1, a cohesive brand and messaging from the candidate and their party. I think that's an area where the DLP has fallen short. And a lot of persons who, when we talk about vote splitting, I think a lot of persons who generally would gravitate towards a DLP, especially coming out of what happened last year, in 2024 in August, a lot of them are gravitating towards the cohesive messaging and marketing that they are seeing in the Friends of Democracy. Another thing that I think is a bit worrying for some voters and why they are gravitating maybe to a party like Friends of Democracy is a single point of leadership. In 2018, it was a problem for the DLP. In 2022, it was a problem for the DLP. And although they have all, quote unquote, rallied in spirit on the stage behind Ralph Torn as their leader, I think there's still some questions behind, if they lose, what will happen in that single point leadership. I think with the Friends of Democracy, persons see a party which consistently rallies behind its leader and a party that has a certain loyalty and security that they can trust.
A question for you. Because we've seen a multiplicity of what we call new alternative parties over the years, over the decades in fact, many of them are not in this election this year. What did you say about the longevity in the bid in terms of stick-to-itiveness of these newer alternative parties, such as yours?
I can't speak for the other, I think it will be 7, or the other 6, but I can speak for the Friends of Democracy in that the party has done a lot in terms of ensuring that they choose quality candidates. For example, they weren't just handpicked randomly, but it was actually a candidate selection process in which some persons, even persons who have run an election before, saw that it was kind of gruesome for them that they had to go through that to ensure that when you are selected as a candidate, you are not just a candidate for this election, but you are truly a representative, even if you are out of Parliament. I think we also look at the fact that the party started not as a party but as a movement and really saw commitment not in announcing candidates and policies up front, but ensuring that they were in the community, ensuring that they were engaging with persons on that one-on-one basis.
Stick a pin, we have to go back to the results and to Pearson.
That's right. We have Trevor Thorpe, who's monitoring the polling results in St. Philip's South. And so, Trevor, what can you tell us now?
Yeah, I can tell you that the boxes have just come. PF1 in Darware, 207. Neil Marshall, 81. Omar Smith, 5. John Scantlebury, 4. In box DL1, Weir, 199. Marshall, 90. Omar Smith, 2. John Scantlebury, 3. In box M to Z, Weir, 170. Marshall, 94. Smith, 5. John Scantlebury, beg your pardon, 2. Box PF2, in Darware, 186. Marshall, 78. Smith, 8. Scantlebury, 2. In box H to Z, Weir, 181. Marshall, 60. Smith, 1. And John Scantlebury, 1. That's the position here at St. Philip's South. We'll be back with you as the second set of 5 are ready.
Trevor, don't
Back
go
to you
anywhere.
in the studio.
Trevor, if you can clarify for us, because there's no, to my knowledge, there's no box A to Z or no box I to H, so, or whatever. So could you just repeat your results again and look very carefully for us, even if a box is broken down A to Q and then whatever comes after. Could you repeat those results for us, please? Trevor? If we can get Trevor back, because it would help us for clarity to understand the results that have been coming in from St. Philip's South. We need to have the clarity there indeed. So if you can, Trevor, just reflect for us as soon as you possibly can that information coming from St. Philip's South. Back to you, Stetson.
Sir?
All right, I'm told now that we do have Trevor back. Trevor, could you share with us those results again, being very careful to call the box numbers very clearly for us? All right, it seems as if he's actually gone now. So Stetson, back to you.
Well, thank you, Pearson. We broke off to go to results. Mr. Delaney, you had the floor.
Yeah.
To speak. The question was the longevity, of these alternative new parties, in fact, whether they're viable in the Barbadian political context at all?
I think they certainly are. Again, you look at what the Friends of Democracy has offered Barbadians for the last 7 months.
But has history shown that they're viable?
I would say so. And I would say so from the sense of, while young, you see a lot of maturity in the focuses. For example, the party has focused on ensuring that its structure is set, that there really is a clear point of leadership, which you don't necessarily see in some of the third parties. It's sometimes a question, even we look at, for example, the coalition. If the coalition was to win, who would be that one singular point of leadership?
St. George South, Pearson.
And as the results flowing, we'll bring them to you. Keith Goddard is monitoring the polling in St. George South. Keith. All right, we're hoping to get his audio clear so that we can share that information with you. But Keith Goddard is trying to sort that out himself, and so we'll be back to Keith Goddard as soon as we hear that we got the okay to get in the audio coming from St. George South. As you know, that's another keenly contested seat as well, and I'm sure our panel is waiting to hear the results flowing from the counting of polling today in St. George South. So as soon as you're ready, Keith, you'd let us know, and we'll come right back to you as we've been doing all evening long. So Stetson, if you could.
Stetson, if I could just speak some hypotheticals, because you were hearing a lot of talk going around about going to court and objecting to the list and things like that. So.
Well, thank you, Pearson. And in fact, Dr. Yearwood is keen to weigh in. Dr. Yearwood.
Yeah. So no, I was saying that if we can look at a little dimension of this, because earlier we were hearing talk that people were going to court, they're objecting to the fact that people may have been left off the list, etc. And I think if we look at one of the key cases on this would be Parry and Brantley in St. Kitts and Nevis, and I think that case would be instructive to anything that happens around going to elections, because that case considered the issue of objections in terms of the list and issues around the list. It's probably the case that matches just the scenario best. And the reason the court upheld the do-over...
For clarity, Dr. Yearwood, we haven't verified this or confirmed it, but you were hearing of a potential challenge.
Yeah. And I'm saying that if there was a challenge to the elections in terms that people were left off the list and they're going to court to say, can I still vote?
Secretary, we get back to that critical constituency, St. Lucie?
Yep, indeed. Yes, thank you, Stetson. We can go back to St. Lucie, where Anmar Goodrich-Boyce is standing by with some more results. Anmar?
Yes, Pearson, I can confirm to you that the Barbados Labour Party's candidate, Peter Phillips, has increased his lead to 246 votes. I'll just give you the latest boxes announced just moments ago by the returning officer, Mr. Cumberbatch. LA2, I to Z, Barbados Labour Party candidate Peter Phillips, 171 votes. The Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 106 votes. Sherlyn Davis of the Friends of Democracy, no votes. And Wayne Griffith of the People's Coalition's Party, 7 votes. In LB1, A to G, Barbados Labour Party candidate Peter Phillips, 113 votes. The Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 98. Sherlyn Davis of the Friends of Democracy, 4, and Wayne Griffith of the People's Coalition Party, 5 votes. LB1, H to Z, Barbados Labour Party's candidate, 110. That is the Peter Phillips, the incumbent. Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 78. Friends of Democracy, Sherlyn Davis, no votes. And Wayne Griffith of the People's Coalition Party, 1 vote. In LB2, A to Z, Barbados Labour Party candidate Peter Phillips, 80 votes. Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 79. Sherlyn Davis of the Friends of Democracy, no votes. And Wayne Griffith of the People's Coalition's Party, 3 votes. So if I tally it up for you, Peter Phillips, the incumbent of the Barbados Labour Party, so far 965 votes. The Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 718 votes. Friends of Democracy, Sherlyn Davis, 12 votes. And the People's Coalition Party, Wayne Griffith, 45 votes. As I mentioned earlier, the Barbados Labour Party's candidate and the incumbent, Peter Phillips, leading by 246 votes. Well, Pearson, that's the update here from the Dower Jordan Secondary School, the counting centre for the constituency of St. Lucie. Anmar Goodrich-Boyce, it's back over to you as Barbados decides.
Indeed, Anmar, thank you so much, and you'll continue to bring us those updates. Let's head to St. John now, where Ryan Broom is standing by to bring us more results. Ryan?
Good night to you, Pearson. Coming to you here again live from the Lodge School, where I'm going to just give you those updates, the most recent updates, where JB2 A to H, Mr. Griffith polled 131, Mr. Stewart 12, and Mr. Thorne 50, JB2 J to Z, that's Mr. Griffith 137, Mr. Stewart 11, and Mr. Thorne 48, and JC1 A to Z, Mr. Griffith 81, Mr. Stewart 12, Mr. Thorne 83, and then Mr. Thorne wins this box here, JC2 A to 1, A to I, sorry, Mr. Griffith 64, Mr. Stewart 6, Mr. Thorne 143, and then it's JC2 J to Z, where Mr. Griffith polled 76, Mr. Stewart 9, and Mr. Thorne 145. My total, and I know you all will check behind me as you should, because that's important. 489 for Mr. Griffith in this last set, 469 for Mr. Thorne, and Mr. Stewart doing well with a total of 50. And those came from the Deputy Returning Officer here, Mr. Richard Harris. So it's back over to you tonight as the election decides, Barbados decides, Pearson.
Thank you, Ryan. Your math seems like it's right. Well done indeed. Christchurch South now has some more results for us this evening. Kimberly Skeet, back over to you.
Into it, Ali 4, Greenwich 73, Monroe Light 138, Stone 3, rejected 1, totaling 9, and BA4 I to C, Ali 5, Greenwich 52, Monroe Light 111, and Stone 1, totaling 169. Combined totals therefore for BA4 are Ali 9, Greenwich 125, Monroe Knight 149, so on 4, 1 rejected, totaling 308 for BA4.
Thank you so very much. Of course, we're going to recap those figures for you, just in case you missed it. But as Barbados decides, it's back to you in studio.
All right, I hope you get that recap for us as soon as possible, Kimberly. It's critical that you do so we can continue tracking it as well. So as soon as you can, come back to us so we get a sense of what happened there. It's back to you, Stetson.
Thank you, Pearson. Before I get back to you, Mr. Delaney, I know you want to weigh in on the topic you were speaking on. But St. John, a critical constituency. Peter Wickham, what are you saying there?
I was actually going to ask if we could get the St. John graphic with the up-to-date data on it so that we could see where St. John is, because I have to admit I'm struggling a bit in terms of understanding what is happening in St. John in terms of the way the numbers have been called.
What I'm seeing so far, St. Philip South, we're looking fairly comfortable. Christchurch South, Dr. Monroe Knight clearly well in the lead. St. Michael Central, Tyrell Trotman also comfortable. St. Lucie, still very, very close. St. John, too close to call at this point. St. Philip, in danger of flipping to the Democratic Labour Party. Is that accurate?
Right, okay. So we're seeing the St. John numbers here. And yeah, I mean, it's useful to see this. It is close, certainly 53 to 40. But I think that the key here is going to be Kemar Stewart in terms of ensuring that the seat seems to be handed to Griffith. My sense is that with several boxes counted and Griffith maintaining a slim lead, it appears as though he is going to hang on. The point that we were making before about St. John is that the level of swing required to move it is still quite substantial, and it doesn't appear as though Thorne, certainly with Kemar Stewart involved, is going to be able to make it. Yeah.
In reality, then, the key function or role or impact of the alternative parties, is that primary or key impact as spoilers, Peter Wickham?
Well, certainly if you look at the St. John numbers now, I mean, that's the case. But as the night grows on, it is entirely possible that he will be able to increase the lead to the point where Kemar Stewart doesn't matter. But definitely that seems to be the case. And my sense is that it would be even more critical in the two St. Philip seats that we're watching closely
Mr. Delaney.
than that one.
Yeah, I think, again, going back to your point about the longevity of a party like FOD, another thing that I think you have to look at when you think of longevity is...
I'm going to have to pause you, sir. I'm going to have to pause you. Results. We're going back to Christchurch East, I believe. Is it, Pearson? Back to you.
That's correct. Christchurch East with Mishron Robinson is. Mishron?
Good evening to the panel. Thank you so much, Pearson. We have some results from returning officer Nicole Nurse. The first 5 boxes have been counted. XA1 to H. Wilfred Abrams, the incumbent, 180. Ingrid Best of the People's Coalition for Progress, 8 votes. Amoy Goldenborn of the Democratic Labour Party, 57 votes. Steve Prescott of Reform Barbados, 3 votes. XA1, I to Z, Wilfred Abrams, 77. Ingrid Best, 9 votes. Amoy Goldenborn, 72 votes. Steve Prescott, 3 votes. We move over to XA2, A to H. Wilfred Abrams, 222 votes. Ingrid Best, 3 votes. Amoy Goldenborn, 42 votes. And Steve Prescott, 4 votes. As we move on to the 4th box, XA2, I to Z. Wilfred Abrams, 208 votes. Ingrid Best, she's at 9 votes in XA2, I to Z. Amoy Goldenborn, 43 votes. Steve Prescott, he's at 2 votes of Reform Barbados. And the final box, the 5th box, XA3, A to Z. Wilfred Abrams, 167 votes. Ingrid Best, 5 votes of the People's Coalition for Progress. Amoy Goldenborn, 54 votes of the Democratic Labour Party. And we have Steve Prescott at 2 votes. So you have it there, the first 5 boxes here in Christchurch East. Contending the seat with the incumbent Wilfred Abrams, Ingrid Best of the People's Coalition for Progress, Steve Prescott as well of Reform Barbados, and Amoy Goldenborn of the Democratic Labour Party. The first 5 votes, and we should expect them in 5, 15, and 2 for the 17 boxes in total here at the St. Christopher Farmers. Pearson, back over to you.
Thank you, Mishron. 5 of 17 boxes. Boy, that's another 12 or so to go. But we'll continue our discussions from the studio as well with Stetson Babb.
Thank you, Pearson. Christchurch East, the incumbent Wilfred Abrams, Ambassador.
What I can share with you, Stetson, if you don't mind, I'm sorry to interrupt you because I know we want to get back to those discussions, but folks, if you take your eyes to our screen right now, listeners on radio and elsewhere, we can give you final results for the constituency of St. Michael Southeast. The incumbent, Santia Bradshaw, returns with 3,015 votes. That's 3,015 votes. 3,015 votes, garnering 79.36% of the total cast. To Shepherds, Pedro Shepherds, 738 votes, 734 votes, 734, with just garnering 19.32%. To Turley's, 50 votes. And so the final result from St. Michael's Southeast, Bradshaw winning with 3,015 votes.
Thank you, Pearson. That's the incumbent Santia Bradshaw by a landslide. 80% of the votes tallied there. Christchurch East as well. Ambassador Thompson, any significance for you, though?
These were expected. I can't say anything else. I really have a different question. Forgive me if my mind is going in a different direction.
You often do have a different question.
Given these numbers, I'm thinking on Tyra's result. First of all, I want to say that Chantal worked very, very hard, Chantal Monroe Knight, and she was running against perhaps one of the candidates of the Democratic Labour Party who was taken most seriously, so that she is doing as well as she has really is a tremendous credit to her, and she did it on her own. But I mean, clearly there was party machinery, but she really worked from the time she was nominated, and I'm very, very happy for her. But my other question really as I look at these results, I'm particularly curious to see what is going to happen with Tyra and Michael Ashley in the end, because the whole issue of leaving the Democratic Labour Party to come into the BLP and the implications of that. I mean,
So
there
indeed,
are now two presidents of the
a good segue for that. Sorry to interrupt you, Ambassador,
Yes.
but again, I think we're going to the city of Bridgetown, are we, Pearson?
That's
Indeed.
right. As it so happens, where Anthony Nelson is standing by. Anthony, over to you.
We're back in the city with the returning officer, Gloria Medford, with a couple boxes, 4 boxes in this set.
Okay. BB1, A to H, Corey Beckles, 1. Michael Ashley, 126. Dale Rowe, 28. There was 1 spoiled ballot, a total of 150. BC1, A to Z, Corey Beckles, 1. Michael Ashley, 76. Dale Rowe, 10. A total of 87. BA3, A to Z. Corey Beckles, 18. Michael Ashley, 168. Dale Rowe, 47. A total of 233. BB1, I to Z. Corey Beckles, 5. Michael Ashley, 147. Dale Rowe, 18. There was no spoils, 170 total.
Thank you. Gloria Medford here from the Bethel Auditorium in the city as the counting across the country continues.
Thank you, Admiral, indeed. And so let's go now to Christchurch South, where Kimberly Skeet is standing by with more results. Kimberly?
Ready.
I am ready too. And so Kimberly Skeet is over to you.
Good. Yes, I'm back with you. Just a recap of VA4, A to H, Chantel Monroe Knight, Dr. Chantel Monroe Knight, 138. Corey Greenidge, Democratic Labour Party, 73. Christopher Allen, People's Coalition for Progress, 4. Robert Toussaint of Solutions Barbados, 3. There was 1 spoiled. VA4, I to Z. Dr. Chantal Monroe Knight, 111 votes, Barbados Labour Party. Corey Greenidge, 52 points, Democratic Labour Party. Solutions Barbados, 1 vote, Robert Toussaint. And Christopher Allen of the People's Coalition for Progress, 5 votes. Just a recap as well, VA3 was divided into 2 portions. Barbados Labour Party, A to J, 150 votes. Democratic Labour Party, 34 votes. Solutions Barbados, 0. People's Coalition for Progress, 3. VA3, K to Z. Barbados Labour Party, 157 votes. Democratic Labour Party, 35 votes. Solutions Barbados, 0. And People's Coalition for Progress, 7 votes. And there you have it. As Barbados decides, we'll continue to do those tallies. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Kimberly. The discussion continues. I know Ambassador Thompson was mid-stride in a comment. Back to you, Stetson.
Indeed, thanks, Pearson. And over to you, Ambassador.
No, I was only making the point. I mean, I'd already said I thought Chantal was doing very well and against one of the most promising candidates of the Democratic Labour Party, but it looks as if it will be about a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1. The point I was making is that the whole notion of people leaving the Democratic Labour Party and going into the Barbados Labour Party, whether the electorate would have embraced them or not. And it is significant that 2 presidents of the Young Democrats now reside within the bosom of the Barbados Labour Party. Shaquani Hunt, who was not a candidate, but was very much, I think, their last president, the youth arm, and is now very much, I mean, she walked up to me at a political meeting in a red shirt and hugged me up and kissed me. I was a shock. and Tyra Trotman, who is really holding her own extremely well as a new candidate, running for the first time, against somebody who was arguably far more politically experienced than she was, but again, another president of the youth arm of the Democratic Labour Party. And I think that even at this stage, it is not too early to start to ask whether the Democratic Labour Party. We have a leader in St. John who seems to be in some trouble. I mean, it is looking close, but I think we are agreeing that the Labour Party will take it across the country in a third term. The Barbados Labour Party is outperforming considerably. So every Democratic Labour Party candidate, it is clear that in St. Lucie, Peter Phillips will retain St. Lucie, but albeit with a considerably reduced majority. His majority before was about 1,000. Just over 1,000, 1,005, 1,010 in that region. He is now polling ahead of Ian Griffith by about 500 votes approximately. But so he's winning comfortably, but with a reduced majority. What is going to happen to the Democratic Labour Party tonight if they hold a really significant defeat, like a 30-0 or very close to? And it is something that I think we're going to have to look at the way that the votes are shaping up.
I think Peter Wickham earlier was actually addressing that issue. In fact, history is repeat. Okay, again, let's go over to Pearson for more results. Pearson?
Thank you, and for that, we're heading to Trevor Thorpe. Trevor, who's watching St. Philip South. Trevor.
Yeah. Yes, I've got the returning officer, Karen Callender. She is ready with another batch of results. Mrs. Callender, go right ahead.
Polling District PF3, A to G. Mr. Marshall, 61. Mr. Scantlebury, 2. Mr. Smith, 3. Mr. Weir, 111. There were 2 spoiled votes. Total for that polling district PF3 is 179. PF3 H to Z, Mr. Marshall, 63. Mr. Scantlebury, 3. Mr. Smith, 3. Mr. Weir, 111. There was 1 spoiled vote. Total 181. Polling district PG1 A to D. Mr. Marshall, 106. Mr. Scantlebury, 4. Mr. Smith, 3. Mr. Weir, 159. Number of spoiled, 2. Total 274. PG1 E to L. Mr. Marshall, 98. Mr. Scantlebury, 1. Mr. Smith, 3. Mr. Weir, 168. Total 270. PG1 M to Z. Neil Marshall, 32. Mr. Scantlebury, 3. Mr. Smith, 7. Mr. Weir, 155. Spoiled vote. Total 298. PG2 A to G. Mr. Marshall, 109. Mr. Scantlebury, 4. Mr. Weir, 154. There is 1 spoiled vote. Total 273. PG2 H to Z. Mr. Marshall, 83. Mr. Scantlebury, 7. Mr. Smith, 2. Mr. Weir, 135. There was 1 spoiled vote. Total number 288. After this, I will bring the final results.
Thank you very much. You heard it from the returning officer here at St. Philip South. And it's back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Trevor. We're nearing the finish line there in St. Philip South. Let's go now to the city of Bridgetown, the constituency of the city of Bridgetown, where Anthony Nelson is waiting with more results. Anthony?
Yeah, back at the Bethel Auditorium, we've got the returning officer, Gloria Medford, in with 3 more boxes.
BD1, I to Z, Corey Beckles, 10. Michael Lashley, 172. Dale Raw, 34. 1 spoiled. A total of 217. BD1, A to H, Corey Beckles, 7. Michael Lashley, 200. Dale Raw, 40. 1 spoiled. A total of 247. BE1, A to H. Corey Beckles, 2. Michael Lashley, 115. Dale Raw, 21. A total of 138. There was 1 spoiled ballot.
Thank you. Gloria Medford, the returning officer here at the Bethel Auditorium here, Bay Street, the city. We'll come back as the counting continues from this constituency breakdown.
Indeed, Nelson, and it is indeed Barbados decides 2026, the general election. Our coverage continues in just a moment.
Barbados decides. Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
Community Files.
It's an opportunity to shape modern legislation while ensuring that the law remains fair, effective, and responsive to the needs of society.
The Law Reform Commission invites the public, including civil society groups and professional bodies, to submit written proposals for the reform of the law. Proposals for law reform should not exceed 1,500 words and must be submitted by Monday, February 16th. Written proposals will not preclude oral discussion with their authors. Submissions may be sent via email to lawreform@barbados.gov.bb or delivered in hard copy to the Law Reform Commission, Henry Ford and David Simmons Legal and Judicial Complex, Coleridge Street, Bridgetown.
This Valentine's Day, show a little love by donating blood. Join the National Blood Collecting Center's Valentine's Day Blood Drive starting February 9th and give the gift of life. Just visit the center next to the Winston Scott Polyclinic on Gemets Lane, St. Michael, Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. Make a difference this Valentine's Day. Show love by giving blood. Donors should be between 18 and 70 years old and are encouraged to hydrate the day before and have a full meal within an hour of giving blood.
The Caribbean Home Help Nursing Agency offers reliable and compassionate private nurses right to your home. Our private nurse care is ideal for persons recovering from an illness, surgery, or requires personalized medical assistance. We also provide companionship care that can be just as vital as the physical assistance. The Caribbean Home Help family provides the safety, comfort, and professionalism to those persons in need. Give us a call today and start living your best life.
Need natural medicine that really works? Amaze is the miracle store with very effective natural products for cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, cholesterol, weight loss, arthritis, cataract, glaucoma, fibroids, PCOS, menopause, viruses, acid reflux, detoxing, prostate and male dysfunction, butter and oils for balding, eyelash and eyebrow growth serum, health foods, and much more. Open Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturdays, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Amaze, 12 and 13 Harvest Plaza, Oistins, telephone 420-7809. Come in and be amazed. We have what you need.
Wait, wanna hear about this new super feed stain?
From the fields where hard work meets hope. Born from the heartbeat of every farmer. Forged in dedication, strengthened by purpose, and fueled by the power of superior nutrition. It's a bird! It's a grain! No! It's super feed!
This decides. Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
This is coverage of Barbados Decides the general election of 2026. We can tell you so far we have heard of one declaration of one seat so far in favor of the Barbados Labour Party. And we can tell you as we try to fill in those maps, and we will be filling in the map and colouring it as we go, that the declared winner for St. Michael's South East has been Santia Bradshaw, returning with 3,015 votes, or 79.36% of the votes cast in the general election today, the 11th of February. We're closing in on midnight of the 11th of February, and there are still 29 other seats to be declared, but most of them are pretty obvious to our analysts who are part of our panel. But there's one in particular which they're watching very, very keenly and very closely as well, and that we will continue to share with you as we continue the analysis of Barbados Decides general election of 2026. Part of the conversation that was ensuing while you were away from us has been about the loss of a base, whether or not there's a concern relative to one of the parties or the other party. And so I'm sure that as Stetson settles again, we'll be talking a little bit more deeply about that while we await further information flowing from the different counting stations of the other 29 constituencies yet to be declared. And so, Stetson, the discussion has been about a base, but before we get to you, we need to get back to Kimberley, sir, as Kimberley continues to monitor what's happening in Christchurch South. Kimberley.
Yes, Pearson, we return to our returning officer.
Christchurch South, BA5, A to G, Ali 6, Greenwich 36, 142, Tucson 3, rejected 3, totaling 192. Also BA5, now H to Z, Ali 3, Greenwich 41, Monroe Night 166, Tucson 1, totaling 211. Combined total therefore for BA5, Ali 9, Greenwich 77, Monroe Night 308, Tucson 4, rejected 3, totaling 401. That was for BA5.
Of course, we'll try to give you that recap if need be, but you can see exactly where we're going at this point, and the boxes are being counted steadily. Back to you.
Well, can you give us a sense of who's there while the counting is going on to represent either party or all of the parties?
Can you repeat that for me, Pearson?
I just want to get a sense of who is there on behalf of the respective parties and generally paint for me the picture so that we understand the mood as it goes as well.
Well, we currently don't have any representatives sitting here at the moment, but I can tell you surrounding the Cuthbert Pilgrim Memorial Hall are those within the neighborhood, members of the parties, and persons in the community sitting in their gallery, looking out here just to see and hear as well what is happening. So normally you would expect at a minute to midnight, all lights are off, but people are definitely up in this neighborhood, and they're in their galleries waiting with great anticipation.
Keen interest indeed. And so let's head back to St. Lucie, where Anmar Goodrich-Bai is waiting with more. Anmar?
Yeah, good evening to you again, Pearson. And I can tell you that we are halfway there in terms of the counting here at the St. Lucie constituency at the Darrell Jordan School. Three more boxes, I can tell you. LC1, H to Z, the Barbados Labour Party's candidate, Peter Phillips, 80 votes. Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 69. The Friends of Democracy, Sherlyn Davis, no votes. And Wayne Griffith of the People's Coalition, 3 votes. And there were 5 votes, that is, and there were 2 spoiled votes. At LD1, A to G, the Barbados Labour Party's Peter Phillips, 121. The Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 89. Friends of Democracy's Sherlyn Davis, 1. People's Coalition, 4. There were also 4 spoiled votes. LD1, H to Z, Peter Phillips, 105, representing the Barbados Labour Party. Ian Griffith of the Democratic Labour Party, 81. Sherlyn Davis of the Friends of Democracy, 3. People's Coalition's Wayne Griffith, 2, and there were also 2 spoiled votes. So I can tell you that Phillips continues to increase his lead. It's now 317 in total. He has 1,271 votes representing the Barbados Labour Party. Democratic Labour Party's Ian Griffith, 954. Sherlyn Davis of the Friends of Democracy, 19, and Wayne Griffith of the People's Coalition Party, 58 votes. So that's the latest update here from the Dow Jordan Secondary School, the counting center for the constituency of St. Lucie. Of course, Pearson, I will keep you updated as the counting process continues, as Barbados continues to decide.
Thank you so much, Anmar, indeed. And I can tell you we've just crossed into the 12th of February. As Barbados continues to decide, there are still 29 other constituencies to be declared. And we are continuing to monitor it too right here at the CBC and across the good services of CariVision. I do know that we have reporters fanned all over the place. I was hearing in my ear that we may be attending to Damien Best. Is Damien Best ready to share something with us? All right. So as soon as we get to know more, Anne-Marie joins me now from the Barbados Labour Party's headquarters, and boy, is the crowd building, Anne-Marie.
Yes, Spirit. So what I can tell you is that the crowd has really grown here now in Robert Street. Of course, one candidate already declared the winner in Santia Bradshaw. So I'm telling you that the atmosphere here is electrified. They're also listening to our broadcast. So as the votes come in and as the tallies come in, then of course, and then as the tallies come in, then what's happening is that persons are just feeling the vibe that the Barbados Labour Party will be returned to government. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing the crowd grow even bigger. The supporters are coming down. Of course, they were waiting on the counting to get a certain point, as well as ensuring that the count also is completed at some constituencies before they come down to their supporters. So I can tell you the crowd is growing here. The atmosphere is getting more and more electrified. There's a lot more anticipation that there will be celebration here in Robert Street as the Barbados Labour Party seemingly is looking to return to the government for a 3rd term. So back over to you guys, as I of course expect that by the time I get back to you, the crowd would have been growing even more and more. So back over to you guys.
No, before you go, Anne-Marie, it looks as if one particular commercial entity has been smart enough to capitalize on the crowd that's building right behind you, as a matter of fact. The other shoulder.
I mean, persons are in. Oh yeah, oh definitely. That's one of the things that I thought was really interesting. Hill Supermarket decided to open for the entire night. I would do the same thing because there's a lot of foot traffic right here. Persons are going to need to quench their thirst when the excitement happens. If the declaration is that they're successful, I'm sure persons might want to have that drink with a little special spike to it, and I'm sure they'll go into Hills as well. So the vendors are also set up, a number of individual vendors. So you're seeing the entrepreneurs also getting their time here in Robert Street. So it's an all-around atmosphere. The supporters, the vendors, we even have our technical crew. I want to say good day especially to my cameraman Chris Wood. He's out here weathering all the storm and taking in all the action with me as well. So it's a really, really good atmosphere. The buses, every time the buses pass, they actually stop and somebody's getting off. So I'm telling you, the supporters from the Barbados Labour Party are coming down to celebrate with their party for sure. So thank you so much from here, Pearson, and I look forward to seeing you, and I'm sure by the time you see me, the crowd will be growing bigger and bigger right behind me.
Then perhaps I won't see you, but thank you so much, Anne-Marie, for joining us as well to bring us from party headquarters at Robert Street, from the Barbados Labour Party's headquarters, the energy and the action there. But Setson, as I was sharing with you, there was a little bit of a discussion about base, and I'd like to hear how that furthers indeed. I'll take it back to you.
Indeed, Peter.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I think that before we talk about the base of the DLP, I think that we need to reflect on the first seat that has been declared, which would be the St. Michael's Southeast seat. I think it's only appropriate that we congratulate the former Deputy Prime Minister. I don't know whether she will be Deputy Prime Minister again, presumably. Santia Bradshaw on a victory in St. Michael's Southeast. And the fact that we have all the data for St. Michael's Southeast allows us to start to have a conversation about the overall election and where it is going.
With an overwhelming 80% of the voters.
Yeah, that's right. So she's now on 79%, which is essentially short of 80%. Yeah. Her personal swing is 3.5%. The Barbados Labour Party at this time looks to have contracted somewhat in terms of its national support. Yeah. So the fact that she's on 3.5% is pretty impressive. She's grown that from a seat that she marginally won when she first got in to the point now where she is in the 80% region, which is a region that you normally associate with leaders. So that is pretty impressive. The voter turnout thus far is 42%, which is actually an improvement over the previous election.
The voter turnout is what? Is it 42%?
42% in that constituency.
In that constituency.
In that constituency. So she has a 2% improvement over the previous election in terms of voter turnout, or there is a 32% improvement in the previous election, which is interesting because I think that may very well be a reflection of the fact that the list was cleaner. So it looks larger, but the numbers may very well be different.
Yeah, I'm here. We're ready for more results. Pearson, correct?
Yes, we are. Back to the constituency, the city of Bridgetown, where Anthony Lawson is standing by with more results. Anthony.
Thank you, guys. Ms. Gloria Medford has been very patient and tolerant with us. We've got results from 4 more boxes.
BE1, I to Z, Corey Beckles, 4. Michael Lashley, 125. Dale Raw, 13. There was 1 spoiled ballot, a total of 143. BF1, A to G, Corey Beckles, 6. Michael Lashley, 105. Dale Raw, 13. There were 2 spoiled ballots. A total of 126. BF1, H to Z, Corey Beckles, 6. Michael Lashley, 136. Dale Raw, 20. A total of 162. There were no spoiled ballots. BF2, A to I, Corey Beckles, 2. Michael Lashley, 129. Dale Raw, 29. There were no spoiled ballots. A total of 160.
Thank you, Gloria Medford, here at the Battle Auditorium in the city. The 4 boxes left. So stand by, because at any moment now we'll be bringing you the final results here from the city constituency live from the Battle Auditorium.
Let's go now live to Crystal Hoyt, who's at the Ellerslie School, as we continue to look now at St. Michael Northwest. Crystal?
Good night, Pearson. I'm here in St. Michael Northwest, where returning officer Charles Haynes is providing results from the first set of boxes.
Okay, we start with HA1, A to Z. 189 votes were cast. Neil Rowe got 67. Ryan Walters got 117. Ricardo Williams, 4. 1 was spoiled. Total 189, HA1, A to Z. HA2, A to Z, 245 votes for yes. Neil Rowe, 114. Ryan Walters, 130. I'm sorry, and one ballot was rejected, making a total 145. 245, sorry. HA3, A to H, total votes cast 191. Neil Rowe, 106. Ryan Walters, 83. Ricardo Williams, 2. Total 191. That's it, HA3, A to H. And HA3I to Z, total votes cast, 231. Neil Rowe, 121. Ryan Walters, 104. Ricardo Williams, 5. One spoiled ballot. Total, 231. Thank you. I'll be back to you, Charlie, with more results.
There you have it. Counting is ongoing at Allergy Secondary School here in St. Michael Northwest. Returning Officer Charles Haynes just provided those first set of boxes. A total of 15 boxes are being counted, and I'll just share those initial numbers with you again. HA1, A to Z, 67 for Neil Rowe, Barbados Labour Party's candidate. Ryan Walters, Democratic Labour Party's candidate, 117 votes. Ricardo Williams, Friends of Democracy's candidate, 4 votes. HA2, A to Z, Neil Rowe, 114 votes. Ryan Walters, 130 votes. Ricardo Williams, 0. 1 spoiled. HA3, A to H, 106 votes for Neil Rowe, Barbados Labour Party's candidate. 83, Ryan Walters, Democratic Labour Party's candidate. 2 votes for Friends of Democracy. And in HA3 I to Z, 121 votes for Barbados Labour Party's candidate Neil Rowe, 104 for Ryan Walters, Democratic Labour Party's candidate, and 5 votes for Ricardo.
All right, we do apologize for that technical glitch for the moment, because Crystal was trying to recap most of the results. I'm told that Keith Goddard is standing by. Let's go to Keith Goddard now.
Hi, Pearson, if you were hearing me. In the last few minutes, we've had about 8 boxes counted here at the Elder Primary School, which is the counting center for St. George South between Dwight Sutherland, Ms. John, and Susan Holligan. I will go through JA1. And JA1, Barbados Labour Party had 201, Democratic Labour Party 64, Independent 7, and 3 spoiled votes. JA2, A to Z, 62 votes for the Barbados Labour Party. The Democratic Labour Party had 18 votes. Susan Holligan, 2 votes. 3 spoiled. GA3, the Barbados Labour Party 152, the Democratic Labour Party 29, Independent 6, no spoiled votes. GA4, A to H, the Barbados Labour Party 223 votes, the Democratic Labour Party 75, Independent 9, 2 spoiled votes. GA4, I to Z, the Barbados Labour Party 204, the Democratic Labour Party 73, Ms. Holligan 8, and spoiled votes 5. GB1, the Barbados Labour Party 156, the Democratic Labour Party 53, Susan Holligan 5, 1 spoiled vote. GB1, J to Z, The Barbados Labour Party 151, the Democratic Labour Party 63, Solomon 8, and 2 spoiled votes. GB 2, 8 to H, the Barbados Labour Party 189 votes, the Democratic Labour Party 8-0, Independent 11, no spoiled votes. GB 2, I to Z, the Barbados Labour Party 170, the Democratic Labour Party 74, Ms. Holligan 18, 1 spoiled vote. And GB 3, A to Z, the Barbados Labour Party 164, the Democratic Labour Party 81, Independent or Ms. Holligan 12, and 3 spoiled votes. There, Pearson, you can see that there's a very wide lead between the Barbados Labour Party and the closest candidate there from the Democratic Labour Party. And therefore, we're waiting for, I think there are another 8 more boxes to be counted in this constituency. We will keep you updated as the boxes and Mr. Roger Hadmore, who's the returning officer, provides us with the information here for the members of the public.
Thank you, Keith. Indeed, what I'm also seeing is the performance of the independent in this particular race as well. But thank you so much. We wait for more results as they come in. For further discussion, well, not yet. They tell me I have to head back to Kimberly Skeet. Kimberly, what can you tell us now?
Well, I can tell you first off, Pearson, that the deliberations have not been made. The final numbers are not totally added up, but we've been hearing shouts and chants coming through the gap as well. But let me give you the tally for VB 1, A to H. Chantal Monroe Knight, Barbados Labour Party, 100 votes. Corey Greenwich, Democratic Labour Party, 78 votes. Solutions Barbados, 0. People's Coalition for Progress, Christopher Allen, 4 votes. VB1, I to Z. Dr. Chantal Monroe Knight, Barbados Labour Party, 96 votes. Corey Greenwich, Democratic Labour Party, 71 votes. PCP, Christopher Allen, 5 votes. And Solutions Barbados, Robert Toussaint, 2 votes. At present, we can see, of course, those representing the Barbados Labour Party gathered on the outside of the Memorial Hall here in Maxwell, of course, waiting for the jubilant return, but we don't have those final figures as yet. We're getting there as Barbados decide.
Kimberly, is the gentleman behind you the returning officer? If you just spin around.
Yes. Oh, well.
Is that him?
Yes, he
so
did.
We're right on the point of.
I guess we're in time.
Let's do some action. Go ahead.
B2, A to H, Aline 2, Greenwich 53, Monroe Knight 104, Toussaint 1, a total of 160 votes. B2, Aline 3, Greenwich 41, Monroe Knight 110, Toussaint 0, rejected 1, totaling 155 votes. Combined total for VB2, therefore, Aline 5, Greenwich 94, Monroe Knight 214, Toussaint 1, rejected 1, totaling 315 votes for VB2. Thank you.
All right. So you heard it right here. As per usual, I'll try to give you a recap if necessary. Of course, we are still not at the final count as yet. So it's back to you in studio.
Thank you, Kimberly. Let's get an update now from St. Philip North, where Adriel Richards is on location to monitor this for us. Adriel.
Yes, Minister. Good night to you, Pearson. And the first 5 boxes have been finally shared with us. And I can tell you that in PA1 8H, this box coming in from St. Philip Primary School, we have Beckles Independent. He pulled 3 votes. Dr. Sonia Brown of the Barbados Labour Party, 114. Simon Clark of the Democratic Labour Party, 130. And your Lord of Friends of Democracy, 5. Nigel Newton of the People's Coalition for Progress, he got 3, and there were no rejected votes. In A1 I to Z, also from St. Philip Primary School, it was Wayne Beckles 4, Dr. Sonia Brown 95, Simon Clark 107, and your Lord 9, Nigel Newton 1, and 1 rejected vote. Then we go to PB1 A to G. This is also coming in from St. Philip Primary School. Wayne Beckles 3, Dr. Sonia Brown 107, Simon Clark 92, and your Lord 6, Nigel Newton 1, and rejected votes 1. PB1 A to Z, Wayne Beckles 11, Dr. Sonia Brown 133, Simon Clark 108, and your Lord 11, Nigel Newton 2, and no rejected votes. And we have just the first half of the box PC1, and that is of the St. Mark, the Resource Center. Wayne Beckles 5, Dr. Sonia Brown 133, Simon Clark 127, and your Lord 3, Nigel Newton no votes, and there were no rejected votes from that box. By my tally, Dr. Sonia Brown 582, Simon Clark 564, and your Lord 34, Wayne Beckles 26, Nigel Newton 7, and just 2 rejected votes. So those are the first 5 boxes from St. Philip North.
Thank you, Adriel. Indeed, that's a very keenly contested one of those that we're keeping a very close eye on. Now let's go over to the constituency of St. John for final results as we join Ryan Broom.
Well, good evening, good night, Pearson. I almost have to say, well, good morning. Well, we're here in St. John with Returning Officer Mrs. Gracia Bolden Thompson. We have final results here in St. John, and I'm going to turn it over to her now to give those final results.
Returning Officer Statement of the polls by polling station JC4 A to Z. Charles Griffith, 220. Keymar Stewart, 7. Ralph Thorne, 87. Total 314. JD1 A to Z. Charles Griffith, 194. Keymar Stewart, 25. Ralph Thorne, 133. Total 352. JD2 A to Z. Charles Griffith, 52. Keymar Stewart, 7. Ralph Thorne, 70. Total 129. JE1 A to H. Charles Griffith, 110. Keymar Stewart, 15. Ralph Thorne, 109. Total 234. JE1 I to Z. Charles Griffith, 90. Keymar Stewart, 8. Ralph Thorne, 139. Total 229. JE2 A to Z. Charles Griffith, 57. Keymar Stewart, 9. Ralph Thorne, 123. Total 189. JC3 A to Z. Charles Griffith, 118. Keymar Stewart, 3. Ralph Thorne, 40. Total 161. JE3 A to Z. Charles Griffith, 105. Keymar Stewart, 17. Ralph Thorne, 140. Total 162. The results of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. John is as follows. Mr. Charles Griffith, 2,327 votes. Mr. Kemar Stewart, 236 votes. Mr. Ralph Thorne, 1,876 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates was 4,439 with 18 spoils. I therefore declare Mr. Charles Griffith to be elected and be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. John to serve in the House of Assembly of this island. Thank you.
And Pearson, I do have Mr. Griffith here. I'm going to ask him if he can just come over here and have a word with us. Mr. Griffith, he's greeting some of his supporters. Just one moment. Sir. Mr. Griffith. We have a moment here. Mr. Griffith is being congratulated by Kemar Stewart, the PCP's candidate in this St. John riding. Good night, sir, and congratulations.
Good night. Thank you.
Your reflections, has this been a tougher one than usual?
I would say that it was tough. I was always confident because I think I put in the work in St. John in relation to my stewardship as the rep. And the end results is revealing that, people are still going with me, still believe that there's something that I can do to continue moving St. John forward.
Okay, and I saw you just congratulating one of your competitors, Mr. Stewart. What any words about his performance in this election?
Yeah, well,
Charles, you could just speak about that. Sorry.
Sure, it is the voice. Kemar came into the race. You don't take anything for granted in politics, so you respect your opponents, and I respected him coming into the game. I guess he believed he had something to offer in terms of serving the people of St. John. So there's nothing wrong at all in congratulating him for entering the race.
Finally, your message to the people of St. John, both those who have voted for you and those who haven't voted for you, your final message.
As far as my candidacy, as far as me being a rep for St. John, I have always been apolitical. So I don't see red or blue when it comes to representing my constituency. There's a lot of work to be done in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of sports and developing my young people. So I will continue to do what is necessary. I am happy to be and humbled to be part of a party that is really, really proactive in terms of how we treat to the development of the country as a whole. And hence that is going to read down to my constituency.
Okay. Thank you so much and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Well, Pearson, there you have it. We spoke with Mr. Charles Griffith, now re-elected as the MP for St. John. And the celebrations are already starting outside the door as I speak. But that's it from me here from Ryan Broom from the Lodge School in St. John. You can hear the noise in the background. Barbados decides 2026 from St. John.
Those are the cries of victory there at the Lodge School in St. John as Charles Griffith has returned as Member of Parliament. No doubt that action will make its way downtown to be joining the posse there in Roebuck Street. Another set of information coming in to us, this time from Lynette Taylor, who is based at the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium. She's monitoring the race there at Christchurch East Central. Lynette, good morning to you.
Hi, Pearson. Good morning.
What can you tell us?
Well, returning officer Michael Field has recently declared the incumbent candidate Ryan Strawn as the winner in the Christchurch East Central constituency. He's won by a total of 3,003 votes. And Quincy Jones for the Democratic Labour Party, his total was 1,412 votes. And we had a total number of votes cast in the constituency 4,555 votes. Of that total, Dominic York of Friends of Democracy amassed 81 votes, and Natalie Parrish for the People's Coalition for Progress got a total of 49 votes. We had a total of 10 spoiled votes in the constituency. Here with me now is Ryan Strong, who was greeted by a jubilant number of supporters waiting to escort him down to the headquarters at Robert Street. Mr. Strong, what can you tell us about your lead up to this victory, and how are you feeling early this morning?
Thank you very much. I'm really humbled by the result that we saw today. The team really worked hard to try to reach as many people in the last 2 weeks, but really and truly that was just a combination of the work that we'd already started 7.5 years ago when we was elected to member of parliament. We've gone through a whole lot, both at the national level as well as the constituency level, and therefore, as I said to constituents last year, the best is yet to come. We are working to resolve a number of key issues in relation to not just infrastructure in the constituency, but focusing more on the opportunities that we can provide for young people, not so young, as well as being able to bring relief to the entire constituency. So I am happy, very excited at what we have in place moving forward, and I think this result just demonstrates that once you stay connected with people and they can see what it is you're offering, then they will continue to create their confidence in you. So I'm really thankful to the people of Christ Church for giving me another opportunity to work on their behalf and to have that work also extended across the length and breadth of Barbados. So thank you very much, Mr. Central. Thank you very much, brother.
There you have it, Pearson, newly elected representative for Christchurch East Central, Mr. Ryan Strong.
Lynette Taylor, thank you as well so much for joining us for your coverage as well. Thank you, Lynette, reporting there from the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium on the results of the polling in Christchurch East Central. So far, we're into the first half hour of a brand new day, the 12th of February. We have 3 declared seats. But the jubilation, no doubt, is really heating up, as the young people will say, hotting up, in Roebuck Street, where Anne-Marie Burke is among the revelry. Anne-Marie? No doubt you could well imagine, there she is.
Jubilation here in Robert Street, as you can imagine, especially when the declaration was made for Charles Griffith to return as the Member of Parliament for St. John, defeating the opposition leader Ralph Thorne. The entire street went into an eruption. We missed the party atmosphere because we were looking at the other constituencies being counted. But if you would have felt the energy that went through the crowd here when that declaration was made, to know that Charles Griffith was returned to St. John. St. John usually one of the DLP strongholds, but Charles has been able to hold his own, and Mr. Griffith was able to come through again to ensure that he would have beaten the opposition person from Democratic Labour Party. Even more important, the opposition leader. It was a sea of red. There was jumping, there was screaming, there was partying. It was an atmosphere like no more. So I'm sure that the Barbados Labour Party right now and their supporters are at this point feeling an entire victory. They already have about 3 constituencies definitely that they can be assured that they've won, and more are coming in. As the numbers come in, you also really can tell that the Barbados Labour Party candidates are leading in the various constituencies. So as the night goes by, I'm sure the celebrations will even be amped up even more. I look forward to the candidates that would have already been declared making their way down here now to Robert Street for the celebrations to continue with the entire Barbados Labour Party family. But of course, it is an atmosphere like no more, and the crowd has now grown to just about hundreds of persons. The street is lined, they actually blocked off the street, so it's a sea of red here at Robert Street. So back over to you guys as we continue to follow the count for this general election 2026.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. I think there's going to be a celebration. If we could have a split screen, I'd love to have that split screen because we're about to have an announcement from the city of Bridgetown. And Admiral Nelson, you take it away.
That's right, Pearson. Final count from the city. The returning officer, Gloria Medford, joins
us. Corey Beckle, Michael Lashley, 150. Dale Rowe, 25. There were no spoiled ballots. 184 in total. BF3, A to G, Corey Beckles, 4. Michael Lashley, 109. Dale Rowe, 9. There were no spoiled ballots. Total of 142. BF3, H to Z. Corey Beckles, 5. Michael Lashley, 139. Dale Rowe, 37. There were no spoiled ballots. A total of 187. BG1, Corey Beckles, 6. Michael Lashley, 74. Dale Rowe, 8. There were no spoiled ballots. Total of 88. The results of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of the city of Bridgetown is as follows. Corey Beckles, 92. Michael Lashley, 2,312. Dale Rowe, 425. There were 7 spoiled ballots. The total number of votes polled for all the candidates were 2,829. I therefore declare Mr. Michael Lashley to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the city of Bridgetown to serve in the House of Assembly on this island. Thank you.
There you go. You heard from the city of Bridgetown. We congratulate Michael Lashley. Mr. Michael Lashley, let me see if we can get Michael over here. Michael, come over, Michael. Michael has gone to his constituents, but we want to get a word from Michael Lashley as soon as we possibly can. Michael, come over. Come over. Michael Lashley is coming over to our microphone. First of all, congratulations. Michael, what do you have to say to your constituents?
Let me say I want to thank the of Bridgetown constituents for support during this period. We recognize that a short period of time on the canvas, but during the canvas too, I recognize to this on my work, this national profile. It made it a lot easier for me to canvas the constituency. And I think the strength too of the Prime Minister, that too assisted me in Bridgetown. I want to thank the Prime Minister Party for endorsing me and their support. I want to thank the officers, my campaign manager, everyone who walked with me through the sun and the rain, who went to me. I want to thank them so much. And of course, I want to tell that I'm here to give them a strong representative as I'm accustomed to.
Is it too early to tell us what's your first order of business?
My first order of business, get down on the ground again. Get down on the ground. Also, in community meeting, all residents, particularly those living in the terrace unit. I want to meet. I want to do some work with the young people. I want to do work with leave these second chances. I want to do work with respect to victims of crimes. I want to sit down, have a chat with them, develop a body We also have some important work to do. Plus the projects that are coming, I would like to be to lobby to ensure that the city of Bridgetown and the constituent get some work. Thank you, Michael Ashley, representing, of course, the Barbados Labour Party. He is the winner of the seat, the Bridgetown seat here in 2026. That's our presentation from the Bethel Auditorium here in Bridgetown, Barbados. Admiral, we've got a winner, Michael Ashley.
Thank you, Admiral, indeed. And so he's going to make that short trip across the Robert Street, no doubt to be a part of the party that's happening there in Robert Street as well. So the news is Michael Ashley has been returned to the House of Assembly. But let's get an update now from Mark Anthony, who has been monitoring what's going on with St. Michael. That does not sound like Mark Anthony at all. And we're hoping that we can get him on the line to tell us what's been happening with St. Michael West Central in just a little while. But in the interim, let's really hear from our panelists who are here. And so, Stetson, I return to you.
Let's state the obvious. There are a couple of a few constituencies we continue to watch: St. Philip North, St. Michael Northwest, St. Philip West. Well, let's state the obvious. So go to the obvious scenario: the former opposition leader losing the St. John seat, Peter Wickham.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we should focus on the three that we have declared, and we already talked about the South Central. St. John, it wasn't a particularly huge surprise consistent with what else has been happening, but I think it's an important win for the Barbados Labour Party to have been able to have decapitated the Democratic Labour Party.
What's significant about that we probably need to discuss is what are then the implications for the Democratic Labour Party, although that story is not written yet because you have other candidates and potential leaders that are still in the play. St. Philip West and St. Michael Northwest, correct?
Which is something that we've seen. I mean, in Northwest is certainly shaping up to be an interesting outcome. But, I mean, we can't get there yet. But, yeah, so the Democratic Labour Party is now looking for a leader. What happened in that constituency was that the Charles Griffith actually did lose some support. So there was actually a swing against the Barbados Labour Party, but a swing within controllable margins. And as a result, he has been returned. So he's now on 52%. Of support. Ralph Thorne is on 42%. Kimar Stewart got 5%, which means that the Charles Griffith is still a majority leader. He's still a popular leader, even though Kimar did eat into some of the votes that the opposition presumably could have laid claim to. But I think that's an absolutely important win. The voter turnout here was actually higher, 3% higher. So again, it's in pretty much the same range as the previous election was if you take into consideration the cleaning of the list. The other result that we had was in St. Michael Southeast. We had that, and then also Bridgetown. And Bridgetown here is also interesting to the extent that there was an increase in support for the Barbados Labour Party. Michael Ashley has recorded the highest swing so far for the ones that has been declared. So he's on a 4.5% swing in favor of the Barbados Labour Party. He's on 82% support. I mean, this is a huge and unassailable lead. And it definitely means that this is not a seat the BLP is going to be losing in a hurry. The DLP has been beaten down to 15%. So I would say that these are some good results, and particularly to have been able to take the lead, even though Charles Griffith did lose some support as expected, he was able to bring it home.
I know he mentioned the role of the Prime Minister Motley. Thanked her for that, and obviously on the ground it's known that she played a key role in that canvas in there, correct?
Yeah, I mean, and I guess that's really what you're seeing, because the last 2 weekends she was on the ground in St. John pretty much all the time, and clearly there were some political resources that were put behind, so that's significant.
I want to quickly mention before going on back to the critical ones, only because we haven't had, I don't think, any results from St. Joseph, where Andrew Lowe is. And Ryan Bradford seems to be winning that comfortably. So we don't need to dwell on that particular one. So let's go back to...
Just to jump on something that you said that the Prime Minister was on the ground in St. John. And I've heard this argument about a leader of a party supporting the candidates on the ground as if it's a bad thing. So you're like, can the candidates not stand on their own, etc. That's a lot of folly. If you are a leader of a party, you should be able to carry the party along with you. Otherwise, your leadership is a waste of time. You cannot ever be behind the party in terms of popularity, in terms of numbers, because how are you going to bring the other folks along? So the fact that, you know, that if the Prime Minister had to go in a constituency to help a candidate along, that's a plus, because that's what all other leaders did. That's what David would have done. That's what a Barrow effect would have done. So these effects are not anomalous to this particular leader. That's what leaders do. Obviously, in this case, you see that Mr. Thorne is unable to carry his seat and to carry anybody along with him. And that's pretty sad for the Democratic Labour Party and for the country as we speak. But we'll see how the rest of the night turns out. But so far, this is not looking good. It's not something that I think we should be rejoicing in. And it's interesting to see Ambassador, you know, carrying, I think, a dignified approach in this win.
That's a good segue, because I want to get to Ambassador Thompson.
I think the rest of us will like to say something too.
Are we going to one of our reporters in the field? Is that what we're doing now? On the phone.
So Peter is called now. Yeah, your own constituency.
Rachel Lagarde.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Charles
Hi, good night. The vote has been counted, tallied, and delivered here at St. Michael Northeast. Ms. Motley has accumulated 3,570 votes. Jamal Sandiford, 391. And Kareem Howard, 96. For a total of 4,057 votes. 13 were rejected. Altogether, there were 4,070 votes in this constituency. The Prime Minister did give thanks and delivered a speech and said it is all about the constituents as we move forward together. Of course, the party is now headed down to headquarters on Roebuck Street, and that is it here at St. Michael's Primary School in the constituency of St. Michael Northeast as Barbados decides.
Could you repeat those numbers, please? I think she's gone.
Prime Minister Motley, 3,570. Jamal Sandiford of the Democratic Labour Party, 391. Clarine Howard of Barbados Sovereignty Party, 96. A total of 4,057 votes. 13 rejected ballots. So altogether, there were 4,070 votes in the constituency of St. Michael Northeast.
Rachel Lagarde reporting from St. Michael Northeast, where, as expected, Prime Minister Myanmar Morphy has comfortably retained her seat. We were segueing to Ambassador Thompson, the bellwether constituencies that we continue to watch carefully. St. Michael Northwest in the balance, as is St. Michael Northwest, as is St. Philip North, and St. Lucie and St. Philip West as well.
Kimberly?
Ambassador Thompson, you want to be in there?
I don't think we yet know what the outcomes are going to be, although we can make projections. If the opposition is able to hold these seats, it would be fascinating that their leader was not able in St. John to hold that seat, because that is the base and the home of the Democratic Labour Party, and that would be worth analysis. And if these seats that are now looking iffy are won by the Democratic Labour Party, I think people would be pleased that there are actually some elected members of the Democratic Labour Party. But we would have to ask the question, to what extent are these personal votes? Is it that these 4 DLP people, or 3 whom are winning in the 2, how many of them are winning in their own right as opposed to winning as DLP candidates? How is it that they were able to buck the trend of a Barbados Labour Party tight for that matter, and whether or not the incumbent BLP candidates had performed badly or lost favor with the electorate for particular reasons. Because clearly what we are seeing across the country is an endorsement of the Barbados Labour Party, and therefore I'm thinking that these seats may be more personal votes than party votes. That's my analysis at this time.
We have to go to Pearson to Kimberly Skeet, I believe.
Okay, yes, we do go to Kimberly Skeet, who is, as you know, placed over there at the... But there was a declaration. Kimberly, what can you tell us? Kimberly. All right, we're hoping to hear from Kimberly Skeet, who is stationed there at the Cuthbert Pilgrim Memorial Hall on Maxwell Road, I think it is.
Anthony Hines polls 6 votes. Tyra Trotman 197. Raymond Wiggins 15. Andrea Worrell 32. MD1 I to Z. Anthony Hines 3 votes. Tyra Trotman 151. Raymond Wiggins 8. Andrea Worrell 12. Total 174 votes. MD2 A to Z. Anthony Hines 7. Tyra Trotman 141. Raymond Wiggins 7. Andrea Worrell 44. Total of 199. The result of the poll held for the election of a member in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Michael Central is as follows. Ms. Tyra Trotman polled 1,962 votes. Mr. Andrea Worrell 164 votes. Mr. Raymond Wiggins 168 votes. Mr. Anthony Hines 72 votes. There were 12 rejected votes, total of 2,666 valid votes, and overall count included the rejection of 2,678 ballots were placed. I therefore declare Tyra Trotman to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. Michael Central to serve in the House of Assembly of this island.
And so that's from the Combermere School with the celebration. The jubilation has begun. Tyra Trotman making it onto the steps of Parliament soon when Parliament resumes. And so congratulations to her indeed. That's the writing where Damien Best was doing the monitoring for us. Kimberly Skeet has been tracking what's going on for Christchurch South. She joins us now again with an update. Kimberly.
All right, Pearson. This is when jubilation meets the rubber on the road. And I have Dr. Chantal Monroe. Like, you missed all of the shouts and the screams. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know, I really got to give thanks to God for this moment. Really trust us there because my team, oh my gosh. This wonderful team, I feel really blessed to have them working with me. They've worked hard. Eventually putting the hard work together. So this moment feels like, oh my gosh, well, kind of humble. And I guess somebody said today when the hard work starts, But no, I intend to keep faith and be constantly what I've been doing. Big plans for them. Almost from next week, I'm going to get started. I'm going to keep my commitment, keep showing up at the first or something.
Fantastic. Now, this has been one of those seats that went through a whole lot of shakeup. How did you feel almost stepping into a space that originally, you got adopted.
Going in, people were.
All right, Kimberly, I'm so sorry, but we seem to be having issues with the audio there coming from your reporting coming out of the constituency of Christchurch South. But, thank you so much for joining us indeed. And so this is Barbados Decides, the general election of 2026. And so let's go now to Lisa Broom, who is at the Democratic Labour Party's headquarters. Lisa.
Thank you, Pearson. Yes, coming back to you again from the DLP headquarters here at George Street. It's been a bit quiet, quiet up until we started to hear some of the results coming out of, I think it's St. Michael Northwest, where the candidate is running against Neil Rowe. Ryan Walters is running against Neil Rowe, and of course there are perhaps two other candidates in that race. But the first set of positive news, it sounds like, for the DLP, where Ryan Walters' numbers are looking really, really positive. Otherwise, it has been relatively quiet here. I have with me, though, the candidate for Christchurch South, Corey Greenidge, a first-timer, the first time that we've seen Mr. Greenidge in the race. Dr. Chantal Manor-Knight has been declared the winner of that constituency, but it's still good to hear from you, Mr. Greenidge. How are you feeling, having ran your first race?
I really had a really good experience. First, let me congratulate Dr. Monroe-Knight on her victory tonight. It was a hard-fought race, and she's obviously done very well. For me, it was an excellent experience. The opportunity to go into the constituency, I had a shortened time to be there, but the most important part was meeting the people and being able to interact with the people, interact with all walks of life, and have a wonderful experience in the constituency. And I just wanted to say the work begins tonight.
So that sounds like this is not the end of Corey Greenidge.
Most definitely not. The work begins tonight. I'm already preparing my mind for what the next year will look like, what the next 3 years will look like, because that's what I promised the people, that I will be there and I will continue to fight. And not only fight in Christchurch South, but to continue my advocacy on the national stage, being able to speak truth to power. Part of my thrust in coming into the race was my concerns for what was happening in Barbados, and I want to continue that advocacy.
Thank you so much. Corey Greenidge, the DLP's unsuccessful candidate for Christchurch South, says he'll be back again. Back to you in the studio.
Could you, for me, Lisa, just paint me the picture, the mood, the activity? What are people doing and saying there? All right, I guess you can't hear me right about. Thank you, Lisa, indeed. Let's head now to the north of the islands, the constituency of St. Lucie. And so Anmar Goodrich-Boyce joins us once again. Anmar?
So we have the returning officer, Mr. Colin Cumberbatch, about to announce the final results for the constituency of St. Lucie. Mr. Cumberbatch.
The result of votes cast in polling box LE1H to Z is as follows. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 1 vote. Mr. Ian Griffith received 124 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 8 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 72 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LE1H to Z was 205. There were no spoiled ballots. The result of votes cast in polling box LE2A to G is as follows. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 3 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 99 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 8 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 55 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LE2A to G was 165 votes. There were no spoiled ballots. The result of votes cast in polling box LE2H to Z is as follows. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 3 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 101 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 4 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 69 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LE2H to Z was 177. There were no spoiled ballots. The result of votes cast in polling box LE3A to Z is as follows. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 3 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 117 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 5 votes. And Mr. Peter Phillips received 83 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates in polling box LE3A to Z was 208. There were no spoiled ballots. The result of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Lucie is as follows. Mr. Sherlin Davis received 37 votes. Mr. Ian Griffith received 2,026 votes. Mr. Wayne Griffith received 134 votes. Mr. Peter Phillips received 2,211 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates was 4,431. There were 23 spoiled votes. I therefore declare Mr. Peter Ricardo Phillips to be elected and to duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. Lucie to serve in the House of Assembly of this island. Thank you.
Yay! So there you have it, Pearson. It has been confirmed. Peter Phillips, the man who became just the second Barbados Labour Party candidate to win this seat of St. Lucie in history, has retained St. Lucie in 2026. Just heard the confirmation from the returning officer, Colin Cumberbatch. So it brings to end the race for the seat here in St. Lucie. Mr. Peter Ricardo Phillips of the Barbados Labour Party is once again the Member of Parliament for St. Lucie. Pearson, for the final time, on the behalf of my my entire team, cameraman Anderson, Arthur, Shanice Aline, and Ryan Kennedy, I'm Anmar Gibbridge Boyce saying goodbye.
Thank you, Anmar, for your great work there from the constituency of St. Lucie. This is Barbados Decides, the general election 2026. We're back in a moment.
Barbados Decides. Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
Wait, wanna hear about this new super feed thing?
From the fields where hard work meets hope. Born from the heartbeat of every farmer. Forged in dedication, strengthened by purpose, and fueled by the power of superior nutrition. It's a bird! It's a grain! No! It's super feed! Superior.
Do you need your prescriptions filled fast with friendly and reliable service? Are you looking for vitamins, cosmetics, or over-the-counter medicines? We got you. Visit one of our 2 locations, Standard Pharmacy on Tweedside Road and CS Pharmacy on Broad Street. Contact us at 427-2047 or 429-3298. Looking after the good health of the nation every day.
Welcome to the Western Steel Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sales Center, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
Hello, my name is Julie Dash from Hannah Properties Limited, the real estate agent of the people. Thank you for joining me. No one will give you more advertising coverage than we will at Hannah Properties Limited. We will advertise your properties on radio, the internet, the newspaper, Instagram and Facebook. You have no risk whatsoever because if I don't rent your property, I don't get paid. It is absolutely no use being a landlord without a tenant. We will show you how to get a tenant very quickly. Call me 262-5072. Check our website at hannahproperties.com for more details.
Wait, you see that? That man incredible, man. I wish he could still do something like that.
Hi, Tom. Yes, you. Are you glued to the couch, reminiscent of the old days when you were able to climb before any back pit?
Barbados Decides. Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
Big thanks to our partners in bringing you this broadcast. Barbados Decides the general election 2026. Where are we now in terms of the number of declared seats? We can tell you that supporters of the Barbados Labour Party are in Roebuck Street in jubilation. We just saw the Chief Executive Officer in Paris, and she's there with Michael Lashley, who was just returned as the Member of Parliament for the constituency of the city of Bridgetown, with posters and placards and flags and music and drums and energy galore in Roebuck Street as people begin to gather to celebrate what is clear, I think, for a lot of us now, the return of the Barbados Labour Party seemingly in a full sweep of all of the seats available, the 30 seats available in Parliament. There's still some that we're keeping a very close eye on that we still consider to be relatively marginal, and we will watch those very, very carefully to see whether or not the Democratic Labour Party is able to win any of the seats in this, the 2026 general election. But so far, there are 11 seats declared for the Barbados Labour Party. Of the 30 seats are up for grabs. So we have another, 19 or so to be able to get to the finish line indeed. Stetson Bab, I am sure that you and your team over there have a lot to say.
Close watch on the possible results from St. Michael Northwest, St. Philip West, St. Philip North, but St. Lucie is significant. That was very closely watched, very marginal. The incumbent scraped home. Peter Wickham, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, here we are on the 11th hour. St. Philip West being marginal is entirely unsurprising, but I think all the news now is St. Michael Northwest.
Indeed.
And the performance of Ryan Walters thus far. Certainly, he was not numbered among the likely ones for us to be discussing. And I would say that certainly the fact that he is in this conversation now is significant. So regardless of what happens from this point onward, it's an extremely impressive performance for him. He's outperformed his leader and indeed several others in terms of the level of swing that was required to pull that seat even to where it is now. So to be
and could possibly give the
time,
Democratic Labour Party a new leader.
I'm sorry?
And could possibly.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, if it works out that way, he may very well be the only person left in Parliament. If he ends up in there with Eswick, then it would also be interesting. But yeah, I think it would be even more interesting. But yeah, so the Eswick competitiveness, entirely unsurprising. St. Lucie has gone the way of the Barbados Labour Party again. So we have St. John and St. Lucie, which were the two questionable seats. Clearly, they have moved, have come over. Right now, the overall swing for the Barbados Labour Party, as I said, is still looking down. But, you know, there is still quite a bit more counting to be done in terms of a negative swing, but a manageable negative swing.
Let's look at the factors in play in that St. Lucie outcome, Dr. Ronnie Yearwood.
Well, really, what we're seeing is clearly that the Barbados Labour Party vote has held. The Democratic Labour Party vote has not been motivated to come out to support the party. You know, we would have to account for the events of August 2 years ago, for the effect that they're having on this election. You cannot discount what happened at the annual conference 2 years ago to think that that would not have had.
So let's deal with that. How significant, if at all, was the impact of the disaffected, former DLP members?
Well, it's clearly having an impact. You saw one of the victims of that lockout, Tyra Trotman, jubilantly being elected as a member of Parliament. And if we are honest with ourselves, that could have been a flip side, Tyra Trotman being jubilee elected as a Democratic Labour Party, because you still have to understand that these personalities are still winning personalities, and they would have brought that winningness to whatever party that they were in.
Others also play a role in either St. John or St. Lucie or both?
From the data that we saw there with that Peter presented, you don't see that. For example, Kimar played an important role, but I think
beyond Kimar, of course.
Beyond that, I think that disaffected Democratic Labour Party base also played a role in that, and it just shows a complete rejection of Ralph Thorne, his style of leadership, and what occurred in the Democratic Labour Party 2 years ago. I think persons like Undine Whitaker and Big Heather and all the others that were so unceremoniously locked out and treated with such disrespect and disregard, this is their night. In many ways, the Barbados Labour Party's win is as much a win because of that moment. I think if the Democratic Labour Party has held itself together, we will be looking at a very different election tonight. And I think anybody understanding politics would be honest with themselves to affect that. So I believe the Democratic Labour Party should be humbled by this experience, but also the Barbados Labour Party needs to be humbled by this win and approach this win, I would say, cautiously, and not necessarily that I think Barbadians were voting for the BLP so much as there weren't many alternatives to vote for, and accept that and kind of come to the Barbadian public, I think, a little bit humble. I think that would be my advice to the Barbados Labour Party.
From the outset of this discussion, Ambassador Thompson predicted that the Barbados Labour Party would, even if the scrape home, would retain St. Lucie.
I did, yes. I thought so. I would have to confess that I thought we would win between 20 and 50 votes, so we've done much better than I thought. I congratulate my friend Peter. I'm going to tell you a story, and this is one of the constituencies that I really wanted to win. When I had COVID, I experienced a tremendous amount of stigmatization and a fair amount of nastiness from people. And Peter Phillips and the people of St. Lucie and Sharad's Bar were the first people after I came out of Harrison Point to invite me to a social event. And they were the first people to hug me and to tell me how happy they were that I had survived. I had spent 21 days in isolation in ICU at Harrison Point. And so St. Lucie is very special to me, and I really, truly wanted. I mean, Ian is my friend. I like him, we get on very well. I send him business from time to time, and I will continue to do so. But I'm happy that he's going to remain in business and that Peter remains in Parliament.
Good story. We have to go to Pearson.
Seats declared. Is this the 13th? Let's head over to Mishron Robinson, who's monitoring the action there at Christchurch East. Mishron.
Thank you, Pearson. Coming to you live from Christchurch East. We're here with returning officer Nicole Nurse, and she has the results for us for the final 7 boxes. Nicole?
Good night. Final tally for the last 7 boxes: C2 88, Wilfred Abrams 211, Ingrid Bess 22, Amoy Gildenborn 63, Stephen Prescott 4.
And we're just turning the page at this time.
In seat 2I to Z, Wilfred Abrams 204, Ingrid Beth 17, Amari Gildenborn 56, Stephen Prescott 5. In box at C3A to H, Wilfred Abrams 217, Ingrid Beth 14, Amari Gildenborn 55, Stephen Prescott 2. In box at C3I to Z, Wilfred Abrams 171, Ingrid Beth 6, Amari Gildenborn 35, Stephen Prescott 7. Box X D1A to H, Wilfred Abrams 133, Ingrid Beth 3, Amari Gildenborn 60, Stephen Prescott 2. In box X D1I to Z, Wilfred Abrams 130, Ingrid Beth 8, Amari Gildenborn 40, and Stephen Prescott 2. In the final box XD2A to Z, Wilfred Abrams holds 160, Ingrid Beth 5, Amari Gildenborn 76, and Stephen Prescott 13. With that, in the constituency of Christchurch East, I hereby certify that 3,318 votes were polled for Mr. Wilfred A. Abrahams, and he is now a candidate nominated to serve in the House of Assembly of this island, and that the total number of votes polled was 4,592.
Thank you, Returning Officer Miss Nicole Nurse. The people of Christchurch East have undoubtedly chosen Minister Wilfred Abrams as their candidate, as their MP for this 2026, choosing continuity over the new faces of the Democratic Labour Party and the People's Coalition for Progress as well. And Steve Prescott of Reform Barbados. We have Minister Abrams Pearson, if I can, who's in the MP, who can join us quickly. Mr. Abrams, the people of Christchurch East have chosen continuity. In a marginal constituency, there's a lot of competition here, but they've chosen to spend another term with you, the third term, since 2018.
Well, it has been nothing short of amazing. We had a fantastic response on the ground. The machinery clicked. All credit to my campaign manager, my campaign team. Everything. Yeah, they're not hearing.
Hearing some noises in the background as well. Lots of bells. I think conch shells as well. And many constituents running, coming here. A lot of excitement here in Christchurch East at the St. Christopher Primary School.
I mean, my team has been amazing. It has been a fantastic experience. And you know what? I'm humbled. You don't take the vote. The team is actually quite noisy. I don't take the vote for granted, and I am grateful for Christchurch East giving me the chance to continue to work and represent them once again. I am so humbled by this, and I gotta thank my team. Where's my wife?
Lots of placards. Wife Natalie Abrams as well, calling on many of the constituents as well to come over as we carry the report live for you in the studio. A number of persons here from the constituency.
Yeah, team, I just want to say on live TV, y'all have been amazing once again. Thank you. I could not have done it without you. And you know what? All credit to y'all. Big up, big up, big up.
Of noise here, Pearson, here in the Christchurch East constituency, as incumbent Wilfred Abrams continues for a third term.
Mr. Abrams, what is your first priority now that you have been?
Well, Ms. Sharon, I thank you for that. You know, the noise is good. They'll have to take the bus down, however, because the distance from there to Bridgetown is a little bit vast. And so congratulations to those in Christchurch East as well. So Stetson, I'll take it over to you for further discussion as the results continue to flow.
Thanks.
But you tell me before I do that, I need to take a break and remind you, folks, you're staying with us for Barbados Decides the General Election 2026.
Barbados Decides. Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
Wait, you see that? Come on, incredible, man. I wish I could still do something like that.
Hi, Tom. Yes, you. Are you glued to the couch, reminiscent of the old days when you were able to climb without any back pit?
Wait, how you at?
You could start with some exercise and some supported energy supplements. Ask about them at Nature's Discount.
Run all the way to Nature's Discount.
Do you struggle with maintaining healthy blood sugar levels or experience occasional digestive discomfort? Berberine and curcumin from Solaray might be the best solution you're looking for. Backed by research, their rigorous testing ensures that every ingredient meets their strict standards. Don't let occasional health concerns hold you back and find it at your closest Nature's Discount.
Coming to TV8 this February. Stop. Get the popcorn because we're turning everything up.
She was naked in your hotel room?
Drama, love, thriller, movies to love. You don't want to miss this. Coming to TV8 this season. Action that keeps you on the edge.
She's scaring me now? You think I'm a murderer?
Thrillers that raise the suspense. Love that pulls you in. Stay tuned for must-watch movies.
Community Files.
It's an opportunity to shape modern legislation while ensuring that the law remains fair, effective, and responsive to the needs of society.
The Law Reform Commission invites the public, including civil society groups and professional bodies, to submit written proposals for the reform of the law. Proposals for law reform should not exceed 1,500 words and must be submitted by Monday, February 16th. Written proposals will not preclude oral discussion with their authors. Submissions may be sent via email to lawreform@barbados.gov.bb or delivered in hard copy to the Law Reform Commission, Henry Ford and David Simmons Legal and Judicial Complex, Coleridge Street, Bridgetown.
This Valentine's Day, show a little love by donating blood. Join the National Blood Collecting Center's Valentine's Day Blood Drive starting February 9th and give the gift of life. Just visit the center next to the Winston Scott Polyclinic on Gemmitt's Lane, St. Michael, Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. Make a difference this Valentine's Day. Show love by giving blood. Donors should be between 8.
This is Barbados Decides the General Election of 2026 as we head back now to Lisa Broom, who is at the headquarters of the Democratic Labour Party. Lisa.
Thanks, Pearson. Well, I can tell you that the activity has picked up here quite a bit at George Street, with a number of the candidates now coming up here as the seats have been declared, coming up to, I guess, see what's happening, to talk with supporters who are on the ground. And with me, I have Andrea Worrell, who ran in the St. Michael's Central seat. Andrea, tell me about your experience.
Well, like any campaign, but I put my all into it, and it was a good experience in terms of getting to know the person and getting to the uniqueness of the St. Michael Central constituency. And as in everything, in every race, this is always a possibility, so you just move on from this experience as well.
Unlike the last two election cycles, some would say that things are looking a bit more positive for the Democratic Labour Party. It seemed from the numbers that came in, it certainly was a little bit more competitive. What's your take on that?
Well, my take on it in terms of looking at the issues that came out of the whole electoral process, we cannot forget that in terms of the number of persons who were not able to vote today and the complete confusion with regard to the voters list and persons not even receiving circulars from electoral and boundaries prior to the election. I also would have to say, as a Barbadian, the number of persons who were not willing to come out to vote and exercise their right to vote and participate in the democracy of the country, these are things that we need to be concerned about, and as a country as well. And whatever we need to do in terms of the education of the population and getting person interested in what is happening, I think that is something that the country needs to look at, because the entire country needs to have a bit of introspection.
What would you say about this performance, though, from the DLP in this election, as I said, compared to the last two?
Well, I thought that our campaign was a clean campaign, and we campaigned on good ideas, and we listened to the people of Barbados and what they need and so forth. Obviously, it was not necessarily a fair battle, because you do know that the Democratic Labour Party came into this campaign and never received a subvention, and that is something that we need to look at in terms of when you compare the money which was spent in the campaign. You're looking at millions of dollars compared to whatever else the other parties would have played. So we didn't operate on a level playing field to begin with.
All right, so I think as a senior member of the party, you may be in a position to share your thoughts on this. With Mr. Thorne not securing the seat in St. John, what does leadership of the DLP look like going forward?
That is something that the party would obviously need to discuss, and I want to say that Mrs. Thorne did well in terms of bringing the party together and to this stage and moving forward. So I want to congratulate him for his efforts and the sacrifice that he put in terms of at least he was the person out there that tried to bring some balance into what was happening in this country. Obviously, so the party as a whole would have to decide how we go forward, as every political party does after a general election campaign. Whether you win or whether you lose, you always have that conversation to determine how do you go forward.
All right, and last question very quickly, what of your future?
Well, my future, well, these are things that will be determined, of course. So I have been in politics from 2010, and it has been a tremendous sacrifice. So I will always be interested in helping others. So that is not an issue.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrea Worrell, who unsuccessfully contested the St. Michael's Central seat here with us. I also see a couple of the new candidates, the younger candidates, so I'm going to try to get a word with them when you come back to me. Back to you, Pearson.
Lisa, I'm sure, like our viewers, I too am waiting to hear what our panel has to say. So Stetson is over to you.
Pearson, I have to get to this side of the table. Let's bring in Mr. John Delaney of Friends of Democracy, and of course Lynette Eastman of the People's Coalition for Progress on the results that we've had so far. Ms. Eastman?
Well, first of all, I would like to offer my congratulations to all of the candidates who have been successful. From the results so far, I I believe that it is correct that the Democratic Labour Party still has a base. It might have been eroded somewhat. There's also the point that there are voters who are not coming out to vote, and I'd be interested to see what the analysts say about the overall turnout, because on the last occasion it was at 44%, which is quite low as compared to, I think, prior to that it was about 60%, 60-something percent. So we have a number of people who are not coming out to vote. It is described as voter apathy. I believe some people are very strident in not coming out to vote, from what I've heard from constituents. They're not coming out to vote because I don't think it is so much about not having good candidates. It is about thinking that the whole electoral process does not serve them. That's what I'm hearing from them. So I think as far as the Democratic Labour Party is concerned, they have some candidates who I believe in the long term would be able to present themselves well, because in terms of politics, we kind of forget that the BLP and the DLP have been around for almost 100 years. And things would happen that you need to rebuild from, so the Democratic Labour Party needs to rebuild from where it is at the moment. In terms of alternative parties, if you call them that, or smaller parties, there still is a long-term issue. I don't think that, you see, every generation will not necessarily be born into the notion that they can only vote DNB. That is going to change. I've heard people talk about leadership. I've heard my friend here talk about leadership. And the type of leadership that we see these days that we kind of believe in, that wasn't always the leadership that we had. There were men equal to Errol Barrow and women who would challenge him. There were also men and women equal to Tom Adams who would challenge him.
I want to pick up on a couple of points that you raised, and also they were raised by Mr. Worrell, I believe. That's to do with the subvention, voter turnout. But I want to give Mr. Delaney a chance to weigh.
No problem. I want to join in congratulating the successful candidates so far. You can officially call them representatives, members of parliament, especially the new ones. I think this is an election of a certain level of bravery, in which you see new persons stepping into roles in which they would have been a party stalwart there, and they're showing that they are a continuation of that legacy. You also see, again, a party like Friends of Moxie, new candidates, new to the political scene, really showing their bravery. And again, out of these 96 persons really showing they see the issues, they hear the cries of Barbadians, and they want to step out. I would want to say, and again, you talked about longevity earlier, and I think what we've seen, especially, and I will speak for the Friends of Democracy, is that while the numbers don't reflect a win in any seat, the numbers reflect a starting point. The numbers reflect a base that you can build on. The numbers reflect 30 and 40 and 50 and 60, even up to 100, 140 votes in some cases, 140 people in which you can build your branch around, build your support around. And I think with the professionalism the candidates have shown, I think with the seriousness they've shown, I think with the commitment to engaging with the youth and engaging with social media, taking their campaign in a modern way, I think that is something in which I can safely say you will see longevity from the party, which can be a roadmap that all alternative or third parties, whatever you want to call them, can follow to show success and to represent people well.
Indeed. A couple of quick points. One, first, a clarification. I believe the field reporter mentioned something about a marginal seat. That was Christchurch East. Peter Wickham, that's not a marginal seat, is it? Or was it?
No, Christchurch East was actually one of the most marginal seats in Barbados, and it flipped back and forward, but it has not been marginal for the last 3 election cycles, last 2 election cycles. 75% is not marginal.
The other point is raised by Ms. Eastman. I think she didn't mention the issue of a subvention. Is the subvention to the opposition is about what, $100,000? How significant would that be? How much is it actually? How significant would that be to an election campaign? What difference would it made, if any, in this campaign, do you think?
So I think the political party in an election campaign like this could burn through $150,000 in I guess less than a week. Yeah.
A week?
A week, because a long time.
A week is a long time.
Yeah, so no, it's not. It would not have made a difference, frankly.
I don't know about that. I mean, money is money. If you have money to spend, you can do other things. And one of the things that has always concerned me, and I've always said this, every parliament that we constitute is constituted on an election where several of the laws in the legislation have been breached. Remarkably, because you're really only supposed to spend $10 on an elector. That's in the legislation. You're not supposed to hold these parties and fetes to encourage people to vote for you. Now, all of that is done openly. There's a provision in the legislation that says all of these t-shirts and bandanas and leggings and shorts and hats and bags, that you're not supposed to do that.
But some would then ask you, what would you have done with the $100,000?
Oh, there are all kinds of programs that you could start with 100,000, because I've started programs with no money. So there are all kinds of things that you could do with 100,000. And let me make the point, because I really don't like the idea of Barbadians engaging in activity that is in breach of the law. If we think that individuals should be wearing all these t-shirts, I think we should amend the legislation. Why do we have it? Because it is not only the politicians that are guilty of breaking the law, the electors who accept these gifts and these trinkets and this food and the music and all of that. The legislation says that they're guilty, so why don't we change the law if we think it is fine?
Before we have to go back to the field, Mr. Delaney is king to jump in. And then Ambassador Thompson.
I've heard throughout the night, it was spoken about with the snap election. Now it's spoken about with the money when we heard the response, with the subvention when we heard the response. I don't think that can be used as an excuse for unpreparedness or for not really showing up for the people. It took very little money for Friends of Democracy to host a press conference last year before election was called, release their policy platform, let people know what they want to do, have another press conference to announce candidates, really show again, give the spokespersons time to talk, and also release a manifesto, I think, before the DLP. That wouldn't have required $100,000, and I don't think that can be used as an excuse for why that preparedness was not shown. Voters deserve better.
I don't even know if I should get into all this thing about election paraphernalia, because I think that is a side discussion. I think there is a much broader question which really needs to be answered, and it is, in pursuit of democracy and governance, how much money is the public of Barbados prepared to have their parliamentarians paid? How much money are they prepared to have political parties, legitimate political parties? I'm not talking about the pop-ups. Legitimate political parties have access to and spend. I mean, the reality is that it costs money to mount a platform. This is not the 1950s or 60s. I remember as a child, I grew up on Baxter's Road. You would see Billy Miller with a bullhorn walking the street. Politicians don't do that anymore. The style of politics is a lot more sophisticated. The elector, the voter, is a lot more analytical, a lot more sophisticated, much better informed. How much money are we prepared to put into the hands of political parties to conduct the style of campaigning to which we've become accustomed and that we, the electorate, want? That
brings us to an important point, the evolution of not just politics, but campaigning in this country. And in this particular election, I think social media, for instance, digital platforms, digital media played a much greater, more significant role than ever before, and increasingly that will be so. We have some results, though, I believe. Pearson? From St. Joseph?
For viewers, it's on your screen. For listeners, just to let you know that the final result coming in from the constituency of St. Joseph reads as follows. Ryan Brathwaite has taken the seat with 75% of the votes cast, a total of 2,662 votes. That's 2,662. to Randall Rouse's 24.87% of the votes cast. That's a total of 881 votes. That's 881. That's the final of the parish of St. Joseph. So congratulations indeed for Ryan Brathwaite with a total of 2,662 votes. That is what I can report to you now, Stetson.
Brathwaite, in a landslide in St. Joseph. We were talking about the evolution of political campaigning in Barbados.
Well, it has. I think this particular campaign, actually, I would call this was actually the social media campaign.
Indeed.
This one, the memes, the songs, the music. To be honest, some of these campaign songs could probably go in for the crop over and still carry really through. There was a factor of that side. I thought the serious discussion somehow was pretty low, but from a campaign production point of view, it was pitch perfect. And I would also give credit to the Friends of Democracy. They ran a really good campaign, seamless, the branding, the messaging, it was on point. And I said this on different programs, so this is not even saying anything controversial. I thought the Barbados Labour Party campaign, they were enjoying the campaign. Same with Friends of Democracy. The Democratic Labour Party campaign to me was grey, it was dour, they didn't look like where they're having fun. How is somebody going to vote for you if you don't look like you are, like you're part of it? You understand?
How influential were the influencers, Peter Wickham?
I think the influencers work. I mean, I wanted to say a couple of things about this whole party finance issue. I have some strong views on it. I do identify with what Lynette is saying regarding the extent to which we observe a lot of these rules in the breach more than anything else. Yep. And I mean, the T-shirt thing has been a problem for me for a long time. I'm not a fan of paraphernalia. I, however, realize that paraphernalia, whether I like it or not, is a part of our reality. Yes. And the regulation that we had saying that you couldn't wear branded T-shirts and whatnot, it was foolishness. I mean, let's face it, I came into an environment where it was being observed, where you had, instead of DLP, you had Dear Loving Person. You know, and ultimately it meant the same thing. So my thing is, we could as well repeal the legislation, quite frankly.
All right, let's take a pen. We got to go to James North, is it, Pearson?
James North, indeed. That's where we're heading to meet up with Carolyn Williams-Gale, who's at the Gordon Greenwich Primary School. Carolyn, what can you tell us about what's coming out of St. James North?
Hi, good evening. Good morning, actually, everyone. And Chad Blackman has just been declared the duly representative of St. James North. And I'm here with Chad and his supporters. Chad, what do you have to say as a result?
Well, firstly, I want to thank God for his continued hand over me. Second of all, I want to thank the good resident of St. James North for the continued support that have placed in me, the representative in Parliament. I want to thank my team. Arguably one of the greatest teams in Barbados. And ultimately, today is the day that we can be happy. But of course, the work continues. That's why I started in the by-election. We referred to the last few weeks what I've been able to do. But now, with this mandate, to continue to ensure that people and their aspirations and their hopes can be manifested through a representation. Happy, of course, but at the same time, in victory, I remain humble.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Blackman. And I will update the team with numbers as soon as I close off from here.
All right, thank you, Carolyn, for your report coming in from St. James North. As you just heard, Chad Blackman is returned as the Member of Parliament for that constituency. More discussion entails. Here's Stetson once again.
You mentioned that was St. James North. The other constituencies we remain a keen interest in will be St. James South, as well as St. Philip West, St. Philip North, St. Michael North West.
Yeah, South is called, I think.
St. Michael South?
St. James South.
Sorry, did I say St. James South?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, certainly I meant St. Michael Northwest, St. Philip West, St. Philip North.
We have not here at Barbados Decides declared the result for St. James South. We are seeing some information going around, but as soon as we get confirmation on it, we'll share with you. I know we are working on trying to get some information out of St. Michael Northwest, which is also a very keenly contested seat right there. So as soon as we do, Stetson, we'll break it and bring it to you.
Well, and I believe Peter,
I was trying to finish your point. Yeah, so as much as I said, I do identify with this whole thing about the T-shirts, but there is a larger issue which Liz was talking about, and this is the whole question: how do we finance campaigns? And I think that the point she made is an important one. How much are we willing to pay to finance the campaigns? My research tells me that the people of Barbados and the people of the Caribbean are not comfortable with the idea of taking up taxpayers' money and paying for a campaign. And ideally, I would like if we could say, look, there's $3 million for each party. Spend it as well, let's say, you spend it as you can. And let's not allow them to go to the private sector or to anybody begging for money. At the same time, however, I don't get the impression that the people of the Caribbean, of Barbados, are comfortable with that. They like the idea of having someone else pay for their democracy. That being the case, then the situation continues as it is. So maybe we can get an increase in the subvention. Maybe there can be a more even distribution. But let's face it, the Democratic Labour Party was making noise for a subvention that they did not earn. The only reason that the subvention talk came into the picture was because somebody left the Barbados Labour Party and crossed the floor. And I get the impression that the people of Barbados didn't support that idea either. So you can't earn a subvention through an inappropriate way and then argue that you ought to be able to get it. But I do think that there's a larger issue of campaign finance reform we have to look at. We need to change a lot of the rules and make them more modern. Social media, as you mentioned, Stetson, is a huge issue. I think the influencers are big. And what I find fascinating is that the electoral boundaries regulations speak to print media and television and radio and a lot of stuff that is completely and totally irrelevant.
All of that needs to be reformed.
And you can do social media advertising all today. You could have been doing social media advertising while people were voting. So it's something to look at in terms of managing our elections going forward. And I do feel it's more fair and equitable kind of arrangement that we can come to.
Let's get a response from this side.
Can I just, because I was responding. I am glad that Peter recognizes that as a democracy and a country of laws, it is wrong for us to have laws on the books, which we break all the time. Every election, we break those laws, and yet we keep those laws on the books. There's something wrong with us if we can't change our laws, and I'm glad that Peter agrees, even though the lawyers on the panel seem to feel that it is okay to have laws on the books which we don't respect.
Which
that is wrong.
I
have no idea.
I've not even spoken on the point, so it can't be me.
I'm surprised Peter takes the point, even though he's not a lawyer, but the lawyers don't.
Hold on. This is
crossing up on TV now, but point she's never made.
Hold on. I am not the speaker, but I recognize Dr. Yearwood.
This is the first moment in the night that we will have to get unparliamentary in here. Nobody has come out and said anything against campaign finance, and in fact, we all agree with Peter that it's something we would like to see, but the Barbadian public is not. We could put money on it. They're not going to shell out $5, $6, $10 million on the table to say fund campaigns, but we want it done. So we want it both ways, and we're going to have to find some middle way and some middle ground to it. So.
Campaign financing, a contentious issue.
So I hadn't finished, because the truth is the table hasn't been balanced. So I hadn't finished. I would also like to respond to the point about pop-up parties. Now, I accept that Ambassador might not have been in Barbados and therefore does not know. But the UPP certainly was very vocal when the NIS was going to be privatized. And we wrote on it, we spoke on it, we marched on it, everything. So it isn't like we haven't said anything. That's a joke. But I understand Ambassador might not have been wrong to have heard all of that. In fact, with the NIS, one of the points that I had made, and I sent it out in a voice note, was my concern about investment abroad and we in Barbados not knowing what we were investing in. And in fact, Prime Minister responded to that, so at least she heard.
Unfortunately, I have to curtail you just briefly because we have to go back to, I believe it's St. James South, Pearson.
Yes, indeed. Such a heated discussion. But let's head over now to China Haynes, who is at St. James South for the final result.
For the constituency of St. James South to serve in the House of Assembly of this island. Thank you.
Good morning to you, Barbados. Reporting now from China Haynes at Queen's College in the constituency of St. James South, where Sandra Mason has retained her. My apologies, Sandra has been retained for a third consecutive win. Now, Sandra, talk to us. So what does this mean to you, and what does this say about the confidence that people have in you?
I just want to start by giving thanks not only to God, but to all the people of St. James South for their confidence in me, and to my team that has worked so hard to be able to work with the constituents and to be able to bring this to home. This is important because the future before Barbados is going to require not only strong leadership, but it's going to call for creativity, it's going to call for collaboration, it's going to call for us working.
We just got a taste of what the action is there from St. James South. Congratulations to Sandra Husbands being returned as a Member of Parliament for that constituency. A break, and we're back with discussion and a whole lot more as Barbados decides the general election 2026.
Barbados Decides. Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
This Valentine's Day, show a little love by donating blood. Join the National Blood Collecting Center's Valentine's Day Blood Drive starting February 9th and give the gift of life. Just visit the center next to the Winston Scott Polyclinic on Gemmitts Lane, St. Michael, Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. Make a difference this Valentine's Day. Show love by giving blood. Donors should be between 18 and 70 years old and are encouraged to hydrate the day before and have a full meal within an hour of giving blood.
The Caribbean Home Help Nursing Agency offers reliable and compassionate private nurses right to your home. Our private nurse care is ideal for persons recovering from an illness, surgery, or requires personalized medical assistance. We also provide companionship care that can be just as vital as the physical assistance. The Caribbean Home Help family provides the safety, comfort, and professionalism to those persons in need. Give us a call today and start living your best life.
Need natural medicine that really works? Amaze is the miracle store with very effective natural products for cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, cholesterol, weight loss, arthritis, cataract, glaucoma, fibroids, PCOS, menopause, viruses, acid reflux, detoxing, prostate and male dysfunction, butter and oils for balding, eyelash and eyebrow growth serum, health foods, and much more. Open Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturdays, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Amaze, 12 and 13 Harvest Plaza, Oistins, telephone 420-7809. Come in and be amazed. We have what you need.
Wait, wanna hear about this new super feed thing?
From
the fields where hard work meets hope. Born from the heartbeat of every farmer. Forged in dedication, strengthened by purpose, and fueled by the power of superior nutrition. It's a bird! It's a grain! No! It's super feed! Superior.
Do you need your prescriptions filled fast with friendly and reliable service? Are you looking for vitamins, cosmetics, or over-the-counter medicines? We got you. Visit one of our 2 locations, Standard Pharmacy on Tweedside Road and CS Pharmacy on Broad Street. Contact us at 427-2047 or 429-3298. Looking after the good health of the nation every day.
Welcome to the Western Sales Center, the home of quality products, excellent service, and of course, great prices. Come on, let's check it out. We've extended our product selection to offer a new and exciting range of products, from personal care items to household essentials, to meat and veg, and everything else in between. We are open Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., giving you plenty of time to browse and stock up. Come on down to the Western Sales Center, the heartbeat of Western, where great quality, products, and excellent prices are in store.
Hello, my name is Julie Dash from Hannah Properties Limited, the real estate agent of the people. Thank you for joining me. No one will give you more advertising coverage than we will at Hannah Properties Limited. We will advertise your properties on radio, the internet, the newspaper, Instagram and Facebook. You have no risk whatsoever because if I don't rent your property, I don't get paid. It is absolutely no use being a landlord without a tenant. We will show you how to get a tenant very quickly. Call me 262-5072. Check our website at hannahproperties.com for more details.
You see that? Come on, incredible, man.
Barbados Decides. Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
Big thanks to our partners in bringing you this broadcast here on CBC TV8. Indeed, as we approach the second hour of February the 12th, an occasion where we are marking the decisions made by Barbadians today or yesterday in the general election. Where are we now in terms of the number of declared seats, I'm sure you're asking. But we can tell you now in the final result coming in from the parish of St. Peter, the constituency of St. Peter, that Colin Jordan has been returned as a member of parliament, totaling just over 3,000 ballots to Jason Phillips, who's just representing the Democratic Labour Party. So the parish of St. Peter now goes to, or stays with, the constituents with Colin Jordan of the Barbados Labour Party. Colin Jordan securing 3,116 votes to Phillips' 1,162 votes. So that's another declaration of another seat for the party, Barbados Labour Party. But the conversation we were just having prior to our break was so hot. I'm just like you, waiting to get back to it. So Stetson, it's back to you.
Pearson, of course, we continue to keep a keen ear and eye out for what could be the outcome, and especially St. Michael Northwest, but also St. Philip West and St. Philip North. But as you indicated, the issue of campaign financing, and maybe Ms. Eastman would say the need for campaign finance reform, has been, let's use this word, robust. Let's go back to Mr. Delaney.
And, well, we are at February 12th now, so election days. Election day is over. We've passed that. And now, again, as I will keep saying, looking forward. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't talk from the lawyer perspective, but from the youth perspective.
I somehow feel that Ambassador Thompson has something to tell us. She looks very excited.
No, I don't. I'm not going to say it.
Well, I can tell how that particular writing is going based on your reaction. Mr. Delaney, you continue until we have it.
And I would urge parties like the UPP, like the coalition, that seeing the seriousness in which you believe that these things need to be put in place, seeing the seriousness that you believe that these conversations need to be facilitated. Have town hall meetings, have press conferences, have forums where you invite the youth, because if we are moving towards a more modern campaign, if we are moving towards a more social media driven campaign, who better to help facilitate and direct a lot of these conversations than the youth? You have the Barbados Youth Development Council, you have the Youth Parliament, you have the youth arms of the two major political parties. You have young candidates in FOD. I think nearly half of the candidates that were run for the Friends of Democracy were under the age of 45, under the age of 40. That is something which has to be highlighted. You have young persons across the length and breadth of Barbados who have been integral in campaigns. The same.
Right off all the old folks yet.
I'm not. They're definitely not right off the old folks. You have the same. You have commentators like a Marcia Weeks. You have a Stephanie Chase. You have News on the Go. Persons that have kind of led the campaign in that social way from a non-partisan side. Those are persons who need to be brought to the table to facilitate.
Non-partisan, Marcia Weeks. And it is clear that
let's not get too much into categorizing individuals who are not here to defend or
to defend? What's their
to defend or to clarify? To clarify.
And I think those are persons who need to be brought to the table when we're talking about the way in which we evolve our legislation to suit the evolution of campaigns.
Because in fairness to the other, there are also many influencers who many would say that their positions have been rather clear regardless of the independence claim.
Given them the benefit of the doubt.
And Ambassador Trump, ultimately at the end of the day, we're all here, and the critical thing is what is the ultimate outcome. And how do you feel about how the night has gone for the ruling party? Or continuing to rule party? Or to govern, rather?
I think that I would want, clearly I'm going to congratulate everybody who has won. I think the only seat at this time that is not clear is Northwest. And I've always believed that Neil will ease home. And I'm still thinking that he will pull it off, which would give us 30 seats. I am particularly pleased, I'd have to say, at the performance of the women. There has been, over the course of the last few months, very severe attacks on the Prime Minister, describing her unfairly as a dictator, indicating that women should not be in positions of leadership. There have been very vicious attacks on social media, and that the Prime Minister, the Deputy, could both increase their majorities, get more people out to vote, and to vote for them in this election than in the last one is significant.
Stick a pin. I think we have some important information. Pearson?
Yes, we do. Coming in from St. Philip North. Let's go to our report on location now. What's happening in St. Philip North?
First coming out of St. Philip North, we've just had 3 more boxes. The numbers from 3 more boxes. This is a PD1, which is located here where we are at the Hildersteen Primary School. PD1 A to E. Wayne Beckles, the independent candidate, he called 4 votes. Dr. Sonia Brown of the Barbados Labour Party, 115. Simon Clark of the Democratic Labour Party, 88. Anya Lord of the Friends of Democracy, 4 votes. Nigel Newton of the People's Coalition for Progress, 1 vote, and there was 1 rejected vote. In PD1 F to M, Wayne Beckles got 3 votes. Dr. Sonia Brown, 137. Simon Clark, 97. Anya Lord, 3. Nigel Newton, 2. And there was 1 rejected vote. And in the PD1 N to Z, we had Wayne Beckles with 5 votes. Dr. Sonia Brown with 111, Simon Clark 81, Anya Lord 4, and Nigel Newton 2 with 2 rejected votes. By my tally, it was Dr. Brown a tally of 1,434 votes so far, Simon Clark 1,180, Anya Lord, President Democracy 59, Wayne Beckles, the Independent, he got 47, Nigel Newton, he got 21, and there have been 7 rejected votes so far. We have 7 more boxes to be counted here at St. Philip North. We started, perhaps, I think we were probably the last constituency to start counting today. We got on the way at just about quarter past 10. There were some, they had a bit of a challenge with one of the boxes coming in from one of the polling stations. And so we got on the way quite late here this evening. And so we have another 7 boxes remaining. So I think we'll be here for maybe quite a long time. And those boxes were coming in from Bailey's Primary School. There are 2 sets of boxes coming in from Bailey's Primary School, the PD2 boxes and the PD4 boxes. And then there's the PD3 boxes, which will be coming in, which will come in from the Shrewsbury Methodist Church. So still a long night ahead of us here who are following what's happening in St. Philip North. I'm Adriel Richard. Barbados continues Decides 2026 coverage.
What encouraging words. Still a long night ahead of us. Thank you so much for that report, Adriel Richards, indeed. But the decision and the discussion continues. Back to you, Stetson.
From Ambassador Thompson, St. Philip North, one of those bellwethers to some extent, constituency, we kept an eye on. Dr. Sonia Brown appearing to continue to hold on, even if marginally. How significant is that?
Well, you know, I did say earlier in the night that it was my view that we would hold the 3 St. Philip constituencies because of the social organization of that parish. So that is not surprising to me. I expected us to win 3. Quite frankly, I'm only interested now in hearing St. Michael Northwest to see what the final result is. As I indicated, I believe that Neuro is going to be able to hold on marginally. I don't think that is going to be a broad margin. It will be interesting to see.
So you expect St. Philip West to
I
hold as
expect
well?
us to win the 3 St. Philip constituency. So it's just a matter of time to see if I'm right or not. I expect.
You've been right so far. We give you that.
But I think that a question that came up earlier in the night, well, I wanted to return to this issue of voter apathy or the appearance of voter apathy and whether or not we really know what is the real size of constituency, so that when you assess the numbers, you're really assessing on accurate data to be able to say what the turnout is and so on. But I think that the broader question here remains what is going to happen to the leadership of the Democratic Labour Party. I don't know if Ronnie is coming B or D, or if he is staying up the hill at UE.
Since Dr. Yearwood is here and can speak for himself, do you want to weigh in, Dr. Yearwood?
But if I may just finish, I think that there is now the question. Ralph has not yet conceded. I don't know if he plans to. We haven't heard that he has. 1. 2, how is the next leader of the Democratic Labour Party going to start to rebuild? You have from the mismapped generation to the Irene Sandiford Garners to the younger people who may still be there, and people who want to see a united Democratic Labour Party.
Just to stick a pin, Ambassador, we can see on the screen, obviously, St. Thomas holding comfortably. We also are aware that St. Joseph has held comfortably as well. Go ahead, ma'am.
This is an excellent result for Gregory in his first time out, 79%, taking over from Cynthia Ford, but again, a traditional Barbados Labour Party seat, so he wasn't expected to lose it, but 79.8% of the vote is really exceptional, so it's very, very good. So you have a lot of alienated Dems, a lot of Dems who are still hurting tonight. Is Ralph going to apologize to them? Is he going to say that he wants to continue to lead? Is he going to work with a new leader somebody is chosen? And how are you going to rebuild? Mia Mottley, to her credit, even after the Owen Arthur onslaught on her and her being rejected from the leadership, really built back the Labour Party. And all of those people who had really turned their backs on and voted against her, went into her cabinet and so on. She has shown remarkable statespersonship and political savvy and skill. Can the Democratic Labour Party do that?
So I believe you're going to, is that Dale Ford we are going to for a result? Can you hear us?
Here with me is the returning officer of Philip West, Miss Pauline to give us a final count.
Makani 122, 2 spoil, 2 spoil, M2, 8I, Goodrich 18, and Makani 173. PM2,
J to Z.
So you'll appreciate we have reporters all across the country, and the quality of the broadcast will vary from time to time, and that happens even with international broadcasts. But we'll get those numbers for you as soon as we can. The Barbados Labour Party.
Stetson, sorry.
Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just quickly received a note from our reporter in the field in St. Joseph, and he's indicated that the provisional numbers for St. Joseph look like 226.62 versus 889 for Randall Rouse, 2682 for Ryan Brathwaite.
Yeah,
so
as I referenced a short while ago.
The provisional information is here, so I just wanted to share that with you. Yeah.
Do you have the provisional information for us in Philip?
No, afraid not. No, I'm not so lucky.
So let's get back. So let's get back to our discussion then. How much of this, because the Barbados Labour Party has held quite comfortably, on how much of this is about the strength of the Are we going back? Yes, let's go back to our reporter in the field.
Returning Officer Morgan, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to repeat that information. You seem to have had some technical challenges with the audio, so if you don't mind, if we can go from the top again to give us the count.
PM1, A to Z, Eastman 9, Aspect 135, Goodrich 13, Makani 122, Spoil 2. PM2, A to I, Eastman 12, Aspect 85, Goodrich 18, Makani 173. PM2, J to Z, Eastman 9, Aspect 57, Goodrich 17, Makani 159. PM3, A to G, Eastman 5, Aspect 143, Goodrich 2, Makani 68, 1 spoil. PM3, H to Z, Eastman 4, Aspect 140, Goodrich 7, Makani 76. The result of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Philip West is as follows. Miss Eastman, 173 votes. Mr. Estwick, 2,187. Miss Goodrich, 323. Miss McConney, 2,740. Spoiled, 15. The total number of votes polled for all the candidates was 5,438. I therefore declare Ms. Kay McConney to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. Philip West to serve in the House of Assembly of this island.
Thank you so much, Returning Officer Pauline Morgan. As you heard, the incumbent Kay McConney has been returned as MP for the constituency of St. Philip West. And of course, their supporters are here in their numbers with their placards and their flags celebrating her win. So this is it for me from Princess Margaret Secondary School. I'm Dale Ford. Good night.
Thank you, Dale, indeed, and thank you for your really good coverage, indeed. And so that celebration moves now again, with all the others, down to Roebuck Street. And so we're waiting on a number of other boxes to come in and other constituencies to be declared, but it is evident that so far, based on all we've seen, the Barbados Labour Party is retaining the government. And so for further discussion on all of this and a whole lot more, here's Stetson Babb.
Pearson, and let's go to our analyst, Peter Wickham, the man who's monitoring the numbers. The Barbados Labour Party holds, even if narrowly, yet another of those critically and closely watched bellwether constituencies. What's that say to you?
Yeah, it's fascinating. The result is exactly as it was last time, 51%. No movement whatsoever in terms of the support level. The Democratic Labour Party seems to have done slightly, no, the Democratic Labour Party is the same thing, minus 1%. They've reduced their support. And then Kay Goodridge, of course, the third parties or the alternative parties are in 1% range. But the interesting thing with this constituency is that it hasn't moved at all, you know, in the period of time in between. So Kay McConney is back in with 51%. This is the heartland of the Democratic Labour Party, and I imagine that she feels quite happy with herself today.
And we actually have one of the candidates in that particular constituency with us right now, Ms. Eastman.
So I would say to Peter that even if David Estwick had got our votes, he still would not have won.
Right. Agreed.
So this thesis about these other parties cutting the LP votes, I think we should put that to bed. The Democratic Labour Party needs to earn its votes in the same way that all of us go there and make an effort to convince the electorate to vote for us. They have to do that. They have a base. So, well, I guess Ronnie would say that the base is a bit smaller than it used to be, but they do have a base. So they need to work on that. So the focus shouldn't be on any other person going out there and running for a seat.
Apologies to cut you, but we have the winner, Kay McConney.
Over back to you for your interview with Kay McConney.
What? Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Tell us, how are you feeling right now?
I feel grateful. I start with gratitude to God. And I am grateful to the people of St. Philip West for reposing their confidence in me. And I am grateful to my team who have worked with me not only at election time, but they've been with me throughout the first term. And I know they will be with me again as the second term starts representing the people of St. Philip West.
Any time did you feel it was a little close, or were you confident and you felt, yes, from the beginning, I have this?
I think the things with election is you go through peaks and valleys. But overall, I felt a confidence because I know I had done the work for the people, and I know that the people of St. Philip West would definitely have recognized it. And I think too that the Barbados Labour Party brings the strength of leadership to this, and I know that the people of Barbados will of course recognize that. So it's just an awesome feeling.
But I know you want to go and get and continue your celebrations, but before you go, what are some of the major things? What do you think is, maybe you won't start on today, Thursday, but maybe Monday morning, these are the things that I have to do for my constituents?
Well, the very first thing that I have to do is to make sure that I touch base with them again. Because there were many things that have been shared over time, and there are things that came up during this period of election, and the first thing I want to do is to touch them and feel.
Thank you so much and congratulations again. And thank you so much. I'm going to head back to the studio because definitely know everything here at St. Philip West has been wrapped up. The winner has been declared and it's definitely good night now from me, Dale Ford.
In other words, bedtime from you, Dale Ford. Thank you so much for your reporting. Indeed, one of the casualties of competing in any general election is the loss of the voice. And so there it is. Kay McConney, who has been returned as a Member of Parliament for St. Philip West, in losing the voice challenge, but no doubt rest will help to return that. So far, our electoral map shows that 24 of the seats declared, all 24 have gone to the Barbados Labour Party. Stetson?
The BLP, they've held St. Lucie, they've held now St. Philip West. Kingly watched and awaited it is the position in St. Michael Northwest. What has come up though in this discussion is the role or influence or impact, if any, of the alternative parties. Friends of Democracy, Mr. Delaney.
Yes, and not only would I like to congratulate the incumbent, Ms. McConney, but also congratulate the party leader of Friends of Democracy. She has more than tripled her vote tally from 2022. And we spoke earlier about the role that PM Motley would have played in terms of being the leader, the strength that she had and confidence she had in her seat and how she was able to help and support her other candidates. And I think that's something which, although being a new party, you've seen that kind of seriousness and you've seen that kind of leadership from Karina Goodridge, party leader of the Friends of Democracy, that she's able not just to increase significantly her vote tally, but also able to mass canvass with her candidate, able to assist them in training, assist them in getting their feet off the ground. I think that is a lot of promise that you see from her and from the party, and we look forward to seeing them grow in strength to strength.
What do you think this outcome so far says about the BLP and the DLP?
I think it shows one party which has focused on fundamentals of being successful in this modern day politics, not just what we see here in Barbados, what we see across the Caribbean. You have to reach out to youth. You cannot be a party who loses 2 youth armed presidents in the space of a year and a half and expect to be dominant in a youth-driven campaign space. You also look at, again, the little nuance, and I spoke about it earlier, the intelligence of Barbadian voters. There are voters who want to know about your policies from lower class, middle class, upper class. You can't wait till 4 or 5 days before the election then to release a policy platform and to release a manifesto. You also look at the rhetoric that persons, if they do want change, they don't want old change. They want fresh, they want innovative. And even by bringing back some persons which left that bit of sour taste in persons' mouths, I think that is something which was a bit of a downfall. I think from the Barbados Labour Party, to give them some credit, they have shown that seriousness in releasing the red record, in releasing their manifesto, and in showing, and the small version, and in showing that they can give the youth what they want. Sure, it may come across as pomp and pageantry at times, but you have to excite young voters who need to be brought into that. And anything, to me as a young person, anything that brings more young people into the space of politics, they get exposed to these ideas, and to me that's a win for all of Barbados.
I want to take this question around the table, around the panel. What does this outcome so far, what does it say about the DLP and the BLP, Ambassador Thompson?
As you asked the question and John was speaking, I did some jotting. First, I think it has to do with the superior messaging and platform of the Barbados Labour Party. It has to do with the fact that the Democratic Labour Party is proving itself not to be a learning institution. In 2018, you started a campaign with abuse. In 2022, you started a campaign with abuse. And David Estwick comes back in 2026 and starts his campaign by calling the Labour Party nutty liars, whores, and prostitutes. His words. It was shocking, particularly so because there was a candidate from the Democratic Labour Party who had said his mother had been a prostitute. How then do you get and abuse people like this? And then Ralph gets on the platform immediately after David says like that. He's talking morality and decency all the time, embraces the Eswek and says, this is my brother. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous, and the public doesn't want it. I agree with the youth point, and if you looked at the BLP meetings, I was amazed at the number of young people who were just out every night, following the campaign, engaged by the platform, asking questions, stopping you on the street to ask policy questions. It was utterly fascinating. But I think there's something that we have to concede, particularly if the Labour Party gets to 30-0 tonight. And it is that Mia Mottley is a political phenomenon that just has to be studied. I mean, this is a remarkable result, however you count it. That she was able to win 30 again, that in several constituencies, and again, the women point that I made earlier, Kay also increased her majority. That this has happened is really absolutely shocking. I mean, Ralph's last night on the platform, he spent the whole night cursing her. And he did that consistently every night, rather than releasing a manifesto and focusing on policy. He speaks for an hour and 20 minutes and spends 55 minutes talking about Errol Barrow, and the rest of the time talking about cursing Mia and talking about himself, not promoting his candidates. None of them got to do any of the electoral
I'm sure,
broadcasts.
again, sorry, but I'm he's not here to clarify. I'm sure he would say that it was critiquing rather than cursing. But I want to take the description around.
You should keep critiquing then.
Dr. Herod, what does it say about the DLP and the BLP?
I'll start with the Barbados Labour Party. I think, as magnificent as the victory may be, and congratulations to every one of the candidates, especially the younger candidates. Props and big shout out to Tyra, and Chantal. I think the Barbados Labour Party would do well to not get caught up in this victory. And I mean that not to celebrate it, but to understand the context of the victory and to show how they are going to listen and how they are going to embrace critique of the government and how they're going to move forward. I think the Prime Minister has a real chance to reform the country and the governance space in a way that was promised and not do half-hearted and try to pretend it's reform. And if I were in her position, I would do some big, like you've been given just do it.
Yeah.
This is saying, stop being afraid, stop with the half measures, stop being conservative. You've got the mandate, do the big reforms that Barbadians want, just push through and go down the road. At this point, that's what people expect. Now, in terms of the Democratic Labour Party, I think the message is clear. This is not only a rejection of Ralph Lauren, I think it's been a rejection of Randall Stewart. I think it's been a rejection of Bobby Morris, rejection of Al Gollop, it's a rejection of Michael Carrington, it's a rejection of the whole lot. You could just go through the list of persons. Pedro Shepherd, it's been a rejection of the entire Democratic Labour Party and the theme of what the party was trying to present and what the party stands for. You cannot lose 3 times in this way and to think that what you're doing is right. You have to stop trying to sell what you're selling and sell a new product. And hopefully the lesson has been heard and the lesson is learned. It's a really sad moment for those of us who love the party. And it's a sad moment for those who love our country because this is not where we want to be. But obviously the Barbadian public is not satisfied that the party learned the lesson in the last 2 defeats, so it's given it a 3rd one. And if it doesn't hear it now, I don't know when and how else the message can get through.
I also I also want to hear from Peter Wickham whether there are, though you heard Ms. McConney talk about her need to get back to the constituency, and whether there are, Peter Wickham, any lessons as well for the BLP. But I know Ambassador Thompson was keen to come in there before we get here.
No, I mean, I was actually going to skip the BLP lessons because I think that they were pretty well covered. The Barbados Labour Party has grown and it has evolved, and I think that it has done a reinvention that is fascinating. It has been able to capture a non-traditional audience for the Barbados Labour Party, and I think that it has been able to grow its influence in the way a political party should. So the lessons have been learned. I think that this really is more about the Democratic Labour Party and what it needs to do in order to be able to get itself back together. My hope tonight was that the result would have been this, because I think that this gives the Democratic Labour Party the opportunity also to make hard decisions, because the decks are cleared and the Democratic Labour Party can start a rebuilding process that is free of the encumbrances of the past.
How do you think that rebuilding process should start?
Well, I mean, to start with, the current leader has to resign. He continues as president, even though he's not political leader. He has to resign. I think that he should do that post haste, and the party can start a democratic process of searching for a new leader. My preference for leadership would include persons in this room, and I say not person, but persons in this room. I think that would be a good place to start, and it needs to be as inclusive as the Barbados Labour Party has in terms of identifying talent and looking to bring that talent in. And I know that within the BLP, a lot of the talent hunt has made a lot of them uncomfortable in terms of the people that have been coming into the BLP. But at the same time, it clearly has been working, and it's not lost on the electorate. I think the Dems need to do the same thing. The Dems need to practice the politics of inclusion, and they need to reshape the organization in that way. And I think when you are planning to reshape an organization, starting at zero is not a bad place to be, because you are free of the encumbrances and so on that you will carry on. The campaign was horrible. I don't think that anyone here would try to suggest it was anything but horrible. I listened in great agony last night to Ralph Thorne's address, which was not the type of thing that I expected to be hearing. The attacks and the viciousness, and there was not any sunlight in what was being said. And I compared that with what was going on at Bay Street, and it was a happier environment. But that said, so I think the issue and the lessons really are for the Democratic Labour Party. If Ryan Walters succeeds, and I want to state this categorically, that if he succeeds tonight, I think that would also be good for the Democratic Labour Party, because I think that his campaign has been remarkable and it stands out. Certainly his swing, his improvement, and the campaign that everyone saw stands out from the rest of them. He clearly decided to be a Lone Ranger. And I think that regardless of what the outcome is, it has paid dividends for him. And if indeed he does succeed, I would say that the gods have smiled upon him.
You made a reference to potential possible leaders being around this table, and I'm pretty confident you were not referring to Ambassador Thompson. So
or maybe politics of inclusion. The politics of inclusion.
It's an amazing opportunity. But I'm sure Ronnie will take up that.
We will pick up that particular point, and I'm keen to hear the response. This is Barbados Decides Election 2026, election coverage on the stations of CBC Radio, TV, and the web. We'll be back.
Barbados Decides. Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
Wait, you see that? Come on, incredible, man. I wish I could still do something like that.
Hi, Tom. Yes, are you glued to the couch, reminiscent of the old days when you were able to climb without any back pit?
Wait, how you
You could start with some exercise and some supported energy supplements. Ask about them at Nature's Discount.
run all the way to nature's discount.
Do you struggle with maintaining healthy blood sugar levels or experience occasional digestive discomfort? Berberine and curcumin from Solaray might be the best solution you're looking for. Backed by research, their rigorous testing ensures that every ingredient meets their strict standards. Don't let occasional health concerns hold you back and find it at your closest nature's discount.
Coming to TV8 this February. Stop. Get the popcorn because we're turning everything up.
She was naked in your hotel room?
Drama, love, thriller, movies to love. You don't want to miss this. Coming to TV8 this season. Action that keeps you on the edge.
She's scaring me now? You think I'm a murderer?
Thrillers that raise the suspense. Love that pulls you in. Stay tuned for must-watch movies.
Community Files.
It's an opportunity to shape modern legislation while ensuring that the law remains fair, effective, and responsive to the needs of society.
The Law Reform Commission invites the public, including civil society groups and professional bodies, to submit written proposals for the reform of the law. Proposals for law reform should not exceed 1,500 words and must be submitted by Monday, February 16th. Written proposals will not preclude oral discussion with their authors. Submissions may be sent via email to lawreform@barbados.gov.bb or delivered in hard copy to the Law Reform Commission, Henry Ford and David Simmons Legal and Judicial Complex, Coleridge Street, Bridgetown.
This Valentine's Day, show a little love by donating blood. Join the National Blood Collecting Center's Valentine's Day Blood Drive starting February 9th and give the gift of life. Just visit the center next to the Winston Scott Polyclinic on Gemmitt's Lane, St. Michael, Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. Make a difference this Valentine's Day. Show love by giving blood. Donors should be between 18 and 70 years old and are encouraged to hydrate the day before and have a full meal within an hour of giving blood.
The Caribbean Home Health Nursing Agency offers reliable and compassionate private nurses right to your home. Our private nurse care is ideal for persons recovering from an illness, surgery, or requires personalized medical assistance. We also provide companionship care that can be just as vital as the physical assistance. The Caribbean Home Health family provides the safety, comfort, and professionalism to those persons.
This decides. Election night coverage is brought to you by Chickmont Foods, Superfeeds, Western Wholesale, Blue Waters, CS Pharmacy, Caribbean Home Help, Standard Pharmacy, Nature's Discount, Hannah Properties, and Amaze.
This is Barbados Decides, the general election of 2026. You're hearing it right here on the stations of the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, as well as across 16 Caribbean territories, the New York tri-state area, Canada, Colombia, Latin America, and more through our cooperation with CariVision. And we thank them for teaming up with us to be able to bring Barbados Decides to the rest of the world indeed. A lot of you are keenly watching, as you see on your screen. There are 25 declared seats already. Our electoral map is filling in for the Barbados Labour Party, none for the Democratic Labour Party, nor for the Friends of Democracy or the People's Coalition for Partnership for Prosperity. And so we wait to see whether or not by the end of it all, anyone else grabs a seat like that of St. Michael Northwest, which is one of those seats where we're watching very, very keenly whether or not Ryan Walters is able to bring it home for the Democratic Labour Party. But so far, none of this surprises anyone. This is literally a repeat of the last couple elections, but we're waiting to see if there is a change. It's simply in the trend that we're picking up from St. Michael Northwest. Big thanks to all of you for watching and staying with us. Big thanks also to our sponsors who've stayed with us and brought this to you as well. And there we are now, a view of Roebuck Street, where Peter Phillips has made his way from the parish of St. Lucie as he continues to join the celebration with his team of Bajan Strong people on Roebuck Street having a good time in celebration of the win of the 2026 general election. Shaking hand there with, if you could help me quickly. All right, good. So there it is, the crowd assembled in Roebuck Street just outside of party headquarters, and they're assembling, waiting no doubt to hear from the party leader and Prime Minister, Mia Amal Motley, to address them and to address all of us, really. Usually the habit is that there's a concession followed by an acceptance and the like. We don't know if that will obtain at all, because when we flip the view at the Democratic Labour Party, we don't know quite yet who is there, even though the last time we heard from Lisa Broom, we were told that some of the newer candidates have begun to assemble there, no doubt to perhaps just give support one to the other indeed. But the party is right there on Roebuck Street as the Barbados Labour Party, clad in red and yellow, continue to celebrate the win for 2026, indeed, in the general election. All right, so with that said, let's get some further insight into what we know until now. Stetson?
Of course, and Pearson, a rather robust discussion has continued off here among some of the panelists here. So I'm going to throw it to them. But I'm not letting you off the hook, Dr. Yearwood, because Peter Wickham, your colleague there, had said he saw potential leadership, future leadership of the DLP around the table. I'm pretty comfortable he wasn't referring to Ambassador Thompson. So who might he be talking about?
It could be Lynette and Mr. Delaney and John. So there's plenty.
Let's hear your thoughts.
But John was included as well.
I'm very sure he was referring to the.
Look, as I was just telling you, slightly joking, but not, The Prime Minister went shopping in the political supermarket.
You were never joking. We know that.
The Democratic Party. So you have Tyra Trotman, you have Michael Lashley up front, but what people fail to miss is that often these people take all the support and the team with them. Oh yeah, what they miss. So when the person goes, it's not just the person. There's a whole network and a whole support system that goes with them. And then there were the others that were in the background supporting some of the other candidates that haven't come, that weren't the candidates themselves. So it wasn't as straightforward as just losing two people or just a few people who were staying home. So you had an entire party that was affected in that way. And it's, I can't help but reflect on the sadness of this moment, because we know that we didn't have to be in this position, and that's the saddest part. But there's something, and I guess Ambassador Thompson would approach.
We have to go back to Pearson. Just take a we'll get back to you. We're not letting you off the hook yet. Back to Pearson and our reporters in the field.
Thank you, Stetson. We want to go to Crystal Hoyt, who is monitoring what's happening there in St. Michael Northwest. Crystal, what's the latest?
Well, Pearson, I can tell you that returning officer Charles Haynes has just given us an update, one more box to be counted. And he says within the next 20 minutes, he will be able to provide those final numbers. Now, I'll just be able to tell you the those first four boxes that we had, which at the time, the position, Democratic Labour Party was leading by 26 votes. Those first four boxes that we got just about 2 hours ago, HA1A to Z, Neil Rowe, Barbados Labour Party candidate, 67 votes. Ryan Walters, Democratic Labour Party candidate, 117 votes. Friends of Democracy, 4 votes. HA2, A to Z, Neil Rowe, Barbados Labour Party candidate, 114. Ryan Walters, 130. HA3, A to H, 106. Neil Rowe. HA3, 3 still in HA3, 83 votes, Ryan Walters. Friends of Democracy, Ricardo Williams, 2. And that final box that we do have right now is the HA4, which is HA3, I to Z, my bad, 121. Neil Rowe, Barbados Labour Party candidate, and Ryan Walters, 104, and Friends of Democracy, 5. That is resulting in the Democratic Labour Party at this time leading by 26 votes. But these are just the first 4 boxes, and we hope to have the other 10 boxes within the next 20 minutes to be able to give you those final results. Key areas, HB2, Deacon's Primary School, HB3, key boxes that will determine these results.
Thank you so much. We understand the Prime Minister is addressing us, and so let's go to party headquarters at Roebuck Street.
Happen in this country today. I want to be clear that we are still waiting on one result. We do not have 2 of our members here who are trying to get through, I suspect, the density of traffic and audience. I speak of Kerry Simmons. Kerry isn't here yet, right? 3, I speak of Kay McConney. And I can speak also of Sonia Brown and Dwight Sutherland. But I'm reliably informed that all 4 of them will be the members of Parliament for St. James Central, the members of Parliament for St. George South, the member of Parliament for St. Philip North, and the member of Parliament for St. Philip West. We have one more result to come. And on my last count, he is ahead by 186 votes. I speak, of course, of Neil Rowe. But if you know me, you know that I do not count the chickens before they are hatched. But I do not also want to keep you here much longer. The hour is late, and most of you reported for duty at 5 o'clock this morning. Yesterday morning. You are now doing almost 22 hours. And I am appreciative of that fact. But I want to talk and say a few things. We stood here in 2018, and I promised you then that we would work hard to stabilize this country, that we would do the difficult things, and we did them. We thought we could move to a growth path almost immediately, but COVID had other plans for us. And rather than a growth plan, we went from mission critical to mission survival. And regrettably, some of our friends and family did not make it. It is really only in the last 2.5 years that we have started mission transformation. And it is to this that this Barbados Labour Party government is committed. We did not come simply to hold office. We have come to make Barbados better and to make your lives better. We have never stopped believing from the days of Grantley Adams that our mission first and foremost is to stop poor people from being poor and to remove injustice wherever it exists, to create opportunities for people and to be able collectively to build strong families, strong communities, strong workers, strong businesses, and ultimately a strong nation. I suspect Mr. Sutherland is trying to come through the audience. Make way for him, please. But I say to you that that has been our mission. And next month, we will celebrate 88 years as a political institution. We now know in Barbados more than ever the importance of strong political institutions. And let this Labour Party never take it for granted. But I also recognize that even as we have won tonight as convincingly, we do not turn our eyes away from the concerns of our constituents, constituency by constituency. We do not turn our eyes away from the things that ordinary Bajans want us to redouble our efforts on and to refocus. And whether it is traffic or roads, or the state of our healthcare, or indeed the issue of public safety, I give you this assurance tonight at 111 Roebuck Street that this team that I have the utmost honor to lead will be required to be able to make progress on all of these areas. I have said for most of my time very simple things, that we must see people, we must hear people, and we must feel people. And I promised you that even though we have received overwhelming mandates from the people of Barbados, that we will guard and tender and take care of this democracy as if it was a newborn child, requiring our total attention and care. I think we are now seeing the titan who has taken down the pit bull, Kay McConney. Make way for her, please. I am making the point that we must be committed to taking care of this democracy, which last year celebrated 75 years since Grantley Adams gave ordinary Bajans the right to vote without having to own property in this country. If Grantley Adams did not do that, none of us would be able to claim the Barbados that we have. And the majority of you who are here would never be able to vote. And that is why we say without fear of contradiction that the father of our democracy was Grantley Herbert Adams. I equally say that the father of our independence, Errol Walton Barrow, helped us unite as a people and to recognize the importance of taking those steps to chart our destiny, or in the words of our anthem, to be firm craftsmen of our fate. We have now come this year, as we go to celebrate the 60th anniversary of our independence on November 30th, and the 5th anniversary of our republic. It is time that we fully accept that the responsibility for transformation of Barbados is not just these men and women on this platform, but it is each and every Bajan. No one owes us a living. No one owes us anything. And we know it because in our individual lives, most of us have to find our own way. but as a society or as a community or as a family, we work to help each other. I want us, please, as a nation, to recommit to this process. This country has been good to us. Previous generations have worked hard for us to be here today. And we must not take it for granted. And I ask you, please, that even in this moment of victory and jubilation, that each of us recommit to doing a little more each and every day. That each of us commit to doing our job without trying to chinks and move off. That each of us commit to look and see who we can help raise up when a person needs a helping hand. That each of us recommits to making sure that our senior citizens, who are constituting more and more of our population, are treated with dignity and respect. That each of us recommit now to building the future by raising our children well. Every time I see or take a picture with a little child, I ask them one question: are you reading? Are you reading every day? Because this country became what we are because even with the cap of a 7th standard education, even without having access to secondary education, your foreparents understood the importance of reading and being able to learn and think for themselves. In this world in which we live, there's a danger that this tool, as great as it is, as much entertainment and productivity as it gives us, if we are not careful, it will cause us to become slaves again in the 21st century. We must learn to be discerning. And I don't mean to give you a heavy speech tonight, but I need to speak to you from the heart. I am 60 years old, and I believe that I am a bridge, not a destination. I am a bridge, not a destination. And my responsibility is to ensure that the younger ones in this party receive the guidance and the mentorship that Bree St. John, Henry Ford, Owen Arthur, Billy Miller, Nigel Barrow, David Simmons, Louis Tull, and I can go on and on, Vic Johnson, Johnny Cheltenham. They invested in me. And I have a responsibility to invest in all of these here. Because this country has paid a heavy price on the sides of both political parties by having 3 prime ministers die in office. And I don't say so because I fear that. I say so because the knowledge and the experience that they had went like that in the flash of a light. I want us, Barbados, to believe in ourselves. And as much as you have given us your trust and confidence, the major problems facing us as a nation require us internally to band together. And the major problems facing us as a nation with the outside world that has become more and more difficult and troublesome, and at its worst stage since World War II, requires us equally to operate as one. Tonight is not the night for me to reflect on the fact that in this campaign, unfortunately, persons chose to wash dirty linen in public and to be able to make allegations across the region that were intended to harm this country's good reputation. I'd like to make way for the next Member of Parliament for St. James North, Chad Blackman. But what I will say to you is that we have a responsibility to be able to protect our reputation. We do it as individuals. We do it as a family. We must do it to protect Barbados' reputation, because at the end of the day, that is what we have as our currency in the world. People regard us not now, but from the days of Grantley Adams as thought leaders that could help shape the world and shape the region. And I ask us to respect that legacy and to build on it. I'd like equally to say to you that this government is still focused on the basics. We must get rid of pit toilets. We must ensure that people's houses that are in a dilapidated condition, that we find new and novel ways on top of what we have done already to help lift people out of those terrible conditions. And I say so because if we don't do it, our society will disintegrate and there will be nowhere to hide on 166 square miles. And that has been the genius of what Barbados has brought to bear. But I'm equally conscious that those challenges internally, particularly as it relates to gun crime, and those challenges externally, particularly as it relates to the threat of war and cost of living and geopolitical fractions, require not just me asking us as a population to work together. When I called the election at Westbury School, I spoke to you, and I know that some people had concerns. I started to carry you there at Queen's Park in October at our annual conference. I do not enjoy the fact that the Democratic Labour Party is going through a difficult moment in history. Just bear with me, please. I don't. Because I believe that this country needs strong institutions. And I pray that they will listen to the people of Barbados and do what is necessary. It is not mine to advise them. On 2 previous occasions when I offered them the opportunity to be able to serve in the Senate, to have a voice, they told me I was out of order. But I, at risk of being told that I'm out of order again, say that they have a duty to be able to put themselves in a state to be able to help this country. Because that may take time, I made a conscious decision to be able to broaden our tent. And we brought in Michael Lashley. And the city of Bridgetown told me in no uncertain terms that they wanted Michael Lashley in the Barbados Labour Party to be able to be their representative. And Michael, I thank you, where are you, for the courage of being able to make that step. Because, as I said last night in Bay Street, moving from Saul to Paul is never an easy journey. Our elder Colin will tell me that. That's correct. And equally, my role as his leader will not be the same that he might have been accustomed to with a previous leader. And I make no apology, Michael, for telling you that. Because what you may have done before under a previous leader may be different from what you do now under this leader. After all, Led Pike told me to take charge. But I want to talk you through something too, because many of you are also aware that I would have asked Chris Sinclair some years ago to serve on our behalf in Washington as a nation. And I want tonight to thank Chris. H500, you're blocking someone. H5000, could you please move the car? You're blocking someone who is not feeling well. It's urgent that you do. I'm now told H5004. But I want to thank you, Chris, for being a part of this campaign. and for helping us start to reimagine what a Barbados with a big tent can look like. Because we do not have the luxury of leading and living in a country that does not maximize the use of as many people as possible as we can. So I thank you, Chris, for the work that you have done in this campaign with us. And I don't want anybody to whisper about it, because you know me. I am upfront. As I told you in Oystons, we have nothing to hide and everything to show. But my friends, I simply say to you that in spite of all of that I ask you to do, we know that the majority of the heavy lifting is this team. And this team has operated with a discipline in this campaign that I am happy to be able to celebrate with them today. It's not a perfect campaign, just as we're not a perfect government. And we will learn from our mistakes, but it was a good campaign, and we had candidates doing their best to be able to impress you and to persuade you that we deserve the opportunity to continue. I want to say to them that your future depends not on me, but it depends on these people out here. And don't ever, ever, ever forget that they must be seen, heard, and felt. And I want to say tonight that I have every confidence that when I announce my cabinet and reduce some of my portfolio and increase some of my supervisory capacity, that I will make sure that being a bridge is not simply words, but indeed will allow me to be able to mentor and ensure that this Barbados Labour Party team can continue to be appropriate and fit for the times at all times. My friends, we will do the heavy lifting, and we will ask you to allow us to tell you, don't hot up your head, relax yourself. In the song that many wondered why we did it. And I want to thank young brother, because it was a gift, and I thank him for the gift. But it is equally important for me to give you a gift, because you have worked hard the last 3.5 days, 3.5 weeks.
Oh Lord! Oh Lord!
It will not be today, but Friday will be a national bank holiday in Barbados. My friends, and let's be real, the hour is so late that it would be impractical to tell the rest of Barbados not here that they're not going to school or work tomorrow. So we do things in a disciplined way, and you will have a long weekend because you will have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And my friends, it is not by accident, that Friday is a day off, that Saturday is 2 days off, that Sunday is 3 days off. That number 3 songs are a little too special. And while I do the chickens before they hatch. I have been taught always that I must share everything that I know with you. And if I happen to know that Neil Rowe is ahead by 217, is ahead by 217 votes.
Oh Lord!
There is a recount of a box, and I will not keep you later than I need to. But I feel that, in the words of Red Plastic Bag, something is happening. And whether that is so or not, I want you to know that Friday can be your day of rest. But I feel I owe the people of St. Michael Northeast that the moment of thanksgiving, celebration, and jubilation should take place in St. Michael Northeast. And against that backdrop, I say to you that it is wonderful in life when things come together. Or in the words of Gary Sobers, when the timing is perfect. And the timing between Saturday the 14th of February, the Day of Love. The timing between the fact that for whatever reason my parents gave me a name called Mia Amour. And the timing between the fact that the National Botanical Gardens is probably the only place that can hold all of you, all of you, all of you. But there's one more coincidence. And that now is the fourth coincidence. So we better get accustomed to loving the number 4. Saturday is not only the day of love. Saturday is the day of red, red, red. The day when we are truly red and ready. Because everybody on Saturday will show their love and their red, and their celebration and their thanksgiving. So all roads on Saturday afternoon, 4 p.m. at the National Botanical Gardens. Peter Phillips, come down from St. Lucie with your people. Colin Jordan, come down from St. Peter with your people. Ryan Rothrick, come down from St. Joseph with your people. Rommel Springer, come down from St. Andrew with your people. Gregory Nichols, come down from St. Thomas with your people. Dwight Sutherland, come down to St. Michael with your people. Tony Moore, come down from St. George with your people. Chad Blackman, make it the big man, make a big step into St. Michael. Kerry, you are not here, but I know you can hear my voice wherever you are. Make your way from St. James Central to the Botanical Gardens. Sandra Husbands, I heard you won a cricket match and you won every single over today in every single box. Come down from St. James South with your people. My dear friend Davidson Ishmael, step across the road with your people. You only got to step across the road. And Tyra, you got to step across the road from St. Michael Central. And he ain't got an edge, come up, you got to go 2 steps across the road. But that is not a problem, since the next man that gave you two foolish statements was the man that you left 2 foolish statements and endorsements that have already gotten you accustomed to 2 steps.
Oh Lord!
I ask that Trevor Prescott step cross and come. Yes, Pressy, come cross. And I ask that Cynthia Bradshaw bring them down all the way from the Pine into the Botanical Gardens. I ask that Kirk Humphrey come forward and Marsha Cattle hold his hands and come up to the Botanical Gardens. Poor people Governor Michael Lashley, bring them up from the city. And where's the Sheriff of Christchurch? I get to you yet, don't come down. The Sheriff of Christchurch, William Dugan, marshal your troops and make sure that Ryan Strong, Wilfred Abrams, the medic, in case any of us needs him, and of course, the only lady in the Christchurch team, Chantal Monroe Knight, come cross. They tell me that the man Chris Gibbs is bringing up all of what we need from St. Michael West because he is the anchor down there. And when we do all of that, you notice that I come around so rather than going around so. I then want Kay McConney. You have now silenced a pit bull for I hope ever. Bring your people from St. Philip West down to celebrate and to give thanks that we will no longer be a victim of that pit bull. Sonia Brown is not here, but I know that she too will be coming from the east. And in there, bring them down as the captain of St. Philip because we need St. Philip in the house. But you notice I have left one for last because I have spent much time in St. John in the last few weeks. And I ended my day today in College Savannah. And I said to them and to the people of St. John that with Charles you have me. In fact, I will now make sure that St. John has, along with Charles, its third Prime Minister. So my friends, get to work today. We know that everybody might be a little starry-eyed, but I give you the assurance that if you rest on Friday, on Saturday, we shall truly give thanks and celebrate. Because as of next week, I expect that the cabinet will have to be sworn in on Monday. And I have asked Parliament to get the business of Parliament ready for an opening no later than next Friday. Because this government will not be playing. We will do our rest, celebrate, but come Monday, we start the work of the next 5 years of transforming this nation. Such that the target of Mission 2030 and our 6 missions, you now have to embrace fully, just as we have embraced you, because that is the core of our transformation program. So, run the tracks, my brothers, and give the people of Barbados 3 cheers for a wonderful, peaceful election. We do not take it for granted. Let's go.
No, no, no. She said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to, on top your head. You don't have to, on top your head. Oh, she said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to.
So Duchess heard the speech from Prime Minister Mia Amor Motley. They're celebrating. Get familiar with the team. A few new faces are in there, but the celebrations will run on for some time still to come. We saw 29 people. There's 1 boss still to be declared, and so I'm told that Crystal White is standing by to bring us an update from St. Michael Northwest. If we can go to Crystal, let's do so now. Crystal. we're trying to make contact with Crystal Hoyt, who is monitoring the progress of the results from St. Michael Northwest, which you know is one that everyone is so keenly watching to see if it has the potential to perhaps stop the red run or perhaps, you know, continue the red run. But Lisa Broom now joins me. Instead, she's at the party headquarters of the Democratic Labour Party. She has the political leader, Ralph Thorne, there. Ralph, Krista, what am I talking about? Lisa, it's early in the morning. Lisa, good evening again.
Good evening again, Pearson. I think you've come to me, getting a little breaking up on my end. But we are here with Ralph Thorne, the leader of the Democratic Labour Party. We just heard the Prime Minister's speech. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Thorne now for some words.
Thank you very much. First of all, let us thank God for life. Let us thank God that He gave us this to fight a very campaign. Let us thank God that we acquitted ourselves well, that we brought the issues to the people of Barbados, that we fought a clean campaign. We set an example for the young people of Barbados. We set a good example for the children of Barbados. There was no vulgarity, no crudity, no profanity on our platform. As they say, we fought the good fight, we finished the course, and we kept our faith. And we go forward, this party goes forward, that what we do is well done here. I also want to thank the Democratic Labour Party. I have had amazing comradeship around here, certainly within the team, a group of young men and young women who made for a good group dynamic. We had an excellent group. When you saw us in public and even here tonight expressing affection, often it was quite genuine. So I want to thank the party for being a good party, and we make apology for acknowledging the size, for acknowledging the forefathers of the party. Wishes to acknowledge those who began, and we continue to the nation. I want to say the result is quite disappointing. There can be no immediate explanation for it, but what we think and regret is that there's a paradigm in Barbados in which money has a bearing. But we will continue to focus on values as a party. We will continue to focus on morality. I know that some people were upset that we talked of morality over money, but we continue to believe that. Yeah. So thanks to the party, thanks to the people of Barbados, thanks to those who supported us throughout this campaign. I want to say that the party came back after the obvious difficulty to be back and fall together. We were united. And the Barbados stand that the Democratic Labour Party, they have the way in which the Democratic Labour Party fought. And I think we came, as I said, pass on to other persons. This is a democratic organization. I do not write political wills, and I'm the leader of the potential for this event.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thorne. Ralph Thorne here at the Democratic Labour Party, sharing his feelings and his thoughts at the end of this general election.
That's comments coming from Ralph Thorne from the Democratic Labour Party. We do apologise for the interference you heard during that particular interview segment. But let's go now to Crystal Hoyt, who is monitoring what's happening at St. Michael Northwest. Crystal.
Well, good morning, Pearson. I have our returning officer here in St. Michael Northwest with the remainder of those boxes.
All right, beginning at J4 A to Z, 273 votes were pulled. Neil Rowe, 139. Walters, 129. Williams, 2. Spoiled, 3. HA5 A to Z, 230 votes were pulled. Neil Rowe, 173. Walters, 51. Williams, 4. Spoiled, 2. HB1 A to H, 286 votes were pulled. Rowe, 146. Walters, 137. Williams, 2. 1 spoiled. Okay, HB1 I to Z, 264 votes were pulled. Rowe, 137. Walters, 121. Williams, 4. Spoiled, 2. HA2 A to H, 283. Rowe, 145. Walters, 138. Williams, 0. HB2 I to Z, 220 votes. Rowe, 121. Walters, 91. Williams, 7. Spoiled, 1. HA3 A to Z, HB, no, HB3 A to Z, 121 votes were pulled. Rowe, 62. Walters, 59. Williams, 0. HC1 A to I, 208 votes. Rowe, 110. Walters, 97. Williams, 1. HC1 J to Z, 241 votes were pulled. Rowe, 134. Walters, 102. Williams, 4. Spoiled, 1. HC2, the final box, A to Z, 183 votes were pulled. Rowe, 99. Walters, 82. Williams, 1. Spoiled, 1. The total number of votes cast in the St. Michael Northwest election was 3,165. Rowe, 1,674. Walters, 1,441. Williams, 36. Spoiled, 14. I therefore declare Mr. Neil Rowe to be the elected and to be the duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. Michael Northwest in this island to serve in the House of Assembly of this island. Thank you.
Just one question from me in terms of the delay in having those results. People are asking, like,
well, we're all a bit tired from the last 3 weeks of election work, and it has taken a toll on us. We've had a few recounts during the night among the boxes we were counting. So, but we had to get everything right in the end. So, but at least it's finished, and we're happy that the results are now done.
Thank you.
Sure.
And there you have it.
Yeah, the fatigue is showing on everyone's experience indeed tonight. But that's one we were all waiting for, and that, I think, is the last one to have been declared. And so, Stetson, it's back to you for responses.
Indeed. So that confirms the three-peat, Ambassador Thompson. Maybe you should go around the panel for some thoughts as we approach the wrap-up of this particular broadcast. Okay, let's go back to you, Pearson. I believe we have the winning candidate in St. Michael Northwest.
For giving me the strength, giving me the team, giving me the resources in order to be victorious here tonight. I have a lot of work to continue, and I also want to take this opportunity to say to the good people of St. Michael Northwest, the people who re-elected me, to let them know that this victory belongs to them. And I will continue to do my utmost, my very best, when it comes to representing the good people of St. Michael Northwest. And work now begin for me. In St. Michael.
What about the
All right, well, there we got the idea. He's thankful and that work now truly begins. Back to you, Stetson.
So now, first I want to reflect on the victory speech by the Prime Minister Mia Moore-Motley when she touched on a variety of topics, of issues. She ranged from the granular and the micro to the macro. She talked about some immediate, I would call that the more granular issues the government must address, issues like social issues, pit toilets, dilapidated houses, more serious issues, well, not serious issues, more serious, but serious issues such as gun crime. And then some of the macro issues such as the economy, cost of living, geopolitical matters. She noted that it was a difficult moment for the Democratic Labour Party. She spoke of the big tent that exists within the Barbados Labour Party. She noted the presence of individuals such as Chris Sinclair, bringing Michael Lashley into the fold. She announced significantly a holiday for Friday coming and a big event, celebration event on Saturday at 4 p.m. at the National Botanical Gardens. And she noted the significance of certain victories in particular constituencies, such as St. Philip West, for instance, where David Eswick was vanquished. She noted Neil Rowe's triumph in St. Michael Northwest, and of course St. John, where the Barbados Labour Party prevailed over the opposition leader Ralph Thorne. Let's go to the. We go back to BLP headquarters. Back to the Labour Party headquarters.
Well, I believe Anne-Marie Burke is in the midst of the crowd in the jubilation, and she can't hear me, but take it away. Well, right, we're hoping, we see her mouth moving, but we can't hear a word coming from her. So Anne-Marie is clearly trying to communicate with us as she stands among the crowd to be a part of the celebration there at Roebuck Street. But we want to continue with our panelists and hear their points of view coming in from what they've observed from this election as well. So Stetson.
We're going to go back to our panel for their final thoughts. For those who know, well, joining us at this particular occasion, we just want to recap our panel. Is the ambassador, the Most Honorable Elizabeth Thompson, the representative of the Barbados Labour Party, from the Friends of Democracy, John Delaney. We also have Dr. Ronnie Yearwood, Peter Wickham, our analyst, and Lynette Eastman of the People's Coalition for Progress. We've had a third successive 30-0 victory by the Barbados Labour Party. Let's get your thoughts, Lynette Eastman.
Okay, so I believe that the Barbados Labour Party did run a very slick campaign, and in looking at the campaign, you could see that they were better funded than any of the other parties. But I would also say that running a slick campaign does not necessarily mean that you will win. So it means that the Barbados Labour Party, in terms of securing a victory, they were able to prevail. What I would be interested in seeing is what the voter turnout was for this election, because then that would put it in a better context. But I would say from my discussions with Barbadians that Barbadians did not want a 30-0 result. They wanted to see one or more persons being able to form an opposition. I think that's what people wanted. But as you know, with first past the post, people can't control that. So that's the difficulty. And I do think that we have to look for some other method, whether it is proportional representation or a modification of the first past the post system, where we can look at a percentage of the votes actually cast, because I believe last time it was 70% to the Barbados Labour Party and approximately 30% to the other parties. And if we had done it in a proportionate way, it would mean then that the Barbados Labour Party would not have held all the seats. I believe from what we've seen tonight that the Democratic Labour Party still has a base, and some of its candidates did quite well. And if they build on that, they should be able to secure victory sometime in the future.
Mr. Delaney?
We want to start by congratulating.
Yeah, so we'll go back. Let's throw to Pearson. Go ahead.
Anne-Marie is still waiting on us to come back to her at the Barbados Labour Party's headquarters at Roebuck Street. Anne-Marie, if you can hear us, take it away.
As the party continues here at Roebuck Street, the headquarters of the Barbados Labour Party, victorious for a third consecutive term, winning by a 30-left margin yet again, unprecedented in the island. And you can see the jubilation all around me is a sea of red. Many persons came out here tonight in their thousands to support the candidates as they one by one came in from their constituencies, and then for Prime Minister Mia Moore-Motley to address the entire crowd. As you can see in his jubilation, the party is going to continue because we do have a declared bank holiday on Friday, and then on Saturday we will have a big party for the Barbados Labour Party at Botanical Gardens. So that's it here from Roebuck Street, where the jubilation will continue well into the morning as the Barbados Labour Party celebrates yet again winning a general election for a third consecutive term. Signing out for the final time, I'm Anne-Marie Burke.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. The music is surely infectious indeed, but we want to get back to more comments from our panelists. Stetson?
And just final words quickly from the rest of the panel, and we meant quickly.
Yes,
Mr. Delaney.
Start by saying congratulations on another historic win. Hope we don't take 30 love for granted, having had it 3 times. I would want to say, though, the Friends of Moxie ran on a message of being the opposition. And despite not winning any seats, despite now being an extra parliamentary party, the Friends of Moxie will, I can speak confidently and say they will show that seriousness in being an opposition, in being a party which continues to advocate for persons. So Barbadians can look forward to seeing that.
Ambassador Thompson?
Tech George Mia. Congratulations to the Barbados Labour Party. I think that the Democratic Labour Party has to accept that the public is giving them a message and they must learn the lessons that the public is trying to give them. I mean, that is just the reality. The public clearly has decided that the Democratic Labour Party has to earn their seats, that it isn't going to be a Kadir result. Kadir give you something, you know, you should have opposition. There has to be a result. I want to make the point very quickly that in the PRC, the report of the Parliamentary Reform Commission, I had made a recommendation that where a party is defeated entirely at the polls, that one party wins all the seats, that the party with the second largest number of votes should automatically be given 2 seats in the Senate. So that is a possible formula for addressing this because we don't have proportional legislation, but that certainly would give the Democratic Labour Party seats in Parliament, albeit in the Senate, immediately so that they could build from there. I want to congratulate and thank all the candidates from all the parties who ran. to show that our democracy is robust and alive. For those who lost by large margins in the Democratic Labour Party, I want to say to you that the first time I ran, I was beaten 5-1. If you are serious, and then I came back to have one of the largest majorities in the parliament. If you are serious about politics and about representing people, get into the constituencies, get into the groups, work, build relationships with people, and show them that you are serious about leadership and at the national level.
Dr. Harewood.
Big congratulations to everybody who participated in the campaign office. Congratulations to the Democracy Party for such a large victory. It's really sad
excuse me.
the party is. Watching on is painful, but we move forward together as a country and we build democracy. Lessons we learned for both parties, as I've said before, the Progressive Party in terms of how it's going to function, and the Democratic Labour Party in terms of its...
Oh, Peter. Yeah, part of your mic is off, but so Peter Wickham?
Congratulations to Prime Minister Motley and the Barbados Labour Party team. Commiserations to Ralph Thorne and the Democratic Labour Party team. I've often argued that the first time a victory like this happens is the result of the push of the government that wins. The second and third time, I think it speaks more to the opposition. Yes. And I think on this instance, a lot of our reflection has to do with the opposition. The hour is late, however, and it's not time for us to do that. But definitely, I think over the next few weeks, we will need to focus a bit on those kinds of lessons that have been learned. But certainly nothing should take away from the congratulations to the Prime Minister and the government and the Barbados Labour Party team, of which Liz Thompson is a part.
Thank you, Peter Wickham. And first of all, I want to thank our panel for their robust, entertaining, and of course, always interesting contributions on the panel tonight. Yeah. And in fact, let's get a few comments from Dr. Ronnie here. We know your microphone is circling.
Okay, so thank you very much, Stetson. Thanks to the Barbadian public for listening in and staying with us throughout the night. Thanks to all the candidates. Big congrats to the Barbados Labour Party. Hope it also learns its lessons in terms of how it presents itself. Humility to the public.
Never answered what your
and the Democratic Labour Party, again, it's sad to see this situation, but hopefully there's lessons learned there as well as we build forward our democracy. So a really good night from everybody, and have a good one.
And we end as we began by tossing back to my co-anchor, Pearson Bowen.
Stetson, thank you. This has been a massive production. Many have worked on this for the last few weeks indeed. And so to all of our reporters who've been fanned out at all 30 constituencies, our technical crew who are in the studio as camera operators, light operators, those who are working behind the scenes, who are punching up every shot and making sure all of our connections are right, the sound men, or those who have helped with hospitality as well, and our makeup artists. To all of you, we say thank you. And we say a big thank you as well to Alex Ward and Tisha Hines, who have led this robustly, so they took charge. To all of you who've joined us and those of you who've been watching on Carib Vision as well and online, we say thank you for staying with Barbados Decides, the general election 2026. For Stetson Bab and Pearson Bowen, wishing all of you a great today.